internet people? I am HamsterBomb, and you guys are joining me while we have a nice laid-back day today working on my graphic novel in Photoshop. Today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. I'm actually going to be hopping back into doing some more voice chat stuff. It's been a very long time. And we're going to hop into the regular live stream lobby. I'm trying to phase out the Academy one. Honestly, it's been a really long time since I've even looked at whether or not how that functions on Patreon. It's been a very long time, so I apologize about that. I have also tried messing with the settings of my microphone. Hopefully it sounds a little bit better for you guys. No longer clipping, no longer doubling, anything like that. It's hard to test it because when I do any testing whatsoever, it's never the same as what I'm actually, going to be doing when I'm streaming. Because right now I have multiple sources that are using the same microphone because Discord is using it right now, and I think that's why you were getting doubling before. So, anyway, no data, it says. My internet dead? What's wrong? What's wrong? You gotta tell me. And maybe YouTube's just dead today. I'm gonna do a quick speed test. Make sure my internet can even handle this right now. My internet has been pretty poor lately, but its download's pretty high, which should be fine. Usually the download's where I suffer. My upload seems to be really good, but YouTube, oh, nope, now YouTube says excellent connection. I don't know what the heck I did that was different. Just gave it a second. That sucks. All right, so YouTube finally popped back up. Hopefully Discord's gonna be all right. We will be, as I mentioned, doing live stream lobby stuff, so if you're over on Discord, you can hop on in and chat. I'm going to be listening to... looks like I found this... here, I'm going to show you. By the way, the music site that I use for all this stuff for my channel is from khinsider.com. You can type in KH Insider Music, and you can basically search pretty much anything you want, and they've got it there. I typed in Chrono Trigger today, so we can listen to a little bit of... music from the game that I never got to review because my editing software stopped working. So I do have most of the script. I will still review it eventually, but I am at the mercy of when my editing software is going to start working again. So I found this symphony that was made, looks like in 2013 by Joypad Records, and dabbled around really quick, made sure it was going to be okay. It's pretty long, and there's also 2 more parts after this. This is volume 1. We're just going to casually start listening to this while we have... Well, come on, Kobe, please. There it goes. All right. That was odd, but we're good. I'm going to pull YouTube comments back up so I can just see what's going on. I want to make sure I can also move Discord a bit. I am hoping all is going to go well with our levels and everything today, audio-wise. Hopefully we're good. We are going to be on the inks layer. All right, and we're ready to go. So I did a lot of sketching between these. So we have more than enough to draw with today. In fact, I can probably clean up these faces a lot. Another thing, I want to make sure that my audio ducking is working. Because when I speak... It should, yeah, it's compressing the audio. Good. That it wasn't working for the longest time, and I don't know why. Comet Cestus, welcome to the stream. Hopefully, my audio sounds all right. Like I said, I was doing some audio testing, and I want to make sure that it's actually doing its job. Because this gets loud every once in a while. I'm gonna push it down for you. It ducks when I speak. As long as you can hear me okay, I'll leave it where it's at. Should be good. Alright. Yeah, I can already see on the sketch. This was before I started really focusing on faces differently. Let's start with his ear. Ears are weird things, aren't they? I sent another message to the company who works on my video editing software. They have still not gotten back to me. It's a mystery how they still have a company. Because their service is so bad and it keeps going bad all the time. Doesn't quite look right, looks a little floofy. Let's try and clean this up. Alright. Trying to think more about teeth in here too. Kim might be upset if I try to ink too much in mouths, but honestly, it should be black anyway in there. You wouldn't see that. It's something that you think you see when you're drawing, but it's not necessarily something that's there. Something that my high school art teacher told me. And I always thought it was, well, I thought it was strange when I was in his class. I didn't know what he was talking about. He always said, you need to draw what you actually see, and not what you think you see. And what he meant by that is, like, in this instance, like, I know I'm drawing an eye here, right? So, technically, like, that's an eye, you know? Or, like, if you're not looking at anything, you might think that that's an eye, or we're a little too close if I can see that. But, like, you have to think about what you would see from this angle, because I have to make all of this up. I don't have models for literally everything that I'm doing. It'd be nice, but, yeah, we don't have that. A little much. Anyway, trying to make people look a little bit more alive here. Anyway, you can see up top, I've got 4 other pages that I managed to sketch before this. If we're lucky, we're gonna finish this one page. I don't really take as much time when I sketch, obviously, than when I ink. When I'm sketching, I'm more looking at, like, the composition and things like that, like trying to make sure that it actually looks like it's portraying what I wrote in the script. As opposed to, like, what's the anatomy of this character? Like, how do they look? There, see, like, this ink looks much more like, the character's name is Bo, than, it previously did. I think so. This is pretty good. This, remix soundtrack. This, I think, is the last panel where I have to draw his hair like this, so... Like, in the entire book, actually. Well, towards the end, I might do that again. Maybe not, but we'll see. I'm not even gonna ink any more in there. I'm gonna let Kim smooth his head up. Da 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 da. Yeah, that. Let's keep where I have the collar. Meaning that's gotta go. All right, so people's necks at this weird little hook there. Doesn't quite go at that angle. I'm gonna try to actually, let's just fix that. But they have a hook that, like, yeah, up. Bum 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 ba da dum. This is Yasunori Mitsuda, the melody. What? Whoa, that would go like this way, wouldn't it? Yeah. Seems kind of large. Did I make that collar too big? A little bit. That's better. Yeah, no reference materials. It makes it a lot, tougher sometimes to get certain, poses that I want. Or outfits in general, because I'm not seeing how it would actually fold over the clothes or anything like that. You make your lines quicker, you can make them cleaner. Alright, good enough. Yeah. Sometimes I want to put, like, a little bit more in there. Unclothes. Kim gets mad if I, Where's his other arm? Where's his arm? Okay, so this is the correct one. You got, like, gotta get your scapula. Not your scapula, your, what's the name of that bone? No, it totally is your scapula. No. Scapulas are here. That's your scapula. Been a while. Man, I had it in, I learned more in my anatomy courses than I ever did in my drawing courses about actually how to, like, draw people. Just kind of sad. I just didn't have great art classes. Pretty much had to be self-taught with everything. Which is not great. But I had this anatomy class where it was an accelerated college course. Oh, shoot, you're not going to see this at all. The whole thing was every single day in this accelerated course, we had to learn some completely new like aspect of the human body, right? And the tests, like, so the way that the whole class works is, like, we would start the day with a test on the last day's thing, and it would be like a final exam kind of thing, like, it's huge, and then we'll move on and, like, never talk about that again. Oh, it was stressful. And then we would learn about what we're gonna be tested on the next day, and then have a lab about that thing that same day. It was like I don't remember how many hours the class was, but it was huge. Definitely not a recommended way to learn things, but it worked out enough. You know, I also need my references for my outfits to make sure that I'm doing this correct. I'm working off my other monitor at the moment, so just give me 1 second. Here we go. Might even pop on screen for you. It did not, but anyway, this is my reference for what Bo is wearing in this chapter, so I'm going to keep this over to the side somewhere. In fact, maybe smaller, because there's a lot that I need to see right now. On my other monitor, that is. And I can't really cover up Photoshop, because as soon as I click on Photoshop, it's obviously covering up everything that I did. To make sure I got this thumb right, your thumb... I assume his thumb would come more to the foreground like that. And not go up so high. Correcting hands and little things like that's going to be a large part of transferring inks into... I'm sorry, transferring a sketch into inks. Alright, so... if I could just see through what I'm doing, I'll be alright. But anyway, yeah, there's anatomy tests. So get this, like, imagine you have, like, an in-depth thing on how bones work and the skeletal system and all that, and you don't know what your test is going to be on, right? And then you show up to class. This is what happened. Your next day, and you're given a diagram of the entire human body, and every single bone is labeled in it. Well, not really. There's like lines for each bone. And no multiple choice or nothing. You then have to write out the name. Just the name of every single bone. So she caught us expecting we were studying for something else entirely. Not knowing what we're going to be tested on, so we ended up being tested on every single bone what we could name. Yikes. But anyway, like that kind of thing, same for muscles. She did something similar for muscles. And I think she had something like, if you could get 100 of the bones, then you get 100. So like each bone was 1 point. That's more showing me where the shoulders go. In fact, this is a little much here. Wouldn't do that. Okay. There would absolutely be something here, though. Good enough. Alright. I don't want to spend too much time drawing parts that nobody's really going to look at. The hand, you're definitely going to see that, but before we do that, let's make sure we draw through it properly. You do not see his belt line in this, which means I probably should have made the shirt go lower. Alright. You do see pockets, though. Actually, the pocket, if you don't see the belt line, pocket really comes from here. Alright. Might want to clean that part up a bit. Alright, hand. Let's see if I could not screw this up somehow. I'm gonna try and, like, wing a hand foreshortened in front of me. The most artist's worst nightmare. It's not good, but it's not terrible. Problem is my eraser is quite large right now. I keep it big when I sketch because, like, usually I'll get fed up with one segment and just redo a ton of it all at once. That is not where that knuckle should be. Should be, like, here. Now I can erase my way to it. I decided against doing fingernails in this book, if that matters to anybody, but like, if you're a weird fingernail person. They're just a pain to draw. I'm sure if I do like a really close-up panel of some hands, I probably will put them in there, but like, I already draw way more than I should. It should go a lot lower than that, I think. Maybe round that out and we'll just erase through it and see what it looks like. Clean that up. Doesn't look quite right, but if we zoom out, it might be fine, so. It's good enough. It's getting the job done. The problem is the thumb here. Like, this thumb doesn't look like it would go up that high. It really should be coming towards us more, like this. So right now he's kind of breaking it backwards. Yeah, more like that. Meaning I now have to continue these lines. That's the kind of stuff I want to avoid when I'm inking. You know, you'd rather figure that stuff out when you're sketching. But you can't do everything perfectly. Alright. My little rule of thumb with that cuff opening is to look for his thumb and open it by the thumb. Though I think they open on both sides, so I really should be paying attention to both. Yeah, it's open on both sides on the profile that I did here. Oh, is he finished? Okay, cool. Gotta get in the habit of continuously hitting save as well, because I was not doing that before. Her head looks really big here. Maybe her body looks small. Maybe she's foreshortened because she's looking at this angle. That's probably what's going on. Alright, well... oh, where actually is the edge of your face? Is it this? Is that the line that looks closer? Okay. I mean, spending the week doing a lot more drawing is helping. It's also helping my head. Still recovering from the head ouchies. It's weird that, like, I recognize all this music as Chrono Trigger, but I don't remember where. This is very clearly the guy who would go on to do Xenoblade. And Saga. Well, not Saga 2. Kind of wish he did Saga 2. Saga 2 has a good soundtrack, though. For all 5 people out there who've played Xenosaga 2, know what I'm talking about. Oh. So... faster I can fly through this. I wonder if I can even get to a second page today. I hope so. That's not right. Right now, she's got... hair that's kind of coming down over the ears. One's longer than the other, and I don't think I could, yikes, get through there, but we did. So, like, I'm drawing intentionally with a really big brush. Obviously, if I, like, let go a bit, it'll get thinner. And I'm doing that to avoid from drawing lines too small for a printer to see. Because you gotta remember... oops. You gotta remember... this whole thing is basically an 8.5 by 11, so a regular printer sheet, office paper. I set to that because it was like a relatively cheap and easy default size for printing at. Oi, squad, you were first and then you were last, Buster. How are things in Malta? I'm just talking about anatomy. Anatomy's weird, man. My daughter's really into anatomy, too. Like, really into it. Though lately, she's starting to ask a lot of questions about trees, and I feel like I need to get books on trees, because, like, trees and cars are, like, 2 things that you could point at it and ask me, like, what is that? And I'll be like, a tree? Like, a car? Like, what kind of car did the perpetrator get away in? I am so glad I have not been, like, the only witness of a crime where the police needed me, or somebody desperately needed me to identify, like, a type of car, because, no. I simply cannot do it. You wouldn't see that from here. You would see it coming from the other side. Let's do her hand first, and then I'll do this. This, though, I need to draw. I got lost in the Elden Ring sauce. Oh, yeah. Is it spicy sauce? How's that sauce? It's honestly, like, I don't mean to complain about Elden Ring. I've already played and reviewed it. I just, like... I was so meh with that game. Because it seemed to be doing everything I was hoping it wouldn't. It's the spiciest of sauces. Yeah, it can be difficult if that's where we were going with that. I think I stopped inking this. Kim told me to stop doing that because she had to follow it. So, let's not do that anymore. This hand, though, is absolutely going to be tough, and I didn't really do myself any favors with sketching, so we're going to have to just wing it. That's the bottom of the palm, meaning this goes up, this comes out. Hold on. I drew 6 fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're gonna have to fix that. But since it's so small, we're just gonna, like, clasp these in here. I'm still not feeling the best. Ugh. Seriously, never hit your head. Just don't, man. It's awful. Oh. There's so much I can't do. Alright, that's gonna be what we're gonna work with. Bum, 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 bum. this is pretty good. This is, music is a tad loud. Well, it should be able to rise by itself. I've also got ducking on right now, so it should lower itself, and I made time to make sure that it will actually work. Push it down by a few decibels. That should help it out. Just to reiterate, squad, I did make sure that the live stream lobby on Discord is working today. So if you'd like, hop on in. Sabotage. Is this regular? This is not regular combat. This must be like one of the boss themes. Never hit my head too hard. I got socked in the jaw once though. Oh, me too. Yeah. All the time. But like, well, not all the time now anymore, but like grade school, high school, yes. No more. That doesn't quite look right. Let's put the finger here. People don't like put their fingers in strange places like that. Also looks kind of long. You know, I don't know which were... I think there's only 4 tracks in all of Chrono Trigger that Nobuo Uematsu did, and not Yasunori Mitsuda. And I couldn't name which ones they are. He did them because he, Masahiro Sakurai'd himself and worked so hard he ended up in the hospital. I would join, but I'm a bit worried because I'm playing a game that makes my language very colorful. You would have to watch that, sir. Yeah, I feel bad if anybody like really wanted to watch me do Shadow of the Erdtree. I just... Last Souls thing I beat was Dark Souls 2's DLC, and it was like reiterating what I didn't like about the DLC from the first one. And I was hearing reviews already of people complaining about the same thing with Elden Ring, so I was like, Just... honestly, if they made you like warp to a new location and start over at level 1, they could scale the game better, I think. Personally, that's the way I sees it. Is your head really cocked that side? I guess so. You don't ever want a female to look at you like this. Female. Oh yeah, female. Definitely female. Okay, her neck is not that long. I'm gonna switch to the other profile art I have of her outfit, which is here, by the way. Keeping it off screen so I can see what I'm doing. Oh god, like my neck is messed up. My brain, I feel like I can think at regular speeds again. But, or like, I could speak at regular speeds, because I was like, I felt like I was trapped in my body for a while. Because I could think at the regular speed as if like almost nothing was wrong. Oh, and then like trying to tell somebody things, like, I knew what I was saying, but none of the words were coming out. It was bad. I know you get different reactions to, having a concussion in different parts of the head. Brain injuries are just bad all the time. Alright, that's probably it. I'm gonna draw for the, actually, hold up. Just gonna say lower that a bit. I'm sick the last 2 weeks, and it just won't go away for some reason. Yikes! What are you sick with? You know, like, when I just came back from Florida, and whenever I am near the ocean, like, I feel so much better. And I'm not talking about, like, oh, it's so relaxing. No, my body doesn't let me relax. I have intense anxiety all the time. But, like, I mean, my allergies just went away. As soon as I came back here, I was immediately sick. I live in a place that I'm sick just existing in. Perpetually sick. And that's a stupid. Got an annoying cough, runny nose, and sometimes getting blinding headaches. Might need to down some antibiotics because I'm going to Rome next Friday. You know, it's funny you say those symptoms. I'm a little worried for you now because, the last time I went on vacation, I had basically those symptoms, and it was really, really bad. I just, like, drank more cough syrup than water. Not literally, but, like, you got the idea. And, it never helped. Like, nothing was working. When I came back home, they got me tested and found out that I had COVID my entire trip. That's why I was so miserable. And, it's pretty much what I had. My nose was so runny I couldn't breathe at night. Had, like, no energy, terrible headaches. It was misery. Absolute misery. I think that's the only time I've had it. This kind of sucks, you know. It was on, like, my one trip. The only time I could leave. Might need to go down. Oh, I already read that guy. I could read. But I also can't remember anything. You know, cork coasters suck. You know that? They suck. But I use them because they're Nintendo ones that I got. From, spending all those stupid, platinum points or whatever they're called. Oh yeah, COVID's running rampant against it. Could be Malta. Yeah, that's. I'm worried for you. That's what it is. I got really worried when it came out that having COVID actually basically gives you brain damage each time you have it. Like, man, it's dangerous stuff. It's another one of the boss themes. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I actually played Chrono Trigger. It's not too bad, more annoying than anything. Okay. Have you had it before? I mean, at this point, I assume so. I assume everybody on the planet has had this horrible thing. Alright, so that goes through here. Oh, that's the edge of the sleeve. You don't see that. This you will. Ah, it's too long. Yeah, I had COVID before. So, you might just have the smaller symptoms because it's, your body already knowing how to fight it off. You got its antibodies. You can beat it. So I suspected I had it a second time. I didn't know for sure. Because, get this. At the place I worked, they made a policy that if you got tested for COVID, you were not permitted to come into work for 2 weeks, even if the test came back negative. How stupid is that? So basically what that meant was, if you're worried about getting your coworkers sick and you do the responsible thing and go and get yourself tested, you now are giving up 2 weeks worth of your paycheck. So nobody got tested and everybody got sick. That's what happened. Isn't that just something? This is Frog. Frog is the best, man. He's probably my favorite character in that game. That game has great characters. He's also great for combat. Frog. He's a winner. I think, it was like a good, like, I just want to destroy team. What's her name? Aya? The cave woman. I don't remember her name. Aya or something. It's really short. But she's a monster. She refuses to use any weapons. But, like, holy crap. She destroyed everybody. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Alright, just be the edge of this shirt. People's ribs don't do that, you idiot. A little big there. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. I don't know, man. Whenever I hear anything about American healthcare, I cringe. Do you want to hear some great about healthcare in America? You want to hear more? I could tell you stories. It really is like the worst kind of like third world abominable like hellscape that you think it is. It's just as bad. For all parties, too. Like, even doctors. I feel horrible for doctors who have to work here because they end up needing to, let me see the edge of this thing. I guess I'll keep it up here. They need to pretty much be on call consistently, so they're never off work. It's terrible. But even still, like, my doctor, maybe my brain is kind of slow again today. My doctor took a, go ahead and make my day. My doctor has been on vacation since I conked my head. I point up here, but it was actually here. If my face cam were bigger, you'd see. Rest of my skin is one color, and then bright pink, because it's all new skin. I smacked it so hard, and I scabbed it while I was landing. So, anyway, when was Father's Day? I'm gonna put this in perspective for you, okay? My calendar's not really showing me. It's been weeks. I don't remember when Father's Day was, but what, you look it up. Father's Day. I get a concussion, okay? Hit my head. And, I tried to go to the doctor, right? Because Kim, she already knows this is bad news. She has had a concussion herself. She knew what to look for. However, getting to actually see a doctor is a pain in the neck. Aside from the fact that, unfortunate circumstances, my doctor happened to be on vacation at the time. Do I have lines in her outfit here? Let me try and zoom in really quick. Yep. In fact, she's got like some unique looking like button thing in the center. Anyway, my doctor's out of town, so I gotta come in and see somebody else. My option is like come in and see somebody else in several days, or wait until she comes back. So I'm like, all right, fine. I gotta go see somebody else. It doesn't matter. I just need somebody to tell me what I gotta do here for a freaking concussion. And so I get in there, I see this guy, right? I have to pay money every time I go to the doctor. Like, I don't know what other people have for that. So like, I'm paying like, just the copay. That's not even the insurance, and insurance is not what you think it is in this country. Did that finish the panel? Hey, I think we're done. Hey, so I'm paying my copay. And I go to see this guy. He's super late. He finally comes in. I tell him what happened. He says, okay, well, I can't do anything unless you get a CT scan. So I'm going to order one of those for you. Here's a paper, and here's a referral for a neurologist. And he leaves. He was in the room for like maybe 3 minutes. I paid for this guy to do this. And then, so I realized he didn't actually schedule a CT scan. He asked me to do it. But he didn't. He thought he asked me to do it. He didn't say that. He gave me a piece of paper. Walked away. So then I have to go and figure out, I have to get this scheduled myself. So I schedule my CT scan. The only time they can get me in was like 10:30 at night or something like that. So I'm out driving myself, all concussed, in the middle of the night, trying to get myself to this CT scan, which I didn't give an update for in a vlog or anything. I was planning on giving an update in a vlog, but like, they didn't find anything, which is good. I mean, like, if they'd found anything, it would have been brain hemorrhaging or anything like that. I assume that's all they were looking for, because I found out after I'd taken it, by reading online, concussions are not visible in CT scans. So he insisted on me going to do this thing. I had to pay for the CT scan as well. That wasn't going to do anything. And now here I am, still concussed, no help whatsoever, no advice on what I'm supposed to be doing. How do I fix this? Who knows? I'm just gonna be slow for the rest of my life now. And that neurologist appointment that I scheduled, they said on the phone while I was talking with them, they had a cancellation just a few minutes ago. And because of that, they could get me in way sooner. I was like, oh, good. When's that? September. And this was a month ago, okay, when I was calling. I guess it's like soon after Father's Day. I'm like, September. Yes, September. What am I supposed to do? That is the soonest I can see a soul. And it's a consultation. It's not like it's actual therapy. Oh my god, this... It's like, we have doctors anymore whose job is to get you out of their room. Is this private or public healthcare? This... okay, so hold on. This was I guess a private establishment. It's not like there is free public health care in the United States. No, there is the extremely expensive private health care, or you die. Those are your options. And even if like you have no money and you're struggling, you're a senior citizen, you're gonna die at the end of the week, the government's like, let them. All right, here's volume 2. I had to jump to that next one. So, this is not even the first time I've had a doctor send me to do some expensive test that wasn't gonna do anything. For my liver, which, by the way, I still don't have any solution or advice for at all, and it has been like 2 years. And I haven't gotten to see anybody who has actually done anything. The only person who has done a damn thing was this one guy who really shouldn't have a job. Because when I dislocated my wrist, had to go to an orthopedic specialist, like a long story short, appointment in the hospital, came for 9 months later, had to go see a private specialist. See, like, that's an option though. Like, we don't have that option here. That is not a thing here. No, it's the extremely expensive thing that is going to ruin your family for the rest of their lives. Your children's children will be paying off the fact that you had to get some blood work done, which is what this guy ordered. So, anyway, this liver specialist, he's he says he can't figure out what's wrong with me because I'm not drinking, I'm not eating a bunch of fatty foods, I'm not overeating, I'm not doing the things that would like cause a severe fatty liver out of nowhere. He can't figure it out. So he says he wants to get some blood tests done. I'm like, all right, fine. I'll have to go get the blood tests then. There was other stuff that he did like that just like really pissed me off, and honestly I don't even remember because like this is just a continual thing. Our healthcare is so horrible. But like whatever it was, it made me like reluctant to even do the blood test because I was trying to see somebody else because this guy was brushing me off and like not taking this seriously, and like I felt like he would rather just kind of let me die. And I do mean that quite literally. This guy, like, a lot of doctors around here just don't care. You know, like, anyway. So, he orders this blood test, right? And, I eventually go take it. So you would think, if you have a condition that likely, if left unattended, will kill you soon, that your insurance company, who you're paying for things that you absolutely have to take, would cover such tests. Ordered by your referred doctor from the place that you already know your insurance goes through. You can already hear where I'm going with this. Yes, Christ, that's more, but it's where we live, man. It sucks. It's like, don't get sick, because that's the end of you. So, I get these blood tests, okay? And you walk into, and this is like the place where I normally go to see my family doctor to get the blood test done, okay? So I go in to get the blood test done. Like, everything seems completely normal, and I've had blood tests done before. I get blood work. I guess I'm drawing eyebrows on top of the hair. Sometimes when I like really emphasize like the way some character feels, I'll draw the eyebrows on top of the hair. Kind of an anime thing to do, but it's helpful. It's effective. So anyway, I'll go to like get physicals, right? And they'll get some blood drained out of me. It's always got to be my left arm. If you saw my right one, it looks like a Ken doll. Like, it is flat. There are no veins in this arm at all, I swear to God. It works by pure magic. This one, veins are right on the top. I could sneeze and bleed myself dry. They're right there. And many nurses insist, oh, I have to get it out of the right arm. I'm like, you won't, ma'am. This side is all you're getting. And she's like, no, my tools are set up over here, and I'm gonna get it out of the right arm. I've probably told you guys once, I've actually had a nurse break a metal needle because trying to find the vein in my right arm, she broke it pushing it against my bone. That's how hard she was pushing. In my what do you call this? My weenus. Right, is that the word for that? No, that's this side, right? That's the little children's name for the flab at the end of your elbow. Whatever this area is. That bloodless part of my body, she broke it in there. But anyway, it's getting hot. I'm gonna turn my fan on and I'll tell you the rest of this blood story. You like blood? Let's draw blood.
Blood. Gallons of the stuff. Give them all that they could drink and it will never be enough.
Man, it got hot in here fast. So, I'm bleeding out of this side. They take their first vial. They take their second. They take their third. I'm like, how many do you need? I'm like, 10. What? 10? Like, they don't tell me any of this at the front, by the way. I walk in, I say, like, oh, I had some blood tests. A doctor ordered me to get some blood tests done here. They're like, okay, just sign here. Sign says we're allowed to bill your insurance. I'm like, of course you are. Good. I sign that. I sit down to go in the back, and that's it. They just start taking blood, okay? So I just want to point out, at no point did they tell me what this was going to entail. That I was going to be drained of 10 vials of blood. And, I didn't even have a chance, but I was, like, trying to tell the person, like, oh, 10. I wish I'd known that sooner. I would have had, you know, something sweet to eat, because, like, I get lightheaded like that when someone's draining my blood. I don't know why. Like, I could see, like, the most morbid, disgusting, like, mutilated person who just gets, like, annihilated on the street, which doesn't actually happen. Like, the trope that we wake up every morning and there's another shooting. Well, okay, somewhere in America that is true, but, like, not where we live. It's not that extreme. So, if I see someone else, doesn't seem to bother me at all. For some reason, I see it coming out of me and I'll get sick. It's more aggravating than anything. So anyway, I was warning her, like, that's a heck of a lot. But anyway, I get through it. I leave. Week later, I get a bill. And it's $1,000. $1,000 for blood work. I was like, oh, no, you don't. So, I tried fighting it. So I was like, you never, like, I had no reason to believe that this was going to be outside of my regular coverage, which the insurance company claimed it was. They claimed I didn't need it, meaning, like, they think I would have survived without it, but, like, like, this guy ordered it because he was trying to diagnose what was wrong with my liver and killing me. I don't know what more, like, how more of dire circumstances you can get. So, anyway, another thing I want to point out. Remember I said they just had me sign something and that was that? So, they never once, anyone ever, gave me any indication of how much this would cost. And on top of that, had they even said that it was going to cost that much, I would have said, okay, I'm just going to give you my information, send that to the insurance company. If they say they won't cover it, I can't get it done. Right? That's just how it goes here. So, that never happens. They send me this bill, and I'm like, I'm not paying that. Like, arrest me. I ain't paying that. Like, that was on you. But unfortunately, in this country, doesn't matter. The healthcare system owns you. It sucks. I gotta get to drawing. We got too much to do today. Anyway, I hate our healthcare system. I don't even think I pay that much for the whole treatment of my wrist. We're talking consultations and medicine include. This is just the blood work. And by the way, here's the real kicker. That blood work found nothing. Nothing. Ta-da! America. Land of the free and home of the exploited. Anywho's. So, I never got any more treatment with, my liver. Next time I saw that doctor, I told him. He's like, oh, it looks like those, tests, all came back negative, so just kind of keep doing what you're doing. And I'm like, oh, hold on. He was about to leave the room, and that was all he was gonna say. So I was like, you sit back down. And I was pretty stern with him, and he was a little surprised. I'm like, no, hold on. Do you realize that those tests cost me $1,000? I'm like, oh, I'm sorry about that. I'm like, do you know what $1,000 is to a normal person? Like, that like cripples us. You're like, okay, that's insane how much that is. Secondly, you never told me what to do to begin with. You're a doctor, aren't you? And so I'm not seeing that guy anymore. Not because he doesn't want to see me. Honestly, if I could, I'd try and report that guy and get him fired, but unfortunately it's just not a thing you could do. Nope. Oh my god. Yeah, he has no concept of money. No respect for other people's money or time. And by the way, it wasn't like a matter of weeks. Every time I saw this guy, it took a year. A year. Okay? So, for something that could kill me, his first response to try and diagnose it with some blood test that he won't disclose to me cost a lot, because to him, that's pocket change. And are you sure it's fatty liver? Who the hell knows? I don't know, I live here. I could have cancer, for crying out loud. I don't know. That probably would have shown up on a blood test, though. So I exaggerate with that. You got me. But still, not by much. Not much. Oh, God. This is gonna get me, like, drawing the rest of his hair, because I believe that's a finger sticking out here. It's probably the only other one we would see. Alright, let's just draw his hair later. Oh, shoot, her other hand. So she can't even get a second opinion feasibly. Oh, hell no. No, this is the person I have to go to who was referred to by my doctor, or else I'm paying astronomical fees. Okay? And what I told you was supposed to be the affordable stuff, okay? Yeah. I have absolutely considered how much is it really going to cost for us to just try to leave the country. Like, is that actually cheaper? I hate this place anyway. Like, with a passion, I hate this place. But I'm stuck here. You get trapped. You're financially trapped. Not even really, like, connected to anybody here. Like, tied down somehow. Be a shame moving away from Zach. That's about it. Matt doesn't even talk to me anymore. None of my other friends do. Wait. So if you don't visit the doctor your doctor recommended, you have to pay more? Oh, yeah. Well, hold on. Let me explain how this is. So, you have to pay what, let's just say, the going list price is, okay? Which, let's say, like, just to see them would be like 10,000. Okay? Get, like, a couple tests done. It would be thousands every time you do anything. If you go with who they told you and use their referral, then it has a chance of being within your network. All the time I'll get referrals that are outside of my network and I still can't go. Okay, it has to be within your network or else. That's it. So, first they need to refer you. That, like, sometimes that's like the only way to even get in. You need one doctor to even tell you you're allowed to get in, but otherwise, like, it's not always the case, but believe me, it's worse than what you think. Hold on here. Actually, the hair wouldn't go there. What is this part of the soundtrack? Seriously, I had no clue what this is. Oh, hold on. What am I thinking here? You wouldn't see this. Unless that's the edge of her hair. Yeah, let's just make that her hair. My friend's getting their pilot license soon. I have a pilot license. In the meantime, get everything packed and we're coming to pick you up. Dude, if you could, I'd uproot so quick. Seriously would. Actually, I think it's a pretty tight outfit. I don't think it would look like that. Eh. Bum, bum, bum. So, yep, no idea what's wrong with my my gut. No idea what's wrong with my head. And my head's making it worse, by the way. So, nobody clicks on this wanting to talk about poop, but since I hit my head, only like in the past few days was I finally granted the luxury of a solid bowel movement. I practically jumped for joy. My anus was so pleased. Something that I hit in my head, like, messed up my digestion. I would eat something, and within minutes, it would be out. I'd be done. I couldn't eat anything. I was feeling sickly. I couldn't sleep. I still can't sleep. Who the heck knows what's wrong about all that? It's not like I'm gonna be able to see anybody. This should be more rounded. I can see the sketch through here. I'll sketch through clothes when I am sketching. It helps you get the volume right for outfits. Did I finish up? Whoa! Not what I did. Yeah, I think I finished all that. Kim and Clover should have taken off by now. They are spending the day out with some friends. I'm holding spacebar. My pilot license isn't gonna get me anywhere, though. Mine is just for drones. And boy, was it a pain to get. The FAA does not mess around, man. Man, this is a really good set of remixes. I should back up farther. It's easier to do these longer straight lines if you just, like, do that. Better. Thing is, like, there's actual muscles in there, so it's hard to just wing the right line. Plane trip. Best I could do is tie myself to my drone, send it on full throttle straight up, like I'm wearing like a set of suspenders that I tied to the bottom of the drone, and I'll just like send it up as fast as I can to just watch it run out of battery while I stand there not moving at all. You know, you guys have never seen the drone that I built. It's huge. It's like, okay, I don't know how much scale you can see here, but like, I probably could not physically put it into this space to show you. It's giant. Okay, like, it probably like, 3.5 feet by 3.5 feet. And like, 2.5 tall. It's a monster. However, the problem with that is the battery that it needs to lug around is heavy, and unfortunately, the way that it goes is if the battery's heavy, you're spending more battery trying to stay in the air, and it equals out like I'm not going anywhere. So no matter what I put on that thing, it's just gonna be a problem. It's not gonna fly. Not fly well. It flies, obviously. Money-making idea, use the drone to deliver pizzas. Like, let me put it in perspective. Assuming it's carrying nothing, okay? Nothing. This thing can only, like, stay airborne for, like, 5 minutes. And on top of that, I need to stay in visual line of sight of this thing because it just starts going down sometimes, and I have no indication of what the battery's like. This is home built, okay? So it's not like there is like a battery sensor on like a little screen that I get to watch, you know, as I control it with the controls. No, like I built all of it. I built the controls. I synced the GPS to it. Everything. I did it myself. So, when I say that, I mean, I don't trust it. Yeah, I can't take that thing out of my sight. It's also loud as hell. Like, most drones, you can barely hear like a little whiz in the sky. Mine, I turn it on, and it's like I got like one of those pull string mowers, like. My cousins wanted me to film some drone shots of their outdoor wedding. Here's what happened, okay? They start playing the music. My cousin, the bride, starts coming out of the reception hall over to the building. And I'm like, all right, here she comes. I'm gonna, and I'm on the opposite side, okay? Like, everyone sees, oh, they all stand up to see the bride. They're all starting to look this way. Everybody, every single person, including the groom and the priest, all turn to look at my drone going up in the sky. What's that thing? And they're all just staring at it. I put that thing down so fast, I actually flipped and crashed it. Don't do that. So, those should probably go the other way, though. Hips don't do that. Better. All right. Hips do that. Yep. I'm gonna say you have a line in your jeans. You stole their thunder? Oh, yes, I did. Every soul in that reception hall was only looking at moi during their wedding. Forget the bride and the groom. This wedding is about me. They asked me to do it. I'm sure it didn't occur to them that I can only send that thing up, like, for 5 minutes, so I'm gonna wait until she's walking out of the damn hall before I put it up. Oh, God. That was a disaster. Okay, speaking of disaster, let's mess this guy's hair up. Kind of flake in there, get that in the foreground a bit. Just a wheedle bit. That's odd they did sound effects too. Well, I guess it'd be like a fanfare. Man, if they're doing every single track, that means like you could actually like legitimately patch in a copy of a Chrono Trigger and play this for everything instead. Now, I love Yasunori Mitsuda's music. Like, I freaking love his music, but Super Nintendo don't sound this good. And I also love the way the Super Nintendo sounds. Let's try and get a third finger in here somehow. There we go. Now, if only Kim can identify fingers, like finger, finger, finger. That's some Mr. Bean shenanigans right there. And the whole time, like, I didn't even have to look at my screen or the footage. I'm just putting it up in the air, and I look back over, and every single person... Like, come on! I didn't have the heart to look at the bride. As soon as I saw them doing that, I was like, oh my god, put it down, put it down, put it down, put it down. Like, I'm just gonna have to tell them later. Tell them later, I'm so sorry. My drone is really freaking heavy. And loud. In case you guys didn't figure that out. Like, oh, do you know my drone? It's pretty loud. I tried to tell you that. You didn't listen to me. Be laughing so damn hard. I think I'd crap myself. It was not funny for me. Nah, it was extremely unfunny. I assure you, if you were that person trying to do that, there would not be any laughter. Quite stressful. Alright, let me... Oh god, this is, bit of a challenge trying to get in here. Let's see. Maybe I should, like, add an extra. Because right now we're obviously trying to really screw his hair up, if that's not obvious, and trying to draw something like that is not exactly the easiest. It's better the faster you go, I've found, for trying to do hair, but, like, I can't go quickly when, you know, there's hands there at the same time. There, kind of like... Though I probably should have, like, cleaned up the far side so it was obvious what he was in for. So kind of more like that. He has, like, a remnant of his ugly fixed hair. Oh yeah, definitely. I was saying I'd be laughing at you. Yeah. Everyone starts looking like, ooh, what's that? Like nobody actually wanted to be there. I mean, like, my cousin's not the nicest person. It's always kind of been that way. But, like, I don't want to ruin anybody's wedding. Da 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 da. Dude, this is a good remix, isn't it? I'm just imagining this beautiful day. It was a beautiful day. And suddenly hearing a lawnmower behind me and I look up to see this contraption rising in the air. That's what happened. It doesn't even look like a drone. Like, it's like you're imagining a drone. Here, I don't even think I could Google a drone that would look like what mine looks like. I would show you pictures of it, and you'd be like, what the hell is that thing? Clover calls it my helicopter. She was asking what it was when she found it in the basement, and I said, oh, it's kind of like a helicopter. Daddy can fly that thing. She goes, oh, Daddy has a helicopter? I want to fly Daddy's helicopter. All right. Obviously, that was coming next. Okay, fine. So we go out to put the thing up in the air. She thinks it's just the coolest thing, and it can go over the house, and then back over the house. I kept trying to tell her, like, hey, I got this tablet with an application that will connect to a Wi-Fi that I am broadcasting from the drone with another little piece that I soldered onto the back of the board that allows it to connect to the camera and broadcast it to that app so I can see what I'm doing. The thingamabob. I think it's called the Hamster 1. Hamster 01. I named it 01 because I was expecting to crash. If you could blame me. But no, I was actually, I was probably the best pilot they had there. They were asking me, like, oh, wow, you seem like a natural control in this thing. How are you so good at this? I'm like, I play a lot of video games. Like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, I'm telling you, man, like, it's just hand-eye coordination, knowing what I'm doing with my hand, and, like, immediately, oh, this was that, this is that. Okay, good, I'm set. Like, I can do it. I'm like, oh, well, I didn't think that would ever help me at all, says, like, the 40-year-old guy. I'm like, well, I mean, you had to be doing it for, like, 30 years. Then you might have some help, you know. Till then, you're probably not getting anything out of that. It gets hot in here. Do you all want to see me get naked on stream? Is it gonna be one of those streams? Hot damn. It's gonna get spicy tonight. Only clothes in this room are gonna be the ones I'm drawing. Wouldn't it be nice if you actually got to watch my Chrono Trigger episode of Playing With Myself that was featured on my channel? Wouldn't that be cool? Tough. You don't get to watch it. Is Shin Megami Tensei 4 going to become the final episode of Playing With Myself on accident? I sure as hell hope not. Yeah, a friend of mine who has never been a gamer got Elden Ring, and man, when I tell you what an eye-opener it was, that not everyone has good hand-eye coordination. Yeah, that was kind of dangerous. It's a skill you don't realize is developing when you're, playing games. But it is. You're getting good at controlling stuff, not, get good. Normally when someone says get good, they're just rudely talking about skill, which has nothing to do with, like, properly learning how to control something. Like, imagine the toxicity. Like, you go to, like, practice pilot training, and you wreck a biplane, and they're like, get good. It's just an atmosphere filled by immature children, Do I still see his hands in this? Ah, damn it, I do. I draw what's natural in this sketch, even though I'm like, I know I'm not gonna want to ink that later. Naked stream? What is this, the Twitch IRL section? You mean just like the regular Twitch section? Because like that's just what Twitch is now. Would I get more viewers if I just wore a bra? Like that's it. Oh. Don't quite look right. Man, I died so many times trying to go into what is like 60,000 BC or something like that. I don't remember what the exact year was. Squad, have you played Chrono Trigger? Like, people freak out or get like way too hyped about like new games that are coming out, and they never seem to like realize what kind of a library of amazing stuff like already exists that they just aren't trying or just don't even know about. Might not even realize it would suddenly become like one of their favorites. Yeah, Chrono Trigger's amazing. I think that question would require the employment of the scientific method. I wonder, what if? Let's try. You're right, we would have to have a control group, which would be basically every other stream I've ever done. Okay. So we'll look at the average viewer count. Does Bo have a line at the bottom of his sweater? Nope. Stop it. Bum bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum ba ba. That's probably all I'm gonna do. I don't want to add too many of these. Kim gets mad. Add some more. Not played Chrono Trigger. It's a game. It's a video game. Very good. Let me spoil it. It's gonna be a double 10 out of 10 when I inevitably get my review out. Actually, it might not be 2. It might just be 1. I'm very picky anymore when I'm giving out 2. Delivered a pizza and my stomach hates me now. Devoured a pizza, not delivered. Oh, yeah, don't do that to yourself. Pro tip, don't do that. Yeah. Man, like, I can't actually eat that much anymore. Like, I used to, not that, like, I can't physically do it. I'm sure I could devour something. I have to stop myself because I'm so paranoid about my, my liver. You know, because I don't have any healthcare to tell me what the hell I need to do. So I try to eat less all the time and try to eat better all the time. But, like, I was already eating kind of light and, not eating as badly. It's still, you know, still happening. But it was good. See, that's where it gets me. Pizza will do that to me too. I'm like, oh man. But it's so delicious. I just want more. Just one more slice. Just one. That's a mistake. Would that even be? Yeah, that would be there. About there. Oh yeah, my stomach just can't freaking digest stuff, so that's definitely a meat problem. All right, trying to see, like, this would be the first finger. Fingers are a heck of a lot easier if you just kind of, like, make them one lump. No one's really gonna be looking here anyway, you know? Like... make a chimera of mass. Nah, it probably would be pointed out a little bit more. Not bad, it's fine. I eat 1 meal per day and only one. That is extremely bad for your metabolism. When you get to be my age, you might suddenly have a destroyed liver, but at least you have the healthcare that can actually protect you. I assume. I mean, you don't live where I do. You don't live in a hellscape where your doctor is actually trying to get you killed because then it's one less person bothering them. Man, even my primary care physician, she never listens to anything that I actually, like, come in to talk to her about. Is there, like, a button or anything on these? On the back. Oh, crap. Yeah, there's supposed to be buttons on the back. Well, we're not seeing the back from here, so I'll just let it go for now. Oh, God, what is this angle I drew for myself? One thing at a time here. That'd be flat. OMAD is a type of intermittent fasting. I mean, if it's part of your strategy, it's just, I want to feel hungry throughout the day. Sure, but not just because you don't feel hungry doesn't mean you're not destroying your metabolism. If you, like, ideally, we need to eat like bears and just, like, nibble on stuff slowly throughout the day instead of, like, gorge ourselves. Even, like, the 3 meals a day is a bad idea for your metabolism. It's more efficient. It's usually gets most people through it, but it's not how babies eat. We're not born to eat like that. We're bred to eat like that and taught to eat like that. And yeah, it's definitely not good for our body. it's convenient. That does not look right. Actually, these fingers would be lower. If you were hanging your hand like that. No, you may actually curl him in. Like that. Yeah, better, gooder, better, best. Good enough for me. Let's move on. This face right here is how I feel every time I go to the doctor's office. Not because I'm sick, but because I have to deal with the doctor's office and then get hit with an extremely impossible bill. I try not to do many of these panels where I'll, like, from the same angle, draw the same characters, you know, multiple times in a row. But for the sake of the visual gag of what was happening in this scenario, if you saw the previous panel we did, or not Paige we did last time we time before last, this character was working really hard to look nice by himself while he was coming out to meet this woman. And she immediately screws up his hair. Females, am I right? Odd female. Clover's already picking up on the way that I speak, and it's not great. Like, we were watching fireworks on the 4th of July. What did I say? It was like... Ah, yes, I have come to enjoy these airborne combustibles. And Clover starts saying something like... What did she say? It was great. She's like... I like watching this flying human fire. I go, oh no, it's already happening. You poor thing. You already sound like me. Oh, this is Magus. Isn't this Magus? Yeah, this is Magus. Ba, 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 ba. Magus is cool. Yeah, we're gonna try and get one eyebrow raised. But not much. Guess I just leave hair last, don't I? Oh, they took out the creepy cackling. Like, in the background of this, I don't know how they did it on Super Nintendo, but it really sounds like, it's just this nightmare laugh. It's so creepy. Like, oh. I've never considered the idea that there are two of you now, Alex. Never consider. That's been the premise of my entire review series. What do you mean? I have an entire show that's just for you. Most of the time, there's only two of me. But yeah, it certainly increases. There. Not there. I'm missing my creepy laughter. When you're playing the game, you're like, oh my god, make it stop, that's so uncomfortable. But like, now that it's stopped, I want it back. It was like the fear is gone. I feel this face some days. Pretty much every day, actually. Get a concussion, and this will just be your face every day when you wake up. Even if you're a woman, you'll suddenly grow a goatee. Oh shoot, this is the end of the volume, huh? We're gonna need some new music after I finish switching it to volume 3. Boink. Alright, this is gonna be the end of this one. Singing Mountain, it's starting with. Let's get that photo I need back up. Feel stupid now, thanks a lot. Why art thou stupid? Oh, she never thought that there were two of me. But no, if she's lucky, she'll grow up nothing like me. I hope she won't grow up anything like me. Your biology is important in determining who you are, but it is not everything. I'm gonna do everything I can to help her with that. In fact, we just yesterday went to a doctor for Clover. Just for, like, Kim and I both have anxiety and depression issues, so we're trying to make sure that we're attentive to anything that she might already have of symptoms and, like, keep an eye out, try to make sure we can help her if we see anything. And, like, she will not, like, engage with other kids at all. She freezes up all the time. She'll throw a fit if there's an overload of, you know, like, different stimuli. So we wanted to make sure we got some help. Proactively trying to make sure that we, as parents, can help her with those things instead of doing, let's say, like my parents did, which was yell at me for not being like everybody else and just, you know, making fun of and, like, beating or just, like, verbally assaulting your child. I'm not doing anything that they did. They are just terrible people. Hey, look at that! I hit his hands behind the dialogue balloon. Let's draw a little farther just in case. We don't know exactly where it's gonna go, but it's likely gonna go there. Sure, let's shorten them up. Shorten them down? What's the proper... Well, it's not correct to end any sentence with a preposition. There I go, being incorrect. Man, it's getting difficult to be a something nowadays. I'ma bump you with a number. There you go. Just a random number. Kid. Yeah. Yeah. Well, even just being a kid normally, it's just a different era from when I was young. It feels like they have to figure out a broken world on their own. Here's the thing. Nothing changed. You just started perceiving the things that you realized that were wrong now. Kids are still gonna be kids. Luckily. Alright, now this absolutely needs some... No, not quite that direction. We're trying to... This doesn't look right at all. Sounds weird with trumpets. Never would have thought of this as a trumpet song. Too long. just gonna let Kim do it. Can't quite get it right. It's even somehow gonna mess up the bottom of his shirt. Now, did we see... No, he's the one we don't see that belt line for.
Actually, you kind of can.
Barely. Oh, shoot. Also, he's got lines going up his pants. Mostly on the bottom, though, so I'm not gonna draw them here. Guess you really wouldn't see this, would you? That's honestly, like, I don't need to do any more than that. It's covered up for the most part. Yeah, alright. Your turn. Oh my god. You were just like yelled a line. Like, oh, it's terrible! Get out of here! You're an awful artist. The hell'd you go to school for? Miserable waste of a human being? By the way, I was never really taught any of this that I'm doing. This is all self-taught, which is the crappy thing. So I went to school for this and they still didn't, like, help me whatsoever with what I wanted to actually do. They try to shape you into what they want you to do. And it sucks. You know, got it at home and then I got it at school too. Even though, like, art's supposed to be about freely finding your own expression, the way you want to do something. Don't go to art school. Just don't. Anybody. Never. Who's a waste of a human being? Had to take a phone call. I'm right here. I'm present. That's me. No question, I got it. I will take up that mantle. But yes, I was referring to myself. Being a terrible artist. Absolutely terrible. Young, get that back up and yawn, or so help me. Alright, got a thing behind the ear, which goes yunk, 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 and yunk for volume. Volume is something that I never really thought of much when doing this before, and I'm trying to be much more attentive in, I meant like chapter 1 and 2, I didn't really pay attention to the volume as much, or like didn't get a good grasp of it. Like, now I'm actually trying to think of, like, where's the plate of the face? Where's the skull back of the head in space? I'll erase the rest of that later. I heard this say that and had to throw the boss fight just to tell you that you're a beautiful special... Don't you dare throw a boss fight! I don't need to read the rest of that. Okay, I'll read it. Yeah, I'll read your completely contorted and misguided view of me for a moment. And your presence of this has made my life better. Well, that makes one. Oh god, I gotta run to the chalkboard and start tallies. 1. Woohoo! No, thank you, squad. Actually, no. Throughout the years, some people, I honestly don't know why, have run up or like sent comments and said stuff like that out of the blue, and they've never spoken to me before ever. I'm like, oh, you're welcome? Who are you? Like, what are you talking? What did I ever do? I just upload stupid videos on the internet. And the only reason I even do that is because some of my old friends asked me to years ago when I was doing Ocarina Hero. Ocarina Hero was not originally designed for YouTube. That kind of came later, and that's why the original episodes are all in parts and they don't exactly like fit a real flow or anything. So this has always been just some dumb stuff that I do by myself. And if anything, is I never would have imagined actually sitting down to stream something like this, or even stream at all. I never really wanted attention. For some reason, I decided to be a teacher for a while. Don't understand where that came from. You know, I remember in first grade, I was thinking I wanted to be a teacher, but I didn't know why, because I hated school. Even in first grade, when you're really just supposed to be, like, playing. Oh, that's creepy looking. Let's lower that teeth line a bit. You know, never know what people are going through just because someone that even replies to a comment may be more than someone might have gotten in there. Like, what? Just being someone that even replies to a comment may be more than what someone has ever gotten in their life. You're right. And that kind of shifted the way I thought about making stuff. And that at that point, when I started getting comments like that, and I was starting to get those kind of comments in the cute charm era, the heart gold cute charm era. People saying that kind of stuff. And I was like, hold on then. Like, what I then wanted to do for the channel was basically, like, create a space that is something that I wish I had when I was younger. And that being, I wish that I had, like, either, like, a fun neighbor, an older brother, somebody who I could, like, sit down and just have fun with and enjoy being around. Have them be able to recommend stuff to me that I can then check out later. Play games with them. You know, just be around that person. That's what I wanted. But it's kind of hard, like, in practice to try and make something like that. And of course, as it has been clear with YouTube pushing the algorithm way hard against me, YouTube certainly doesn't like that and doesn't want me doing that. And I don't care. I would rather this be important for, like, the 4 people who managed to stick around as opposed to, like, trying to make, like, shill out stuff for money where thousands, hundreds of thousands of people see it just so I can, you know, make a paycheck out of still doing what I love doing. Even though I desperately need the money. Maybe I'm just a fool. But that's how much that would have mattered to me when I was younger, having somebody like that. I feel like you would see the edge of the ear here. Just barely, tipping her head way back. Maybe not. Alright, hardest part of this outfit is definitely the, that sash thing, whatever it's called. What do you say, jacket? Is it here? Where did I draw it coming over? Oh, no, it's here. Let's save that for later. They made this jazzy. Hey, Squad, we're gonna finish this soundtrack soon. If you wanna pick a new, series or just something, tell me what you're thinking. I could try to find Elden Ring, but honestly, like, I went through the Elden Ring, soundtrack for my video. Man, that soundtrack sucks. Like, it's a lot of, I don't know what that is. It's this, like, mundane humming that is like nails on a chalkboard to me, and it's like almost every environment that you go to, there's just this. I'm like, oh. Drove me bonkers. I'm a sucker for Dark Souls 3 soundtrack. You know, I don't think I could even name any of the tracks if I played it and like tell you where it's from. Okay, I can try. I was thinking of playing VS3 again. That one's pretty good. It's not great. Like, here's the thing, like, Dark Souls 1 is designed so damn well that my standards went up outrageously high for the sequels, and like nothing delivered, you know? Makes me a sad boy. I'll listen to Soul of Cinder OST religiously. You know, weird take. I think the Soul of Cinder music is loads better before they try to put Gwyn into it, because then it's like, that's like the pandering that I don't like. So I'm like, stop trying to remind me of that game that I know is better than this one, because like they're forcing me to think about the two, and it just makes me go, yep, Dark Souls 1 was better. Stop it. If it just wanted to be its own thing, just be its own thing. Like, Soul of Cinder was cool. The fight idea was really cool. The music was great. And then he starts doing Gwyn's attacks and playing Gwyn's music, and I'm like, you ruined it. Yeah, not ruined it, but like, you made me stop and think about that and think that, oh yeah, Gwyn was better than this thing, and yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you gotta be really careful with making allusions to other things for me. Like, I think this happened the older I got. I started getting supremely picky. Just because, like, I don't have that much time to play games, you know, not anymore. I really want to, I love plin plin plon. Oh, you're referring, an onomatopoeia of Gwyn's piano. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah. I like it too, but the problem is, like, to me that belongs to Gwyn. It's like listening to okay, I bet you if they made a new Metroid game and Dragon was in it and they played basically what they call Ridley's theme for Dragon, people would be supremely uncomfortable and mad, even though that theme in Super Metroid was played for Ridley and Dragon. And that was the first time it ever played. So, like, it belongs to both of them. But it would still feel really uncomfortable. And it's the same thing. Like, I feel really uncomfortable with, like, what I feel like is someone stealing or, like, trying to get me to feel something that I wasn't. You know, like, I wasn't, I don't know. Three's weird. I got opinions on 3, but I still rated it, like, extremely highly. It's still, like, almost one of the... Oh, God. Like, what is that? Like a needle? Yeah, there you go. But, like... oh, I stuffed myself with cardboard. Actually, this looks messed up. That's one messed up looking booby. His character's like designed wearing like a push-up bra right now, and she's leaning backwards, so like I gotta figure out how on earth I'm gonna angle this properly with no models. All right, let's get the shoulder. Oh man, I have a funny panel I have coming up. The script literally just said she is painting. Let me find it for you. I think it's on 57, 59. Here. The script just said she's painting, and this is what I drew. It was like the most aggressive painting ever. Painting with foot. So that's gonna be fun when we get there. Kim said not to ink the paint, but instead to leave it in the sketch so that I could, like, she could see where it was gonna go. Oh, the foot painting. Yeah. We're gonna do foot painting soon. So on Discord. I thought it'd be a good thing to share. Like, warning people it's coming. I might even change the thumbnail for these art streams to Ashlyn painting with her foot. and then to really test it, I will wear nothing but a bra. And we'll see what happens, you know? Just let it go. Let it all out. All right, ribs would actually be way up here, not there. So, meaning I drew this too low. This actually would be here. I'm trying to be consistent with like the height of the outfits and all that. Which is why I had to draw all of the outfits first for reference. Because I think the first one I started like screwing up. What was I messing up? Like I put Ashlyn's purse strap on the wrong side over and over again. Bow was symmetrical, but like I tried to make asymmetrical outfits from that point on. You know, I kind of had a shift in philosophy with gaming and other media in general. Try not to set any standards whatsoever and play every game as if it were my first game ever. If it's something you have never experienced before, that can be very rewarding. Like, honestly, I have that kind of mindset when doing Atari Action Hour. Because we are literally going into it hoping that we're just going to find, you know, some brand new crazy thing we've just never seen before. And sometimes it's very fulfilling, other times it sucks. And like, you gotta think, like, imagine you're a kid in the 80s and you saved your money, you went to talk to your friends for the weekend, you're going over to Blockbuster and you're gonna rent some Atari games. And what you pick out is that game. And like, you can imagine, like, how can I salvage my weekend? You're right, like, that's what you would be doing if you screwed up that badly and happened to unfortunately pick a game that like is complete garbage and you can't even play for more than 5 minutes. End up enjoying it, then I say the game accomplished its goal. So you have the same philosophy I do when watching movies. I do that much more with movies anymore and less with games. Games, I think I'm just too disenfranchised. I've played too much. Like, I can't separate my... Oh, wait, hold on. You won't even see this. Why did I draw any of that? The dialogue bullying is right here. Anyway. That wouldn't go out that far. More like that. Alright, what do your pants look like? Yeah, I tend to do that when I'm going to watch a movie. Like, I'm gonna expect nothing out of this. If I just expect it to be completely average, that way, if it is average or bad, I'll be like, eh, whatever. But if it's just like a little better than average or it's good, you're like, that surprised me. That was actually good. If I go in expecting a movie to be great, then yeah, you hurt your impression. And you want to enjoy stuff. It's a much more positive way to actually go into something. You know, the odds are you're gonna come out of it with a positive mindset of that thing, which is what you want in the end. You know, you don't want to go back and think back at some experience and say, man, that was terrible. But you know what? Metal Gear Rising is terrible. So there's some games that are just like that, you know? That like I cannot separate myself from. Just can't. It's not possible. I don't think I got that in the right spot, but as long as that's here. Oops. Good enough. All right. Now, though, that you wouldn't see this line here. It'd still be something, but like not. All right. Pants. Though, really, it might even go farther than that. Yep. Yeah, you try and stay positive going into something like that, and you're less likely to Metal Gear Rising yourself, but, like, in that instance, that was a game that was ruining and mocking games that I really cared about. You know, some of my favorites that I've ever played. And that's where I had a huge problem, aside from the fact that it was a dysfunctional disaster. Yeah, that sucked too. I enjoyed Rising personally, while my taste in video games has shifted from when I played it last, so I don't think I would go back and play it again. Just don't. If you can sit where you enjoy it, stay there. Just stay there, you know. Yeah, I concluded in a hitbox not too long ago that that was the worst video game I've ever played in my life. And I am still standing by that. It was a wretched experience. Alright, I might need some... Damn, what was the name of the species of this thing? I'm gonna try and Google a freaking bird. Or just wing it. No, let's not do that. They were called mourning doves, that's it. So I'm gonna try and find images of what this bird looks like and try and work from here. They can get pretty poofy. Let me see where the feathers are at. It's a pigeon. It's pigeon-like. They do look like pigeons. The species is a mourning dove. I was trying to get something that was, here, local to the area. M-O-U-R-N-I-N-G. So, like, not good morning, more like, well, I mean, that's where morning comes from, but still. You know what I'm talking about. But yes, it is a pigeon. These two are downtown right now. Also, this was not in the script, by the way. I was supposed to show the characters again here, but I just thought that a little visual variety would be okay. Also, I thought this would be like a little cute thing to do. Have, like, a couple birds. Like, one's, like, picking and grooming at the other one. And, like, she was just screwing with his hair, effectively doing the same kind of thing. And then they go inside, and, like, they are effectively lined up with each other. I did a thing. Look at me. I wonder how much longer this soundtrack is, because I got a feeling we don't have much more. Oh wow, we do have a few more. Let's start with the stinking bird. Can't get a good shot of what their beak looks like, so we're just gonna wing it. No pun intended. Shut up, you. We run a fine establishment here. Beak comes back a little more like that. Whoa, you did an arts! Wing it, hee hee. Nope, nope. Alright, so there's actually this tuft of fur that comes... Fur. It's a bird. Kind of comes out from there, and then the eye is actually on the inside of this. Kind of like that. That looks kind of scary. Why does that look scary? Yeah, that don't look right. I don't know why that doesn't look right. I'm gonna just round it out instead. It's less scary. The thing with birds is they actually do look like they have fur. As long as the line's kind of blotchy, we should be alright. Alright, try and get like a bit of a No, 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 no. It comes from... No. Never mind. I'm letting Kim do that. Ain't touching that. They do have, like, a big cheek. Oh, the cheek pouch goes up over behind the eye. That's what I was missing. I was trying to draw that, but I didn't quite know where to put it. We have this, weird part of our brain where, it kind of fills in the blanks of something that you're familiar with and tries to finish it. So, for example, if I draw something catastrophically wrong with this bird, like that, say that beak is actually really messed up, but we just don't see it. If this was a human, and like I misaligned like where the shoulder comes out, you would know it immediately. There's a part of our brain that's like, it checks all sorts of stuff that you're not thinking about. But you have to see those things a lot. So, I might have somebody who's like a bird expert looking at this and going like, yeah, that's one of the worst birds I've ever seen in my life. I don't know why I just got this thought. I had this really weird dream last night where, I started working in a game shop, and my job was to go through the fake, or basically all of their trade-in games that they got to make sure that they are good for play. And one by one, every single thing I put into to test, it would like the weirdest stuff I'd never seen before would happen, and it was so strange. So, for example, like there was this weird box game for Nintendo Wii. I'd never heard of it before. It's not real, obviously, but like it was like some sort of anime game. I was like, okay, well, let's make sure that it plays before we list it and, you know, put it up on the shelf. And I put it in, and like, all of a sudden, just like every other game that I tried, because I also tried like a Super Nintendo fighting game, every single game that I tested ended up not like being a bootleg, but I don't know how I describe this, but first it would pop up with like a menu that had nothing to do with the game, and you're like, Alice in Wonderland, like this has what? And you push a button, and then it like would load of various different types of menus. It would start loading like, I should start messing this up. Just go for it. Anyway, it would start to load like a list of other games, and like none of them were right either, and then you would open one of those and it would be like this sub thing that wasn't even the title of what the sub thing was, and oh my god, it was maddening. I was like, I don't know what this was. Like, if somebody had to go on a bit. You do this every time I go on a rant. I ain't repeating myself. No, I refuse. Anyway, it was a maddening dream. Wouldn't call that a nightmare. My nightmares are obviously nightmares. Man, freaky stuff. Whenever I tell Kim about my dreams, she's always very concerned. Because they don't make any sense. The bottle in your friend's car and he brought it for you. A polite person. Hello, slept in a bit more than I'd like. Good afternoon, Cameron. I'm drawing a bird. Welcome to Bird Cam. No, what was that there? Here's your bird penis. They have cloacas, by the way. I have a life, you know. I don't! Have some respect! Once dreamt that I was a grapefruit. No context, that's just it. Pretty burb. I gotta stop doing that. Eventually I'm gonna forget. Alright, so it starts getting really toughy down here by the feet, looks like. At least in my reference image here. As if this is like the end-all be-all burb that I'm looking at. Alright, let's make that look like it connects a bit better. Wait, that ain't right. What's not right? And I'm probably just gonna do something like this again, just for the sake of implying texture. Let's get rid of that, though. We don't need much more than this. You don't want to do too much. Like, if I was actually drawing this for black and white, I would be inking half of this bird. So, like, just to scribble really quick, like, this half would probably be, like, in darkness, and just, like, color that in completely. But, I just know that it's gonna be colored later. Something seems off about that word. Alright, hold on. You're right, birds don't say that. Hopefully, you're alright now. I fixed it. Alright, what do these little feetsies look like? You know, let's not draw that until we actually get the damn stick in place. I had a British man call me that once. Poor guy, I think he thought I was a bird. He must have. I wonder if you should, be flattered. Much better. That's what birds... This is what birds say. In case you haven't been to a city, these doves are not this cute. They also don't go around saying such things. In case you somehow didn't pick up on that. Alright. It's good enough for now. Let's widen that a bit. Alright, burb number 2! It's funny because birds don't have those things. Just make one of them say, "You make my cloaca extra mucusy." Oh, don't, man. Yeah, doves tend to say data transferred to CIA database continuing surveillance. Is the female bird a great tit? Here's the nipple. right there. Yes. You make my cloaca extra sticky. It's how to, like, 100% guarantee that you can secure a date. You go out, procure female, state, you make my cloaca extra sticky. She's yours. She will not have a choice. By the way, Cameron, if you'd like to try testing it, I am in the voice chat right now in Discord. I don't know what it's going to do to our audio, though. 'Tis where I am, though. I tried setting that up because I knew we had some issues last time where I was not able to do it. Quotes that go hard for no reason. Things happen when you draw burbs, man. Looks rocky for some reason. I'm gonna have to fix this. I don't know why that looks so bad. Probably because I'm making it up. Like, that side I actually had, like, some system. Kind of like that. There's like an upper part and then there's this lower part here. I can try, but I don't have the Patreon roll. If it lets you hop in, I'm just in the live stream lobby. I'd say it's okay for now. Because I know you can. You do enough for the channel anyways. Oh, you know, you just reminded me, good sir. So get this. I got to this point here. This is a list of reservations at a restaurant. It is going in the book, and I was like, oh my gosh, I should put a list of, like, prominent people in the channel who contribute, like, get to pick, like, what their name would be and what their party size would be for this restaurant that they're going to. It's just going to be a single panel. It's not like you're, you know, making me dedicate some huge thing, so don't feel like it's a problem. But I would like to put some of your guys' names in there. When we get to that point. You can think about what you'd like me to write. I'm not going to write, like, you know, Knoblick or McGee or anything like that, obviously. But, like, because, yeah, people will read this. I hope. That's the idea. Darn it, this has to end up making some money somewhere. And don't go expecting a royalty check for the use of a name.
Hello.
Yeah, oh my god, who the hell is that?
What do you think?
It's funny, your timing could not have been better. The music just stopped, and it goes quiet. Hello. Alright, I need to switch this over. Squad said Dark Souls 3. Let's see how FromSoft does here.
Like the Emperor's New Groove, just like kicks the door open. Boom, baby!
Good thing I didn't type in Dark Souls 3 here. It's very particular, and it looks like FromSoft insisted on doing Roman numerals with this. Man, it stinks that there's this random Bleach game on the DS called Dark Souls.
What?
Yeah. It was in this long line of things. So when the DS was new, like, so many different established series decided to have their subtitle be an initialism of DS. So Dark Souls was supposed to be, you know, Bleach DS. That was the idea. So you would know it's the DS game. Tons of series did that. But anyway, that's... Unfortunately, they chose Dark Souls without paying attention. Well, to be fair, it's from, what? Like... mid-2000s, like before 2010. So, Dark Souls might not have existed, actually. Is that Dark Souls before Dark Souls? I mean, Demon Souls existed, but that's not the same thing. Like, they actually might have used the name Dark Souls first. Oh my god. I need a research team, stat! Alright, Ashes of Arendelle, Ringed City, full extended soundtrack. There we go! Is it gonna play the, Slave Knight Gale? That's Dark Souls 3?
This was actually before Demon Souls.
Damn! Here we go. Hopefully our audio level's okay.
Am I too loud? Am I too quiet?
Those are questions for the squad, Faminator. Damn Nod Blicker. Risky was... I'm gonna make up what he's saying instead. Since I can't quite read it there, he's actually saying... Damn Knob Liquor, Ricky was expertly what I was going for. Exactly. Maybe. You make me ache in my cloaca. Yeah. On my end, like, okay, I think audio is gonna be good for them, but like, yeah, Cameron's quiet. I had a feeling.
Yeah.
Hold up. Cameron, say something.
Something.
Why the heck is it muted? Hold up. What? Oh, here's what's wrong. Wait, no. What? Okay, say something now, sir.
Something now, sir.
No, it doesn't see you at all. What's going on here? I'm gonna have to... Man! I knew it! Also, Dark Souls 3 is freaking loud. Because, like, what you hear on YouTube, the ducking is gonna work, but, obviously, like, it's not gonna change what I hear. And I hear loud music. No, I can turn it down for me, I think. But I can't turn Cameron up. This Discord tab is, like, supposed to be listening to a particular app, and it's just not doing it. Oh, it's because I made that elsewhere. Hold on. When did I do this elsewhere? We're gonna jump to Atari Action Hour. And I'm gonna copy the audio that I do for that, and we're gonna paste it over here. Now say something, butthole.
Something, butthole.
Dang it, why didn't it do anything?
What the hell, man?
Oh, it's because I told it specifically the window with Zach on Discord. May I not? There, now it's permitted to use general chat HamsterBomb Discord. Good lord. Alright, so Zach's gonna be quiet next time we do Atari Action Hour. Someone will have to point out that I'm talking to myself. Alright, now you're showing up on here.
Yay.
Alright, I'm gonna crank you all the way up so you should be audible. Let me go over here. Diagnose network problems. No! Just give me my volume mixer! This is volume mixer now? What the heck? There we go. Alright. Am I... Yep. I was wondering if I was turning it down for you as well, if I did this. Shoot. Anyway, I'm gonna drop the music. Dark Souls is freaking loud anyway, so... I'm gonna turn it down so I can at least hear what y'all saying. Anyway, I kinda wish they didn't pop up there, but... That's my main monitor. That's my side monitor. That's what happened. Now, anyway, birds. Is this just like the main theme of Dark Souls to you?
I have the screen muted.
You are really quiet. That might be something else, actually. Hold on. If I go on here, typically I can yoink, make you 200%.
Whoa!
Yeah, you're almost clipping on my end, but I can barely... I can barely hear you.
Recording software, why you be weird? Yeah, everything's okay on my end.
Oh no, you're fine. It's the fact that I'm trying to play music at the same time. Alright, so I just had to drop it a lot. I put it at 25%, so we're just gonna deal with that. Just don't take Squad's advice and scream profusely.
That was my best scream profusely. Are you happy?
I'm so happy that it actually cut you off and didn't play that noise. Your audio cut out at the perfect time. Alright, so after you get done with these burbies, should be pretty easy to do the trees too. I was trying to be accurate to like what kind of trees get planted in cities to like draw those kind of leaves and like see how the branches grow because they're all very different. Couldn't get anywhere. Nowhere online. No one was giving me any help.
Yeah, because no one really knows if these are native or imported trees.
Mm-hmm. I had no idea what I was drawing, so it's just like, well, I guess we're just making this up as we go. We're winging it again with birds and trees. Yeah, your audio cut out. I think you might have to scream loud. No, he's okay. It was working just fine. Damn it. All right. Let me think. I've only played Dark Souls 3 one time, so. And I didn't play the DLC, because that was the only one, like, it didn't come with the game like Dark Souls 1 Remastered does, and Scholar of the First Sin comes with its DLC, but not 3, and since I am not a fan of their DLC to begin with, even 1, like, I think it's the weakest part of that game.
Yeah,
it's neat that they, like, kind of let you go back in time and, like, get more context and learn about the environment, that's cool, but, like, it's not enough. In the gameplay's not great. It introduces that hex magic that's way too damn strong. Like it's just like all the hallmarks of what I don't want out of their DLC.
Yeah, it doesn't work with how the game by default is.
Yeah, it doesn't. And
They
I
just,
feel like Dark Souls 2 did that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not right. And I said this before, I feel like here, you just beat Shadow of the Erdtree. Do you think it would have been improved if they started you at level 1, teleported you to a different place, and that way they could better scale everything for you to make a new experience in a new area?
It kind of does, because you need to collect these items to help buff up your stats a little bit more.
But like that's not the same. That's like your character's already built. Is my point. Like you get like I feel like the fun of the game isn't experimenting. Like by the point that you're doing that DLC, you are dead set in what you're doing. For the most, I would say so. So like that's what I feel is like that's what I want. You know.
I mean, the scaling doesn't start going hard until you get further into it, but you notice it starts climbing right away, because it's like not as big as the main game.
You know what they should have done? Made 0 ambushes and thousands of doors to get you like really nervous about ambushes, but put nothing there. You're like, I know it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. There's nothing there, and then like you go through like a fog door. Oh,
that kind of happens in one area specifically in DLC.
You mean there's one area with no ambushes? That's just...
There's one area in the open world of that DLC called the Abyssal Woods.
Mm-hmm.
And how they make that work is that you can't ride torrent at all through that area.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for spoilers, by the way, Squad, because I know that's probably something you don't want to hear.
It's not much of a spoiler.
But
I feel like torrent kind of ruins a lot of the design of that game anyway, so that's probably for the best.
If you try, he won't come out. So you got to run the whole way on foot. So now you're running through this place, and then you're consistently put on edge because you're like, oh god, how many ambushes and how many gank fights are they going to put you into this place?
Many as they can get away with, sir.
Surprisingly, not a lot. There's actually very sparse pockets of enemies throughout that place.
Let's get rid of the badge and pin 15. So let me think. Dark Souls 3. You started and like you come out of your grave and you go fight Idex Gundyr. Right?
The Ibex Gundyr, yep.
Because it's later he's Champion Gundyr, right? I'm getting them correct in my head.
Yeah.
Champion and okay. Man, the first part of his fight like actually felt good because I was finally oh man, this dodging is game-changingly good. This feels great. This game's gonna be awesome. And then he goes to his Resident Evil form, and I'm like, oh man, like. Why'd you do that? Like, it was designed so cool. Like, I don't have a problem with, like, Phase 2s. Like, I usually prefer a good Phase 2 in a boss, and something that early, it has to teach you. But, like, the amorphous black globby nothing...
I would have preferred that if it was on the Champion Gundyr fight.
Yeah, that makes sense, because it's a redo on a previous thing, and yeah, like you're trying to figure out what's going on, why is this different, but it's also the same thing.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I think I saw on some like out of bounds camera following content trying to understand Dark Souls 3. Oh, I forget who did this. They do a lot of great stuff. Illusory Wall, I think.
Mm-hmm.
He was showing that based on how you actually go to the new, or rather the other Firelink Shrine, you are overlapping and technically in the same location. So somehow just like either time and space is like wrapped in on itself and contorted, and like the location is correct, but it's something that you play in the game probably like would never pick up on knowing where you are. I get turned around so quick. Like, I mean, I fight one boss, you know, you pass Osiris and you're like, okay, I'm completely lost to where I am. Like, I don't know what I was doing.
Yeah, I think that the untended graves are set in the past, like somehow,
or future. It could be either.
Well, I read up on lore a little bit, and the Champion Gundyr that you fight in the untended graves is actually the Gundyr, the character before like you fight him initially in the at the start of the game.
That makes sense.
So
so then like
somehow...
that weird witch lady selling stuff is just like there for all time.
Yeah, she's the shrine handmaid. She basically tends the shrine there. So
yeah, weird.
She wouldn't recognize you at first glance if it's set in the past because she hasn't met you yet.
Yeah. I have the next thing I think I remember from Dark Souls 3 that I would assume would be universally hated. I loathe the fact that we walk into Firelink Shrine, we get told what we're doing, where we're going, and the only way forward is to warp. I was so mad because, like, that means that you just destroyed what makes Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 1. It's so cool because, like, it links up in creative ways to all sorts of places throughout the entire playthrough, and it's always relevant.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't do that anymore. Like,
it's hard. It's gotta be hard.
It turns you around. You don't know where to go first.
Yeah.
I
kept walking around and looking, and I was so bummed when I found out I was supposed to talk to the fire and warp to get there. And what even sucks is, like, if you go back outside, you can see where you're gonna be going. And, like, you go back to the... It's not the High Wall of Lothric, is it? What's the next place you go?
Well, you warp to the High Wall of Lothric, and after that you go to the Undead Settlement.
So I was right. So it is High Wall of Lothric. That's what I was asking. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you go to High Wall. I just don't remember their names. You go to High Wall of Lothric, and you can turn around and you can kind of see where you were. It's not very clear. It's kind of around a corner, but, like, if you pay attention, you can see it.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, the Resident Evil thing. It's like, it's not scary to me. Like, Dark Souls can terrify you because, like, you are standing there in control of all this, and, like, you have to quickly answer for what's going on. But, like, when you make, like, a giant amorphous blob monster for me to fight, one, it kind of takes me out of it. It's not scary. But two, like, I can't follow its hitboxes because, like, how am I supposed to see what the tells are? How am I supposed to react to that? It's just random chaotic crap. You know, it seems kind of lazy. I didn't like it.
Way too long how to dodge those things.
And the random ones, yeah, or not the random ones, but the ones that are, like, scattered on regular hollows.
Yeah, like, eventually I learned how to dodge them, but I also learned that they are very weak to fire. So I was like, you know what?
I'm just gonna
toss fire bombs and call it a day.
Like, right in the beginning of that game, there is a mimic in a room, like 30 steps after you get to the High Wall of Lothric. And
yeah.
I fought that guy and excitedly took the it's like a dark hammer, or like an axe. It's like an axe with, like, dark element in it.
It's like it's an axe with a deep affinity on it.
Right, deep, with whatever they call it. Right, you're right. Yeah, because Aldrich of the Deep, they'll call it the Deep. The Abyss is the Deep now.
Yeah.
Right, so
it's still dark damage, but still.
Yeah. But, like, I felt like that was way too good, and they shouldn't have given that to me. Like, that's not a thought I should have in a Souls game. Like, oh, that was a mistake. It's like, because I used that for, like, a third of the game.
It's kind of like the Drake Sword in Dark Souls 1. You think, like, it's really good, but then the damage drops off very hard.
But the Drake Sword, like, creatively punishes you. One, it's really hard. Like, if you got it, you sought out how to get it online. This thing, like, you encounter the Mimic, you're not too far from your safe haven, it's not too scary, you run up and fight it until you kill it. And then you're just given this axe that is gonna belittle the game, and you can level it up as you go, unlike the Drake Sword, which you're stuck with its tier. You know, like, that the Drake Sword is a learning tool for the early player.
You can upgrade the Drake Sword, but it's not worth it.
I didn't think you could. Or, like, it doesn't...
You can. It needs dragon skill, so that's the problem.
But I thought it still doesn't have any scaling at all. Like, sure, its attack might move, but, like, I'm pretty sure it didn't scale.
All flat damage.
Right. And that's the beginner's trap. That's why it's designed like that. Also, it's a hidden secret weapon. It's not like, you know, killing the Mimic was a secret. Lots of early players, me included, fell for opening that thing the first time. Said, damn it, I'm going back for my souls, and while I'm there, I'm going to kill that Mimic, because screw him.
I learned my lesson with Mimics. I always look for the chain first. And if I can't see the chain, I'm going to see if it starts subtly bleeding.
Well, they changed it in each game, which is good. I'm glad they did, but... Yeah, they changed
Well,
it.
they resorted back to the old model in Dark
Of the
Souls
chain.
3.
Yeah. They went back to the chain. But in 2, it has a completely different model. In color scheme, they're pretty obvious in Dark Souls 2.
Yeah, they have
There's
two
very
different
few
models,
in 2 as
actually.
well.
Two different models in Dark Souls 2, and the only way you can tell it's a Mimic is if you see the lock in the front of it.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Because I remember so many... Pretty much almost every Mimic in Dark Souls 2 got me because of that, which I guess is a good thing. Because I was like... I think the best placed one in the game... I don't know... It's right before... There's like an encampment before the area that absolutely sucks that ends with you fighting the Duke's Dear Freya. You know what I'm talking? Like right between the Pharos area and the Duke's area.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, so there's like an
It's
encampment in there,
hidden
and
away.
like there's this
It's hidden
genius
away,
like
too.
series of like, oh, I can peek through this tiny little house and I can see there's a chest in there. I gotta get in there, and like you're trying to solve how to get into this thing for so long, and you finally get inside there. You whip it open because you're like, there's no room in here. They couldn't possibly. Oh my god, it's eating me! I
Even
laughed so hard.
At you.
What?
Even if you knew it was a Mimic, attacking
yeah.
it, it
Yeah.
could lunge at you and kill you.
Right, it's a geniusly placed one. Because, like, the player works so hard to get in there, and likely, like, once they get it, and like, oh, this is obviously a video gaming reward at the end of, you know, the hard thing that I just had to do. And they don't think, like, oh, maybe I should check if it's a Mimic. Is it breathing? I think they always breathe, too. They take a long time to breathe sometimes. I think it might be proximity or something.
2. I don't know about Dark Souls 2, but the
Yeah, I don't know about 2.
the original models for 1 and 3, they definitely breathe. It's just a very subtle animation with that triggers every once in a while.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it's like I need to stand at a certain distance and like move my camera towards them, because I found sometimes like they'll stop moving if you get too close. Like kind of prepare.
They will still breathe. It
Yeah,
just
they'll
takes
still
a while
breathe,
for it
but
to
yeah,
do it.
they hold their breath longer.
Yeah. That's why I always look for the chain, and if it's clipping, then I'll just watch to see if it's breathing.
Yeah, I will do double checks too. Like even though like I know, oh, this is one way to check, I'm gonna do this other check too. It's not worth it. Sometimes you're in such a bad location.
But all I need to just see is the chain, and I'm like, yep, that's a real chest.
And I'll still hit them. Except, it was 2, I think, that made it so much more stressful, because, like, if you hit a chest twice, I think, you destroy it.
Yeah.
And you get rubbish inside instead.
That's the part I really didn't like. Like, you can destroy chests, especially if you got an enemy around that's trying to kill you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
You
that,
start swinging at it,
is
and
how
you're
I
like,
found out.
oh man, I destroyed the chest.
I
have
get
to
what they
look
were
up
coming
online.
from. It's like, you want to stop players from hitting every chest first. You want them to tensely look at it from all angles and, like, try to investigate it. You know, if you don't have that tension, then, yeah. I get it.
I wonder what Squat Bam is fighting that's making him fight a bunch of horses.
Fight horses?
He says, if
Old
this boss
MacDonald.
throws another horse at me, I'm gonna freaking lose it.
He threw another horse. Let me think if I can actually walk through in my head through Dark Souls 2. It's like, after that Mimic, no kidding, like, everything else kind of started blurring because I went through it so fast. Because it was really easy compared to the others.
Ah, I knew it. Putrescent Knight.
You actually made me jump saying that so loud.
Sorry.
Screwed up my line. Putrescent. Of course, it's another knight.
It's a boss in Shadow of the Erdtree.
Well, I figured, senor.
I actually beat that boss on my 3rd try.
So it's like a Millennia tier 1.
No, it's not really like Melania. It's got a very awkward moveset, that's for sure.
Well, that's good. I want them to actually come up with different stuff, because, like, 90% of the bosses in Elden Ring felt the same. Like, I honestly probably can't tell you 10, and there has to be over 100 bosses in that game.
Well, I think I remember hearing that FromSoft didn't want those cheesy builds that people made in the base game to be used to exploit bosses in the DLC, so they made the bosses specifically to try and counter all that.
They should have thought of that earlier. Like, Dark Souls 1 in particular, I feel like each boss is trying to do something different. Even in 2, actually. 2 does, even though they're kind of weaker in 2, 2 does this interesting thing where each boss is, like, trying to, like, get you to hammer home some sort of lesson that it's trying to teach you and prepare you for what's coming, or have more insight on a previous thing that it already made you do. But Elden Ring, it was just like, here's a big thing, smack it until it's dead. And I'm not saying I want puzzle bosses. Obviously, like, the Bed of Chaos is not the best, but I appreciate that nothing else is like that, and it's different, and you have to figure it out, and you actually have progress that saves on, like, a very strange, weird thing that you weren't expecting. You're expecting to run in and hit something, but, like, you know, say you run in to go hit something in Lower Berg, and you run into the Capra Demon, and that fight's all about proximity and space. Like, he's not a hard boss at all, but it's the environment and the fact that there's 2 dogs there. That's what the real fight's all about. Like, Taurus Demon teaches you have to prepare your boss battles sometimes before you even start fighting them. You have to take out the skeletons shooting arrows at you, otherwise you made the fight a lot harder. You know, there's always, like, a lesson in there in some of them, and I feel like because they went so wide in Elden Ring, they never thought about, like, what they were trying to teach the player, because they didn't know where or when the player was reaching these points. They just kind of had to assume that, okay, this is just going to be a thing. Its health is pretty high. It's going to hit with this much damage, so hopefully they come here around mid-game. But, you know, someone could get there early. Could be their first boss. It's... the more open you make a game, the more sloppy. I've high hopes that after this they're going to learn from it and do better, but the problem is Elden Ring did too well. It's like Tears of the Kingdom. Like, I feel like that was a disaster, but as long as the creators think otherwise, we're going to keep getting that.
Yeah. With this new Zelda game coming out, I'm kind of convinced that's what they're going to keep doing now.
Oh, yeah. That is just... oh, it was so sad!
That subsides everything that I know a Zelda game for.
I freaking love 2D Zelda! How did they mess it up so bad?
They did it by butchering all the puzzles.
Like, I was looking at that, and I might have even said this, but, like, have you played Scribblenauts?
I haven't, but I have seen it.
Okay, so in Scribblenauts, basically you can write pretty much anything, and you create that thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it puts you in all sorts of puzzle situations. It's a 2D game, and you have to, like, solve your way around in order to grab basically a Mario star that's like placed high up in a tree. How do you get to the tree? Well, there's a bunch of things. You could get, like, a cherry picker, you could get a ladder, you could get a slingshot. You type these things in and everything actually functions, and you can figure out how you can get anything with the power to create anything. It's a very clever game, and it was amazing that it even functioned when it came out. However, basically everybody who played Scribblenauts ended up making the same stuff over and over. As soon as your brain realizes, like, oh, hey, but if I have to fight something, why would I create different creatures for them to fight when I know that Ooze has infinite health and is aggressive? Why would I not just throw Ooze? I remember Ooze pretty much broke that game for its, like, fight combat, which really sucked. And then, like, why would you not just want a jetpack? Solves pretty much any problem. If you've got a jetpack, can hold a flamethrower, and you summoned ooze, those 3 things, you already pretty much solved every puzzle in the game. And that sucks because you can make anything. But people, just the way that your brain works, why would you logically not create... You see what I'm saying? Like, the thing that you already know is going to work. It doesn't make any sense. So when they're telling us in
really
Zelda...
hard to make games like that.
Yeah, they're telling us the new Zelda game, oh, but you could create so many different things for these puzzles. I'm like, you didn't play Scribblenauts, did you? Like, somebody needed to learn, okay, there's a serious problem. Like, as soon as I saw Zelda doing the thing where she climbs a ledge by making, like, 5 tables, like, you broke the whole game. The entire game is broken now. Because here, as long as you have 2 tiles wide of space, you can ascend infinitely. So there will never be any point in this 2D, like, platforming game, you will never be able to hide anything from the player with 1 item. Ugh. I love Eiji Aonuma. He's the first game director that made me realize that I really love video games. They're super important to me, and I think that, like, it's an amazing art form. You can design so much with it. It's amazing what it can do. But God, that man's got to retire. He is becoming Alan Moore. Like, I feel like he's so obsessed with himself, and he's paying no attention to what he's doing. He doesn't, like, he even admitted he never paid any attention to other games that were coming out while he was making Tears. Like, oh my God. Well, people were asking him if he played Elden Ring, because, like, hey, you might have learned already, you probably should pay attention to what other people are doing.
Yeah.
If the depths weren't enough of, like, an indicator of, like, this is borderline coincidental. Like, sure, people can have the same idea at the same time, but, like, you had the chance to learn from what Elden Ring did, you know? That's not how they think once they get, like, all up in their head like that. Should I actually draw bark, or is that... I can just do, like, a couple scribbles, and... Yeah, I'll just help out Kim with a couple scribbles here and there.
The thing for me that Tears of the Kingdom didn't really work for is that, like, there's no creativity in the puzzles.
Nope.
And the story is really lackluster.
Lackluster. That is so generous.
Oh, I could say something worse, but I can't.
Well, I had to creatively find a way in a video I did. But, I'd say, just coming from somebody who deeply cared for the Legend of Zelda's story, it's abhorrent. It's
very
like,
bad.
Oh. Yeah, that's gonna be the word I'm gonna stick with. It's abhorrent.
It's the equivalent of a toilet in a dumpster fire.
But, like, it's not even blazing spectacularly. It's like, it's so confident, but it doesn't understand that it sucks. You know?
Yeah, it's blazing, and that's getting people's attention, but once you get a whiff, woo! It is not a good smell.
But the thing is, nobody seems to get it. Like, I haven't seen any articles of people saying, like, wow, that was terrible. Like, nobody understanding why it's, well, one, doesn't actually make any sense for the Legend of Zelda's lore at all, and kind of spits in the face of everything that it's made. But, like,
Pretty much.
there's, I don't understand why anybody is still just okay with that.
Well, for one thing, it's a AAA game, so you already know that the devs are paying journalists to write good articles about it.
Sure.
And 2, they're paying for good reviews and ratings.
Mm-hmm.
And 3,
Well,
most people just base their opinions on what the masses say. So,
but that's my thing. Why do the masses say that?
Probably because big trusted companies are saying it's good when it's really not.
I don't get that.
This is why I don't really play AAA games anymore. Or I'm trying not to.
Yeah,
anyway.
I was gonna say you just finished Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring Shadow
That's
of the Earth
double
Tree.
A.
Oh,
No, that is double A. Don't get that twisted.
No, it's not. The reason that the game industry has an insane amount of layoffs right now is because everybody was competing to try and have a bunch of AAA all at the same time. That's absolutely what that is.
At least Baldur's Gate 3 gave me my money's worth.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm not saying anything bad about that. But that is absolutely a catastrophically enormous game comparison to, like, you know,
Oh yeah, it's huge.
what games used to be.
Like they made it a game for the purpose of being a game instead of just like a half-baked piece of garbage that they'll just push microtransactions on in like the form of DLC.
Which they easily could have, yeah.
Yeah.
Dungeons and Dragons, man, that could have been so freaking easy.
Yeah, they didn't do any
And,
of
like,
that.
Wizards of the Coast is, like, the greediest, most despicable... Okay. I say that a lot, but there's a heck of a lot of greedy and despicable companies. I don't know if they'd be the most. They're definitely worth considering as the most greedy and despicable company out there. But how on earth did that not become, like, EA microtransaction garbage?
That beats the hell out of me.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably because Wizards of the Coast had absolutely nothing to do with the game other than permitting Larian Studios to use their property. So
they must have paid a ton of money to have that ability.
Oh, you know they did.
Mm-hmm.
So you know for sure they
pretty
did.
much paying to not have all those transactions in the game. That sucks. Man, this industry makes me sad sometimes.
At least it came out with basically a full game.
Oh yeah, yeah. Unfortunately,
Even with,
that's like
the...
what kind of a dystopian future are we living in where that is like something to be praised? Like, hey, at least the game came out finished. You go back like 15 years, like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. Eventually, I think, like, in the future, the games are going to be so unfinished, it'll look like they just finished the alpha version and then push it out for launch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, we're listening to Dark Souls 3. Man, I don't even know the first boss after Gundyr, because, like, I crushed... Like, that game was so much easier than the others. And I don't really know why. I don't know if it had, like, business being easier. I wasn't expecting that, but half of it was, like, the dodging and control feels a lot smoother. I don't feel like I'm dedicating myself to, like, a huge dodge anymore.
Yeah, you got a lot more iframes in your dodge rolls no matter what.
Yeah, well, that too. But, like, it was also a lot smoother. The animations were a lot... It was very clear where you were and where you weren't. A lot less cheap shots. And, you know, you take a lot of the cheap shots out, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is actually pretty easy.
Well, the bosses do combos now. So,
yeah. That's true. Which I don't think is a...
They also blew them up a little bit, so...
I would totally prefer a very rigid, hard-to-control character with fair boss fights.
Like, it felt like it was going pretty solid until you got to the Abyss Watchers.
they didn't even give me that much trouble. I think I beat them on my 3rd try, but they did
I
actually
mean,
kill
like,
me.
I mean,
yeah.
like,
yeah, like something
I mean,
actually
like,
killed me.
spectacle-wise.
Hmm?
I mean, spectacle-wise. Like, you see the Watchers doing all these crazy moves.
The
spins
combos and whatnot, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if a warrior or a knight can even do stuff like that in full gear.
No. Yeah, they
So it's
really
like,
felt like
yeah.
like Artorias trainees.
Like, even Artorias in the felt a little over the top.
He absolutely
jumped-
did, yeah.
He jumps and flips.
Yeah,
like,
he's got
he's wearing
ridiculous
a full
combos.
set of armor. How is he doing that?
Yeah, that's that anime trope that I can't stand, where, like, one character's really angry, so therefore they're stronger than everybody else. It's the Berserk thing that I've complained about many times. That's
Oh
like,
yeah, the games are way too heavily inspired by Berserk. It's not even funny.
well, like, the illustrations of, like, the designs, sure. The design of the world of Berserk is great. Its characterization is horrendous.
Oh yeah, the characters are bad.
Yeah.
They focus more on the action in the world.
Like, I really love Dark Souls, and I keep trying to read farther in Berserk, and every time I'm like, oh, it's so bad, I just can't stomach this. Like,
Stop trying to write story and let's just see all the action.
well,
Please.
not even that, like, the action's kind of taken back by the character being so badly written. And then just, like, the side stuff, like, the frickin' fairy Puck, he's supposed to be comic relief, but he pisses me off. Like, any of the other characters are, like, pointing out, like, how dumb the story is, and the writer doesn't seem to understand, like, how can he wield that thing? That doesn't make any sense. He just cut through solid steel. What? This is 4 feet of solid iron, and he cut through it like butter. Like, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. Like, he doesn't follow the laws of physics anymore because he's angry. That's so dumb. And
it's like
why'd they
Hulk,
bother
you can
building
just
up
tear
so
apart
much for
titanium.
the whole Band of the Hawk thing when they're just gonna throw it all away? Like, none of that matters. Anyway, I don't want to complain about Berserk, but I'm sorry, it comes up because Dark Souls, it's wearing that illustrative design on its sleeve, and that's fine. You know, you got to be inspired by something. But still,
yeah,
it still sucks.
The Abyss Watchers took a lot from Artorias. That's why they are the way they are.
Yeah. And Artorias is a pretty good boss fight. It's not like I'm disappointed with that. But, like, it's another one of those...
It's just hard.
Huh?
It's just really hard.
Artorias?
Yeah.
I have to try him with my mage that I made. I was filming for the Dark Souls experience, but I was realizing, like, how long it's going to take me for even get to that point, so I kind of stopped gathering some footage. But I was running through the whole game as a mage only, because I'd never done that before. And for many fights, absolutely amazed by how easy I could belittle things just using magic. And then random stuff I was never expecting to be hard was, like, incredibly hard. Like, for example, the Painted World, if you are dead set on using magic, is crazy hard. So much stuff resists magic so much, you need to find other ways to kill them. Like, if Velka's rapier were not in the Painted World, I don't think I could have beaten Priscilla. So that was me kind of caving and, like, not using magic. The problem being, like, Priscilla, when she goes invisible and you use magic, 1, you can't target, but 2, you can't damage her out of being invisible, and she's not actually taking the damage. So, like, fight's over. And even better, King Jeremiah has the highest magic resistance in the game. He has to. I was hitting him with Soul Spear after Soul Spear, And he was just shrugging it off, not even blocking with anything, walking straight into it, taking nothing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like... I'm pretty sure that the armor he was wearing or something was making him resist magic by a ton.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
I don't understand what his deal was.
I don't know. He's, well, like, lore-wise, he's really interesting. Like, most every character in Dark Souls is super interesting. Which is weird, because, like, how are they inspired by Berserk? You know, I'm like, this is genius! Where the hell were you getting that? Maybe it's because, like, Berserk doesn't know when to shut up, and by talking too much, they kind of ruin it. And, like...
Yeah, I think FromSoft had the idea of, like, not explaining too much in detail of the lore.
Yeah, but also, like, leaving enough of the puzzle pieces for us to find something, like, really tragic and interesting.
Yeah.
We don't get enough of that. This tree looks weird. I genuinely can't tell you the second boss. I remember the Crystal Sage, because he was, like, at least kind of different. The what? Oh, Vort! Vort!
Valley.
My God, I have a freaking figure of Vort downstairs, and I still didn't remember him.
I beat every boss, like, repeatedly in that game, so...
See, I beat almost all of them on my first try, so I just don't remember. This is the most unfun, stupidest boss in the entire game. Oh, says Squat. You know what? You know what boss pissed me off more than any other in the entire Dark Souls series, including Elden Ring?
Which one?
Fume Knight.
Fume Knight.
I
would have thought
Fume
of
Knight.
her alone.
Nah, he wasn't that bad. Okay, like he like comically like combo killed me the first time, like first few times, and the run back for Sur alone is horrible. Like they really should have thought that through. That was terrible. But like, no, Fume Knight, freaking Fume Knight. He's so bad. He's so bad. He never gives you a second to heal.
Nope.
And he's constant stamina. He's always moving. Combos are ridiculous. Like, he will get you from full health to 0 in an instant.
Especially if he's in his phase 2. That will absolutely take your health away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. God, freaking Fume Knight. That's just a bad boss.
I beat him with friends. Then I did it solo.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap. The split aggro helps a ton. But
and imagine doing it without destroying the things on the outside first, where he can heal.
Oh god, no, that's impossible.
It's not impossible. That's how speedrunners have to do it, or at least the ones I've seen. There are some that will actually like go out of their way to get those to make sure that he can't do it. But God, he's such a bad boss. Yeah, sure, give him an undodgeable AoE fire attack that... You know, every Elden Ring boss has an undodgeable AoE attack, so expect that. That chunks your HP, and give him another attack that punishes you for being too far away from him by one-shotting you. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
You can jump over that spot, by the way.
The fire AoE?
Yeah.
Alright, just making sure I say it out loud so, like, he hears you, because he's probably right back into another one.
Yeah. I don't remember the Putrescent Knight's weakness.
Let me see.
I kind of winged it with a physical build.
Well, because by that point you can't like change your builds up.
Yeah,
It's
like
not really
I
an
was kind of stubbornly sticking with like
the double
a build
whatever.
that I was using.
Oh yeah, probably another one of your many characters.
Oh no! I wasn't using my strength build. My strength build is in the DLC now. I just haven't gotten around to working on that yet. I was using a quality build, which is balancing both strength and dex. What I had on me was the Bloodhound's Fang, the Knight Rider Glaive, the Fingerprint Stone Shield.
See,
And
these are just words to me. I don't really know what any of that stuff does. They made so much stuff that, like, Dark Souls, you can name pretty much any of the weapons and shields, and I'll be like, oh yeah, because there's only, like, maybe a dozen of each class. Like, there's not much.
You know your build. You using the Golden Halberd and Knight Rider Glaive.
Sure, yeah, I mean, I know what that is, but I don't know, like, there's so many weapons in that game.
Yeah. Even more now with Shadow of the Erdtree.
Mm-hmm. Right, well, they had to outclass old stuff, give you an incentive to do it.
I actually didn't use any DLC weapons in the DLC, which is funny. I used a Ash of War from it, but that's about it.
Yeah.
But I just had big beefy shield, big curved sword, and then big pokey stick.
Thank you.
And somehow it was working.
Thank you for translating that for your everyday idiot. He's weak to holy, which makes sense because God could not have a hand in creating something this disgustingly abhorrent. Squad, have you beaten Dark Souls 2? I know you're busy, but I'm curious because it keeps coming up.
God have mercy on him if he has.
Yeah. I mean, like, he says how much he loves Dark Souls 3, but I think he also said he's never played Dark Souls 1. Which I don't understand. That's the golden child. That's the one to beat, man. That's like required reading.
I think my first was Dark Souls 3, and then I played 1. I can definitely say 1 is a lot better.
Yeah. And I think Dark Souls 3 is a very good game. But I agree, Dark Souls 1 is just on a completely other, like, league.
The way I did it, Squad, was that I dodged in the angle of where the horse was charging at me from, and that usually got me, like, out of the way of the follow-up attack.
He throws the horse?
There's an attack that Putrescent Knight does where the horse comes at you first, and then he comes at you.
Squad, why? What? Do you read that?
Played every FromSoft game except DS1 and 2.
Oh man, you poor boy.
That means he played Sekiro. That means he has zero excuse to not play DS2.
What's wrong with Sekiro?
It's... Think of it like... well, it's more like, it's not really much of a Souls game. It's like a stealth action adventure game.
I know that. I heard it's, like, way too parry heavy.
It's very parry heavy. Like, you are expected to parry and break posture to kill your enemies.
Yeah.
The thing is like, it's so precise, it's too precise for its own good.
Like, what was I playing? Cookie Cutter. Were you seeing, like, the parries required in Cookie Cutter? They were dumb. Like, it was not possible. I swear it was not play-tested. It could not have been. Or if it was play-tested by the wrong people who, like... There's this, I don't know what it's called, but there's this effect where if you're the one making something, you're blind to separating yourself from it being your first experience. So somebody playtesting the game who knows the ins and outs of the bosses and when to dodge them may say, oh yeah, it's easy to parry. But, like, not understand that Common Joe, who's seeing this for the first time, says this is impossible, I can't rely on this, and just, like, quits.
That's a mentality I always see. Like, people will struggle on something at first and say it's bad, and then they finally get a hang of the timing, and they're like, oh, it's great now. Like, no, that's not how the mentality works.
Yeah. It never changed.
It's bad because it's not easy to pull off. Is basically what it's saying.
Yeah.
And then once you get it down, like, that doesn't automatically make it better. That just kind of further reinforces the fact that it's not well designed.
Yeah.
I always thought about trying Sekiro, but the setting always didn't really appeal to me.
I mean, I think samurais are cool, but I remember when it was coming out, I was actually kind of mad at it. I mean, I know it makes sense in the lore, like, later, but I was like, I hate the idea of being a samurai and fighting so dirty. Because that's, like, why did you pick that theme if you're gonna destroy what they were?
That's actually accurate for feudal Japan. A lot of samurai fought very dirty.
Well, they weren't samurai. A lot of, like, well, here, there was, like, different castes, sure. But
yeah,
it's not really... You know, it's like you're doing, like, a pirate game, and it's actually just a bunch of, like, it's the VeggieTales pirates who don't do anything or something like that. Like, it's based on, like, like, oh, technically, yeah, we're lazy pirates, but yeah, that's all what we're gonna base the entire game on, instead of, like, the mentality of, like, what they actually did.
Yeah, but there was always, like, this part of me that didn't appeal
You're thinking of Ghost of
very
Tsushima,
much.
not Sekiro. I might be. I didn't play that either, but I remember them both. I remember both of their trailers. I think you might be right. I know one of the two of them had, like, a whole other system of you, like, fighting really dirty.
You do rely on a lot of ambush tactics in Sekiro. I don't think you do in Ghost of Tsushima.
I wasn't really interested to play either. Like, I have Sekiro on my wish list on Steam purely because it's made by FromSoft, but, like, I'm at the point now where I'm not smitten with them anymore, and I'm gonna be picky again with what I play from them. Like, nothing I can see is gonna top Dark Souls 1. Like, I don't think they can do it, honestly, unless they were really given the time. And reviews were clearly showing them that that's what people know was better designed. And I don't think that's happening. So I can be patient. It's not like it's the only genre that I like anyway, you know, so, like, I'm, like, it's not a big deal. And Dark Souls still exists. So it's truly not, I'm not losing any sleep over that. Even if I never play another new FromSoft game again, like, I am totally content with what I did.
I'm still interested in trying out Armored Core.
Armored Core just in general, yeah, just, you can go back, there's tons of other ones, too.
Yeah. Kingsfield and the other Armored Core games.
Yeah, actually, Kingsfield is, I'm way more interested in playing the Kingsfield games than I am playing, Elden Ring's DLC. Way more interested in that. Like, even if I was just given Elden Ring's DLC, I don't think I'd play it. Like, if it was a free title update and I just had it, I'm like, that's nice. I'm glad it was free, guys. I'm gonna go play something else now.
It is pretty challenging, though. I don't think it's, like, worth the time.
Well, yes, that's the thing. Like, I don't have that much time. Like, I want to make something like this, you know? This means a lot to me, and I want to make sure I have this book done before I'm dead. I'm playing too much anyway. Are you saying that about Ghost? Maybe. That's the entire point of the game. I understand it's the point of the game. But I just didn't like it.
Oh, fighting fire with fire, holding up your moral code. Well, the thing about feudal Japan is that a lot of samurai tried upholding their moral code, but ended up twisting it and perverting it.
Right.
So they ended up fighting dirtier than the Mongols have.
Yes. And that's a big thing that the Japanese and the Chinese were both heavily guilty of. They were both the victims of horrible war crimes, and then out of, like, intense need for vengeance, would go do worse war crimes to the other side, which of course made the cycle of war crimes continue. So, yeah, they're both not admirable at all.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that I want to play as that. That's just me, you know. I don't like seek out the depravity of humanity as like something that I want to get enjoyment from. It's something like to this day I will never understand people who want to play like Call of Duty. Like, why do you want to put yourself in basically the front row seat as if in enjoyment of some of the most horrible atrocities that are actually happening around the world, and not in an ironic sense of like trying to like make change, but to make money and for people to have fun.
Yeah.
Like, that's sick. Like, I don't get it.
Activision clearly is not trying to do that. They're just trying to make money.
Well, yeah,
but they're
they always
going
have
with the
been.
whole like, we're gonna bring awareness to war because war is bad. But I think they're primarily saying that because
there's
fans
always
are
a
saying
new
that.
there's always a new war. And if something becomes too real for people, then all of a sudden they have to come out and say something. But like, when is war okay? You know? How
It never is. That's the point.
Yeah, I know. I'd like to see like a strategy war game where your goal is to stop fighting and have like the least amount of people die, and you have to go up against like a regime that has like this crazy dictator, and they'll do anything to kill you, and they're coming up with like fake stories that they're running in their populations to get everyone riled up against you, just because like they want your land, or they want to, I don't know, own a tiny strip of land in Israel, for example, that they're willing to bomb hospitals. You know, if you don't glorify that kind of stuff, like, you don't know who's playing it. Susceptible kids? I don't want to sound like that kind of parent, but like, actual susceptible kids are playing that kind of stuff. They always have been. Like, there was this running gag. I remember, like, it was really big, like, in the X and Y Pokemon days, when, like, they would show photos of the lines of release day for Pokemon, and it's all, like, grown men, and then the line of a release of a new Call of Duty game, and it's all children. It was supposed to be funny, like, the targeted audiences are all backwards, but, man, that's just so depressing.
There was a point in I think it was in Modern Warfare 2 where you're brought to Africa. They could have very easily thrown child soldiers at you in that, but they didn't do it.
Yeah, because it's got to be the fun, which I don't understand. Yeah, like, my cousin is a Navy SEAL and trains Navy SEALs, and like, I'm sure he would also be just appalled that people are going out of their way to, like, derive enjoyment from something that's, like, the grossest part of humanity. You know, like, there's even been some games that have come out that mostly are there just to make some noise. Like, I don't remember the names of some, but I remember one where you're like this psycho murderer guy, and you gotta try and get away with killing as many people as you can. Forget the name of the game. But, like, it was, like, intentionally trying to be as edgy as it could and hardcore. But
Is that Manhunt?
I don't remember the names of these things. So, you could be right.
I have Manhunt on my wish list, believe it or not.
Well, then, from your perspective, I am very curious. Is it just like a, I'm really mad at the world kind of thing, and I just want to attack?
I have no idea. I've never played it.
I'm like, well, you still wishlist it. I'm not calling you out. I'm very curious. Okay, I promise. For the sake of science, I need to know.
I have a bit of pent-up rage that I need to take out.
Congrats,
out
squad.
on some pixels.
Squad just killed him. Yeah, good job. Okay, mine was a little more enthusiastic than that, so. You could do better next time, Cameron. Promise. Sorry for cutting you off. I just got... That's better. I just got excited for Squad. He's in less misery now. He has less video game to play.
Yay!
You know, what makes a good boss fight I found anymore? When you beat them, you are sad because you can't do it again. A bad boss is when you beat them and say, finally, that's over. Just saying.
That's a good fair few bosses in Shadow of the Erdtree.
That's not good. I wasn't trying to call it Shadow of the Erdtree. I'm just talking in general, like, that's how you know you enjoy something, you know? Like, say, like, I'm playing against a boss and I lose, and I put down the controller and I go, yes, I get to do that again. Like, that's a good boss, and that does happen. Don't think I'm being crazy here. Anyway, this is a lot of leaves. This is so many leaves. Why did I do this? Could have just let this be the background and Kim would have just, like, made a pattern of, like, tree leaves. And it would have been fine.
Stickler for detail.
Sorry. It takes so freaking long for me to get through this panel. I'll eventually get to that reservation list, by the way. Which, whether you like it or not, I'm going to include you guys somewhere on there. I've got nothing else that's supposed to be there.
What other bosses have you fought so far, Squad? If you trusted Knight is the only one you've hated so far.
I'm still thinking of Dark Souls 3. Oh, you know, I think Deacons of the Deep, though, was pretty easy. It was a really cool boss fight.
Yeah, Deacons was pretty good.
Yeah, that, I remember that one was, like, really good. I was actually sad when I beat that one, because I was like, man, that was so cool! I want to see what else they can do. Like, I want to keep playing that. That was a good one.
It was kind of a unique way to play a boss fight, and it was like,
yeah.
Oh, it's a gank fight, but it's not really a gank fight.
Yeah, it really wasn't a gank fight. Like, that horrible fight in Dark Souls 2, where the boss fight is just 3 dudes. One archer, one Havel. Oh, that was
oh my god,
so...
Gank Squad. No, forget Gank Squad.
People call it Gank Squad? That's great.
Yeah, they call it Gank Squad.
Yeah, that fight was just terrible. I don't know what they were thinking. Well, they're probably thinking, what the hell do we do? Alex doesn't care about spoilers, right? Oh, I'm not playing it. Go ahead. Also, like, what's a name? Like, oh no, there's a boss in Shadow of the Erdtree? Whoa! I'm sorry if I missed some of your comments, by the way. I talk with my hands too much.
And his hands are very busy.
Yeah. Yeah, my you don't want to know where my left hand is. It's very busy.
Looks at your left arm in suspicion.
Yeah. I forgot I'm actually on camera. You can actually just see where it is. That joke didn't land. Never mind. You don't know where my left hand is.
I don't see it going up and down, so that's definitely not it.
Yeah, that joke doesn't land when you can actually just see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Oops.
So far, killed Divine Beast and Rolana, and now this. Ah. I did not like Rolana
waste of
at
ones
all.
and zeros.
When I go for Mesmer next.
So wait, like he already knows where he's going and like what he's doing?
There's already guides online everywhere.
Well, I know, but like, why would you read them? Doesn't that defeat the point?
Yeah, it does.
I mean, like,
when it comes to like,
game's
when it
trying to
comes
surprise
to like
you. Let the game surprise you.
Yeah, but when it comes to this game's like that and this DLC is kind of like really ridiculous scaling. You kind of need to figure out where all these different items are to help up yourself.
That's dumb. That's
It's
dumb.
really bad.
I don't want to find the Koroks just to survive a boss's hit. That's dumb. I'll say it again. That's dumb.
Well, you can beat Bale if you got enough Shadow Tree Blessing. Otherwise,
Beat
he
what?
got hurt.
I don't know who.
That's what it's called, the Shadow Tree.
Alright, so those are pretty much covered up. If that's the edge of... What is this? Oh, you know what? Why this soundtrack is kind of getting on my nerves? This is Deacons. I just went to look over it. So, I have this physical soundtrack. It came with my game, and I had it in my car for the longest time, meaning I am so done with this soundtrack because I heard it a million times. But since I am curious, Idix Gundir, Firelink Shrine, Vord of the Boreal Valley, Curse-Rotted Greatwood, that thing was odd.
It was.
It's
It had
placed
an
weird.
interesting concept to it, but
Yeah, but like
it was
I feel like
awkward to try and
it's-
hit those
yeah,
pustules.
and I couldn't figure that out. So I came back to it later because it was like one-shotting me or something. Like I feel like it's scaled too high. And then like what really
No, it's
sucks
just a
about
big
that is
boss.
apparently there's an NPC below it, and if you fight the boss, you kill the NPC and you lock yourself out of like this whole quest line. That's kind of dumb.
You actually, you won't be able to get the covenant he gives you.
I said Crystal Sages. That is not a good fight. That's just teleporting laser guy. Nobody enjoys that.
Teleport in phase 1,
Yeah.
gank fight in
Yeah,
phase
gank
2.
fight, yeah.
No.
We'll figure out which one's the right color, which is so, it's video gamey and dumb. High Lord Walnir, what is that?
That's the big skeleton king guy that you fight in the edge of the abyss.
Skeleton King. Oh yeah, that was a cool spectacle, but he was super easy.
Yeah, he's more of like a gimmick boss than
Yeah.
actually hard. He can still kill you, but
I don't know if that's possible. He was
if
extremely
you-
easy for me. Like, I
if
think
you
I
break,
broke his bracelets in like 2 hits, and then like he just died instantly. Like, it was pathetic.
yeah, strength weapons trivializes the whole fight.
And that's what I was
But,
doing. I had
if
that
you
axe
do-
thing. Even though
if
he
you
probably
do break
resisted the
the,
deep damage, but still, he just died instantly.
Yeah, he resists dark damage.
Right. I'm gonna be right
But,
back. I'm gonna run to the restroom. Sorry, you're
Okay.
mid-sentence. I know you know a lot about these games.
Yeah, he can't kill you because if you break a bracelet, he will try to like. He's getting dragged back as you break the bracelets.
Yeah.
And I think like on the last one he starts scrambling up to try and get away.
He did
And
this
he drags
barf
that-
attack. I remember that almost killed me, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did
barks
this.
that mist out and he drags it with him as he's pulling himself up.
Yeah, I
and
remember
you
it
can
completely
actually get
covered the
caught
whole
in it.
battlefield, and I was up against the wall, and he was still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was tough.
That kills you more than anything.
Yeah, he didn't have a chance. Like, he was... I think, like, being able to dynamically choose how you dodge, instead of dodging just, like, forward, backward, or side to side, like, you have so much more... Actually, I don't even know. Can you dodge? Yeah, you can dodge side to side in Dark Souls 1. But, like, you can dodge in diagonals in all sorts of fluid directions in 3, making stuff like that a lot easier. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Wait, of course. Oh, Curse-Rotted Greatwood, the ball tumor tree.
Shoot.
It didn't occur to me to hit the glowy things. I was trying to hit the thing for the longest time in all sorts of places. Like, I can't figure out this gimmick. This is dumb. What's the gimmick? And I'm hitting everywhere. Just missing it. All right, I made it this time. I'll be right back.
All right, go. You know Bale because of that one guy with his life's purpose being a vendetta against him. I didn't know about Bale until... Oh yeah, like, Egon. Like, yeah, you learn of him, but you don't know how he is until you get there. Oh! I fought him severely underpowered, but I still beat him. And no, I did not use the one weapon that you get to the Jagged Peak. Nope, I beat him purely on volition. Was it a mistake? Yeah. Did I still do it? Yeah. Am I gonna do it again? Probably.
Hope y'all like staring at that lovely pigeon member for a moment. Let's
I was getting a little hot and bothered just looking at it.
yeah, real steamy stuff right there.
Oh.
Yeah. Though speaking of steamy stuff, there will actually be some pages much later that I absolutely cannot stream. So I'm probably going to do that thing I said, where I just like do like a shared open video call thing over Discord. Have like a warning for people first, like careful, and then I'm gonna play whatever is on my Spotify, which is also explicit.
You still got the be right back thing displayed on the screen, by the way.
Thank you. Ah. Oh, my brain is still gloppy. Okay.
It doesn't sound like it to me.
Did Squad have
think
any
you're
questions?
doing a bit better.
Because I don't like. Not that I don't want to pay attention. I want to make sure I get this done because I have a lot of this to do today.
Just mostly talking about bosses in Shadow of the Erd Tree.
Okay, gotcha. So he was like kind of talking to you too. Because I want to make sure he didn't have like a legitimate question for me or something like that, and I am blowing him off by doing this. Because I know that's one issue I've had with streaming with voices, like voice chat. I will get very wrapped up in who I'm talking to because yeah, I don't shut up. I'm pretty bad about not shutting up. Look how I didn't draw the background this time. Oof, thank me. High five me. He says this is Abyss Watchers. See, I can't identify who's who. Dark Souls 3, they all kind of blur in my head. Wow, shift, you're not working. Wow, Alex is ignoring me. I can't believe his feelings equals hear it. Yeah. Like 1d4 of hurt feeling damage. Just trying to get a headache from my stinking concussion again. I did bring something to snack on. Hoping some unsalted almonds will be good for me.
Pork.
You found a sunflower.
Oh, you mean the sunflower?
Yes. Clover's been trying to grow sunflowers for a couple years now. I feel bad, they just will not bloom. They're supposed to be giant, and like, they don't get over a foot and they don't bloom.
I think they mostly bloom in the spring.
Yeah, but you gotta plant them really early in the year, which we do. And they just don't grow. The sunflower? I don't know, I just found a sunflower.
Oh, I just found a sunflower. Okay, so it might not be that. Okay.
Hopefully I don't get myself sick today. That'd be nice. I mean, I'm getting a lot of work done, but not feeling well every day. Ugh. Wish we had actual healthcare here so I could have had some help.
Dude, that'd be so nice. Uh, but no, it's just like that. The meme that I found of two ads overlapping each other, and one ad is like an ad for back pain, and it's the caption reads "Hurt yourself," and then the ad underneath it, I think it's like a therapy ad, but most of it is cut off, and the little subtitle that's just there left there is just says "You deserve it." So it just looks like it says got pain, you deserve it.
You deserve it.
That's the U.S. healthcare. That's U.S. healthcare in a nutshell.
Yeah. My blunder has been forever immortalized in the annals of history. My name not but a blemish in this accursed world. Squad, when you want to, you have some wonderfully colorful language. I'm gonna angle this so we can get these proper.
I can't keep up with all these kids and their slang, man. All I know is bra and dude.
That's from the 80s.
Yeah. I'm not even an 80s kid.
Just letting you know. That's 80s. Just doing you a little side there.
You know that I'm
an 80s old man right now. I go downstairs and I'm like tinkering with an NES zapper trying to get it to work. No kidding. That's what I'm doing in my spare time, which I don't have.
Abyss Watcher's theme makes me poetic. I like the Abyss Watcher's theme.
I didn't realize this was their theme.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently the next track is on the second disc. I didn't get multiple discs. They only gave me one. Came with the game, so this is like an actual complete soundtrack. 4 discs long, so this is the last track of disc 1. So these discs are crappy short. Only goes to Abyss Watchers?
Why does it only go to Abyss Watchers?
Well, the next one starts at Yorm, so... Which I will still stand by. I think Yorm is the worst boss fight From Software has ever done.
Storm King was pretty bad.
Well... What, Nameless King? I don't mean, like, difficulty. I mean, like, it's just designed so badly.
Storm King from Demon Souls.
Oh, see, I haven't gotten to play Demon Souls yet. We're actually going to draw a character after all this frickin' time.
4 discs for the 4 Lords of Cinder. And we'd need, like, a 5th disc for the DLCs.
I think that... 4 discs for Lords of Cinder? No, I think they, No, I see Sister Friday and Father Arendelle. That's DLC. There's even unused tracks. No, so it looks like disc 3 and 4 are just DLC, and disc 1 and 2 are, base game. So let me run through the rest of the names. Go like, okay. Yorm the Giant. That's a garbage fight. I can complain about it later if you want. Pontiff Sullivan. I hear people really hate him. I beat him on my first try. I didn't think he was that bad.
I beat Sullivan first try too, but I really hate his fight.
It's not a good... Yeah, it's another one of those dumb gimmicks. It's just a dude, and like his only gimmick is he duplicates himself later.
Well, that's his gimmick, but he's also... But the way he fights is not very good for the game.
Yeah, I agree.
He throws like 5-hit combos in very quick succession. Like, it's hard for you to get a hit off on him because he's throwing attacks out non-stop.
Agreed. Yeah, he was irritating.
That's why I say I don't like R'Lana too much in Shadow of the Erdtree, because she reminds me of that.
Ooh.
She's like Pontiff Sullivan and Melania had a love child.
Oh. Anyway, I wasn't a big fan of him. He just didn't wow me. Like, wasn't doing anything interesting, you know. Aldrich, Devourer of the Gods. That, once again, beat on my first try twice, actually, because, apparently I found a summon sign for, I don't know her name. The one character who's the gender bend of you. And you help her fight Aldrich.
Yeah, Henri.
Henri. Yeah, I didn't realize I was fighting Aldrich. I just like, oh, a summon sign for an NPC, because I'm offline. That's cool. I took it up on it, and,
yeah, you were basically fighting Aldrich in Henri's world.
yeah, I found that out, because I was like, oh, man, I thought I killed this boss. I had to do it again.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. Is she gonna help me? Nope.
Nope.
Skank.
Aldrich is not hard until
No.
you get to the higher New Game Plus cycles.
Yeah, but
It
still.
was actually really challenging for me in New Game Plus 7.
Still, I went back. Next time I saw Henri, I was like, you filthy slut! See if I ever help you again. Key point from Aldrich: don't be a filthy slut. Dancer of the Boreal Valley. Now, what sucks about Dancer is as soon as you beat the last Lord or something like that, they like toss you into that fight. You don't even get to spend your souls or anything. So
Yeah, you can actually. If you don't approach the altar in the back behind Emma, or even talk to her, you can go back to the Vork bonfire and rest at it.
how the hell was I supposed to know that?
You just moved a little too hastily, I guess.
Yeah, how was I supposed to know that? That's BS.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna need a layer above the inks, because I planned on drawing these characters going over the grout line. Anyway, what's next here?
Aldrich is just a huge damage over time boss.
I
But
don't remember
especially
that
if
boss
you
being
can-
that tough. That was really more of like a nuisance, like, oh man, I gotta do that again. Not like, oh man, I barely beat that. That was so close.
He's so tough in Phase 2, because if he does his Rain of Arrows attack in Phase 2, you have no choice but to run in circles, because the Rain of Arrows follows you in Phase 2, as opposed to just like spreading out in a huge cone.
Yeah, but I didn't run in circles. I just ran.
Yeah, you either run or just run in circles.
I never
But
really had.
as you're doing
trouble
that,
with
it gives
but
Aldrich time to like pick you off with like soul spears and stuff.
Yeah, I did like
It's
that.
so bad.
Like the visual touch that like Aldrich had been consuming gods and is using Gwendolyn as a puppet.
Yeah.
And the actual
he was-
Aldrich is
he
like the
first-
sludge.
He first devoured men, which made him into sludge. Then he had this vision in his slumber after he what was it? After he linked the first flame,
Right.
that made him think, "Oh, I need to ascend to become stronger to relink the flame. I'm gonna devour a god."
Yeah.
And who was the only remaining god left? Gwendolyn.
Well, assuming, you know. Oh, shoot! 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 I'm on the wrong layer. Damn it. Whatever. I guess those are sticking.
Him devouring men makes him more of a slut than sludge, to be honest.
See, I don't see my my chat right now. I was looking at the list of boss names so I could keep whining. But like, oh, Faminator, hey, my co-host right now didn't tell me you were here.
My bad. I failed. I'll have to do what the Japanese samurai did when they dishonored themselves.
Seppuku.
I was just gonna say break my kneecaps, but okay.
You really dishonor yourself. Well, like, I thought Aldrich was fun. I didn't have any problem with Aldrich either time I played it. Beat it pretty fast.
50 lashes. We're probably gonna get 40 lashes.
Yeah. Here they come.
I thought someone was gonna make a sound.
Oh, right, yeah, it's a visual gag. You're on delay.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it wasn't funny anyway. So,
I'll just play off of it anyway.
just laugh anyway.
Do it again.
Alright, so, the actual, the first thing I did in the dancer fight was Homeward Bone. Which was really anticlimactic. I was like, oh, that would have been really cool. But, I'm sorry, I'm not losing these souls over nothing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want that stress. Like, that's just not...
Especially because it's Dancer.
Well, it was a boss I'd never seen, you know, it's my first time playing the game, but Dancer, is actually, I'd say, one of the better designed bosses in the game. Aesthetically. And then, like, in terms of, like, what you're doing, it really feels like you're playing against a boss that's more interested in, like, the elegance of the battle, and it's not willingly, like, after you. Just kind of, like, doing what it has to do. Performing.
Yeah.
And that's really cool. Like, it actually starts dancing towards its phase 2 and timing its attacks with its music. Which is really cool. I've heard some theories that it's actually somehow Guinevere.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I think the lore states that it's actually one of Guinevere's children.
Yeah. Or maybe that's what I'd heard. I don't remember what it was, but... Yeah, people were trying to figure out who that was for the longest time, just because it's... You know, you want to learn about it.
Whenever Guinevere came back as Lothric was established and became Oceros' queen for a while.
Yeah.
That's how we got Lorien and Lothric.
Yep, we're not at that guy yet.
Then she left as the first flame was fading, and Lothric, who was supposed to be the Lord strong enough to relink it, but turned out to be a dismal failure. She left for the untended graves and left us a little souvenir for when we wake up, which is the Ashen Estus ring.
Lorien Lothric was a very rewarding fight for me. Are we at that one next?
Hard.
Let me see. I honestly thought we had to fight that before Dancer.
We do. We have to fight Dancer,
so
then
these are all out of
Dragonslayer
order.
armor.
Yeah, so these are out of order.
Yeah.
So I can just jump to, Lorien and Lothric.
You actually can jump to them pretty early if you kill Emma before Vort.
Who's Emma?
She's the priestess in Dancer's arena.
Oh, so hold on. Doesn't killing Dancer let you go up the castle?
Yep.
Oh, so then you are supposed to kill Dancer first.
No.
What?
Because Dancer is a late game boss.
I'm confused. I don't remember when I did any of this stuff.
The required sequence is you go through Vort, take care of the first three wars, which is Abyss Watchers, Aldrich, and/or Yorm, and then the other one, and then you get teleported back to the High Wall of Lothric, beat Dancer, go through Dragonslayer armor, and beat the Twin Princes.
Okay.
That's supposed to be the sequence. If you can break it by beating Dancer early, going to Lothric Castle, try to beat the Dragonslayer armor, and then you can fight Lorien and Lothric.
Yeah, doing that early, I don't know, but Dragonslayer armor was cake.
Yeah, actually, no, you can't fight them because the door is sealed.
Oh.
Yeah, they covered
I
their
remember,
butts. They covered their butts on that. I
people
forgot
were
about
really
that.
excited that the demo for Dark Souls 3 allowed you to basically play the beginning of the game, but you could still initiate the dancer fight, and it was like the ultimate challenge of the demo.
Yeah, I think that was like the hidden challenge boss of the demo.
Right, right. And it makes sense, because that's where she is.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I would kind of wish that it would do something. Oh, shoot. Is that actually supposed to be here? You wouldn't see that.
I struggled like the Dickens on Dancer.
Oh, really?
New Game Plus 7.
Oh, New Game Plus 7. Okay, right.
On my first attempt, I beat her.
Yeah, I was more just impressed at the spectacle than I was, Also, once I teleported out, spent my souls, leveled up, had nothing to lose again, couldn't care less about the dancer. Like that, I was like, that, you got nothing to take from me now. And I realized, oh, this fight's actually not that hard. But the fact that, like, if you're playing it when the pressure's on, that sucks. You don't want to do that. Gotta get the shape of people's arms right. Let me see. What does it say on here after Dancer? Oh, Cyrus. That was probably the most memorable boss in the game for me. And I still beat him on my first try, but that's not why.
Yeah, Oceros isn't that hard.
No, he was cake. But, like, I just thought it was really cool where, like, one, it's mysterious and weird. You know, like, this eyeless starved dragon thing is cradling an invisible baby, and you're like, oh my god, this thing's nuts. And, you know, it starts coming for you, and eventually you do enough damage. It slams the pretend baby on the ground and just starts turning into a Tigrex. I'm like, oh my god, it's a Monster Hunter fight? Oh my god, am I listening to a baby crying? What's happening? Like, it's like that's good stuff. Like, it's freaky and weird and gross.
That is the former king of Lothrix, somehow.
I don't know. I mean, I've had enough of kings after Dark Souls 2. No more. Screw them. They can all go crazy for all I care.
Old Iron King, the Ivory King, God knows what happened to the Sunken King.
Yeah.
And then Vendrick. Yeah, they're all gone.
I've seen a lot of people say Sunken King is likely like some sort of Nito. Because the original, like, each of the kings is somehow corrupted by or obsessed with one of the 4 main souls of Dark Souls 1, which the ideas were, what were they? Life and Death, Light and Dark. Right?
I think?
I know it's 4 like that. Like, Nito is Death, Life is the Bed of Chaos, Light is Gwyn, Dark was Manus. I believe that was, like, the theming. And, Dark Souls 2, each of their 4 souls descends into another who kind of gains their insight and obsessions along with them.
I think it was actually, it might have been Knowledge, not Dark. So that would come in the form of Seath the Scaleless.
Well, Seath just had a fragment of Gwyn's. If you're just talking about themes, that's something else. I was talking more like, I'm
not sure if Manus made up the whole part of the Dark, because Gwyn purposefully tried suppressing it.
Yeah, I don't really know. I am just telling you from what I've already heard from elsewhere, that people who are much smarter than me looking into trying to understand the lore of these things.
Yeah, like the four major bosses, like Lost Sinner, Doomsteer Freya, Old Iron King.
Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. Those four. Not the old kings.
Who was the fourth boss? I forget. Rotten.
The Rotten is obviously Nito.
Rotten is Nito. Old Iron King is Gwyn.
The spider is Seath.
Guarding Seath, and Lost Sinner is Bed of Chaos.
Right. Anyway, that was just a thought. So, but yeah, you mentioned the Rotten, and I just go like, ugh. It's like this. It's a little that's on the verge of being too on the nose for me. You know, like, but we were talking about it earlier before you got here. The thing that I think is way too on the nose is the end of Dark Souls 3 when you're fighting Soul Cinder and it just starts playing Gwyn's theme and he starts fighting like Gwyn. Then I'm like, stop it! Yeah. Stop it! Stop it! I got it before! Like, I'm not dumb! Anyway, so I have limits. That's also another hard fight in New Game Plus 7. I can imagine. If you're going to make any of them harder in New Game Plus, it better be the final boss, for crying out loud. Anyway, Osiris is really cool. Let me see what's next on here. We're listening to Pontiff Sullivan. I couldn't remember any of their music or differentiate them because I beat everybody on my first try here. I'm going to go through quickly. I beat Idix Gunter my first try, beat Vort. Curse-Rotted Greatwood, he killed me because I couldn't figure out what to do, so I came back later and then killed him on my first try. Killed Crystal Sages on my first try. What was High Lord Walnir again? The dude in the skeleton. Yeah, I beat him on my first try. Old Demon King, we skipped that. That fight, I feel like he was misplaced. Like, something felt really wrong about where he was.
He's kind of tucked away, yeah, so is Smoldering Lake.
Yeah, but not only that, like, he's way too strong for your level of when you get there. It's like a comeback later boss. I think he one-shot killed me with a regular attack, and I was like, okay, am I not supposed to be here? The game's pretty damn linear. Like, where am I supposed to be?
He deals, like, physical and fire damage, and I think that's, like, the whole reason he hits so hard. But then he's, like, taking so little damage.
Yeah, like, I wasn't doing anything to him, and eventually he just killed me because, you know, you can't stop what doesn't take damage.
I feel like he just resists physical damage. I don't remember, though.
Yeah. Anyway,
they have to, like,
he's a butthole.
Dark sorceries on him.
So he technically beat me, but, it felt kind of unfair. Like, his stats were just too damn high for me at the time. I went back, beat him on my first try. I thought he was, like, cake, but, oh well.
Yeah.
Deacons of the Deep is an amazing fight. Beat that on my first try. Oh, Abyss Watchers did beat me the first couple times. That was tough. Yorm the Giant is a terrible fight, and they should feel ashamed for making it. Beat him on my first try. Even though it took me a long time to figure out what was going on. I was hitting him for so long, like, luckily this is the easiest boss in the world to dodge. Luckily this boss, like, even in terms of regular combat, kind of sucks. Like, but his HP is ridiculous. This is dumb. This is dumb. What do? I got bored, started looking around the boss room, found that stupid Storm Ruler thing, because like an ordinary individual who's not reading guides, I didn't have, I Want to Be Sigmire joining me. So, yep, so I didn't have like an obvious win. Took me forever. I'm looking at, okay, what's this thing? I didn't have time to read it, so I'm obviously in a boss fight. Equipped to the thing anyway. He dies in like 3 hits. Like, well, that was fun. I'm so glad we did that, FromSoft.
I knew what Storm Ruler did beforehand, so I purposefully didn't fight him with it.
Yeah. And
I learned that after some attacks that Yorm does, his hands and his head are in range for you to attack him with.
Yeah. And I thought that was how I had to kill him for the longest time. Like, this fight took me like 20 minutes.
You can do that, it's just going to take longer than the Storm Ruler, but Storm Ruler makes the fight too easy, and I wanted a little bit of a challenge to it.
Yeah, it's not a fight.
He's still easy to dodge. because his AI is very highly manipulated.
Right.
Like,
he's only got like a few moves.
he's actually got a whole array of moves. It's just that like your positioning forces him to use only a few if you stand in specific spots.
I was wondering why, like, I was just on him, like, continuously hit, dodge the easy smash.
Yeah, I purposefully stand in between his legs to make him do that smash move.
Yeah.
So I can hit his head. And he did it, like, 6 times in a row for me. So I managed to post him, like, maybe 3 times on my first attempt.
What, you can parry him?
No, you can riposte him if you hit him enough times in the arm.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Like a posture break.
Right, yeah. Like, the Elden Ring's thing that it did to death.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You cannot parry Yorm. If you can, that would just make him so trivial.
No. He's already too freaking easy. And once I figured out the Storm Ruler thing, I was like, wow, you made a bad boss worse. Like, how did you do that? Like, it didn't have a chance at killing me, it was just boring. Like, what the hell? Bed of Chaos was actually more fun than Yorm. Because Bed of Chaos at least was interesting.
He actually did kill me once in a New Game Plus cycle.
Oh yeah.
But that's only because I acknowledged that I was doing the fight hitless.
Oh!
Because I acknowledged I did it hitless and I started getting a little cocky about it.
Yeah.
And then he hit me and I was like, oh crap. And then he finished me off.
And that's always the way. Anyway, I still have this pulled up and I can't see the comments, so I should probably finish up, see what these bosses are, because I'm telling you, I don't remember so much about Dark Souls 3. It's why I kind of wanted to play it again, but like, it's only because I don't remember it. If I go through the list of bosses, I'll be like, oh yeah, you're easy. How are you supposed to be harder the second time? Anyway, we did, this is Aldrich. Why are we listening to, what? I don't know, it's a 7-minute song. Anyway, oh, it's the extended versions of every, oh, well, I'm glad we have that. Dancer Osiris, Secret Betrayal, don't know what that means. Ancient Wyvern. Oh my god, that fight's terrible. Never mind.
Yeah.
Dark Souls 3 has some of the worst fights in the series. That is, like, okay, that is Puzzle Boss in the worst way. That stupid Ancient Wyvern.
Not even a puzzle boss, it's just avoiding him and running through a gauntlet.
Well, that's the puzzle. That, like, because the puzzle, yeah, I know what you're trying to say. But yeah, it's not a puzzle. It's like a don't fight the boss, run away from the boss, and then run all the way up here to this obvious thing that we marked for you on the ground that still like, right when you walk in, there's like a message on the ground that tells you how to solve the damn thing. And then when you get up to the end of the line, you get up there and it's like, try plunging attack. Like, oh. It's like if you walked into Yorm, the only way they could have made it worse is if there was a thing right when you walk in, a message, and it says, need weapon. Like, or something like that. And then like right next to Storm Rule, there's another weapon. Oh, God. Anyway.
They did it again with Rykard and Elden Ring, except this time they just gave you the weapon straight up instead of having to run for it.
Yeah, I remember that. Like, oh my god, this is Yorm, but worse.
Like,
how do you make Yorm?
Don't fight Rykard without that, by the way. I did it once and it was not fun.
Rykard wasn't fun to begin with, so...
Like, even fighting him without it is bad.
Like, how many games have to learn the lesson that it's a terrible idea to do a boss fight where you shift up the mechanics and make the player do something with, like, some sort of, like, mechanic or weapon or what have you that they've never used before. It never ends well. Like, you played God of War, the original?
I haven't, but I've seen gameplay of it.
The final boss fight just starts using, like, this weird push and pull mechanic that is nowhere else in the rest of the game. It's this weird minigame crap, and it also doesn't function. It's terrible. I don't know how I haven't reviewed that. It's actually one of the first games I played on the channel. by the way.
Oh, the original. Oh yeah, the original God of War.
I played it with Kim.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. There's even a montage of it. Anyway, yeah, but that's, oh god, it's so bad. It's just like not learning. Oh my god, I'm on the wrong layer again. No. Kim is gonna be so mad at me when she gets to this page because I messed this up. Yeah. Anyway, Ancient Wyvern is awful. It was so bad, like, I saw the thing, like the message on the ground, I was like, but I want to fight the dragon. So I run up to it, I start fighting it. I'm like, I'm not doing any damage. Wow, its stomp sure hurts. That fire did a lot of damage. But I kept trying to fight it anyway. I fought it stubbornly like 4 times or something before I inevitably caved. And I was like, fine, I'll play it your way, game. I ran, did the plunging attack, killed it in 1 hit. That was... If that was like a secret way to beat the boss or something like that, that'd be different. But even still, it's like... You know, like, the secret way to beat Ceaseless Discharge in Dark Souls 1 becomes like the scrub way to do it. You know, like the coward's way out. How come Ancient Wyvern didn't have even like, it wasn't even designed for you to try and fight it. It was designed to kill you while you were running from it. Oh, you'd think they would have learned this lesson after, what was the ancient dragon in Dark Souls 2 called? Was it just called Ancient Dragon? Oh, yeah, that guy. That SOB. Yes.
Yeah, you've seen me beat him.
I seen me beat him. He's a butthole. And not a well-designed butthole. One of the least interesting buttholes I've ever witnessed.
Yeah, he's very poorly designed.
Yeah. It really felt like I was just fighting an NPC that wasn't designed to be a boss, but for some reason had his name as text underneath. And
he had a boss health bar.
I know that. I'm saying, like, I thought that was strange. It was like, I felt like I was fighting an NPC who all of a sudden, like, he just had this text here.
What would possess somebody to attack him if he's not, like, initially hostile when you get there? What is going to possess you to attack him?
He just gifts you something on top of that. Like, he's not aggressive. He's very polite, and he gave you something. My thought is somebody who later in the game realized, because there was another character who tells you that the ancient dragon is a sham. Like, it's an illusion, it's not what you think it is, or like it's some concocted fake dragon. That might compel you to go fight him.
Yeah, like I think if you pay enough attention, like somebody tells you that this dragon is not what it looks like, and it's just one of Aldia's experiments.
Right. That's my guess. Anyway, Dark Souls 3. This is the dancer. Osiris. I don't know what Secret Betrayal means on these track names. Most of them are just listing the boss's name, but I don't know what Secret Betrayal means. Could be a cutscene. Nameless King. We have finally come to the one and only boss of Dark Souls 3 that pissed me off because it was so hard.
Yeah, I struggled like the dickens on him.
What the hell were they thinking with that? Nameless King is so hard. Like, the rest of the game is so freaking easy. I don't understand.
He's in a high-skilled area. Like, I don't think you're supposed to do that until after you're done with, like, Dragon Slayer armor, at the least.
But I think he was the last boss I fought in the game, and he was still insane. Like, I feel like, if after you defeat his Drake he rides on, and he lands, I feel like that death of the dragon should have been canonical. It was kind of taking me out of the game. Not mechanically, but like story-wise. I'm like, so hold on. But it died. Like, I killed it. Just because I died after that point doesn't mean that the dragon comes back to life too. That doesn't make any sense. Like, why is the dragon linked to the fire? Like, what the hell's that about?
Video gaming, I guess.
Yeah. And, like, he mourns the exact same way every time it absorbs its power. And, like, what? Wouldn't he eventually be like, all right, man, you're pissing me off. You've been doing this for 3 hours. Stop killing my pet.
It's weird. I don't understand why that's a thing.
Anyway, once I finally got really good at his first phase, like, I was so stressed out by the time I'd get to the second phase, I would choke.
Mm-hmm. It's because, like, Nameless King is so aggressive, and the only best way to fight him is to stay, like, right on him almost at all times.
Really?
He punishes...
Except for the damn dragon. There's a lot of moves where you just have to... Like, he just starts flying up, you're like, alright, run away. Fast as you can. And just hope he misses.
Yeah.
Like the stupid dragons in Elden Ring. It's like they're the same kind of thing.
Kinda, yeah.
They go up, they barf fire straight down, make a giant AoE, hope you ran fast enough. Kim, Clover says hi, check your phone for pictures when you can. Hello, wife lady.
Hi, Kim.
Let me see if I can find and share some pictures. Ooh, Clover went to a candy store.
Oh.
Whoa. She's out with her friend Zach, a few other friends from Kim's work. Ooh, they got to ride a train. I'm not surprised Zach got on there with her.
Zach got on it?
Yeah, he was the other head on that picture. Oh, well, you'll see the photos later when the video catches up.
Yeah.
Hi, Clover! Daddy's still drawing! At home! This is brain hurty. Goatees from the back are hard to draw. That's it. That's the tweet. Alright, dialogue covers that up. Man, I'm sad Twitter's dead. I miss Twitter. I got all my gaming news there.
I think
Anyway,
I think there's some people still running like an old version of Twitter.
Well, it doesn't
Somewhere,
matter, like,
but it's not official.
but all the places that I checked there for information, they all caved. Nothing works with it anymore because Musk is a despicable human being who we need to bring back public executions for exclusively for this man. But anyway, enough about that fun.
Not just him.
What else we got?
Not just him.
Yeah, not
but
just him. There's, yeah, okay, right. You got me there. Let's not carry on. Dragon Slayer armor. I thought this fight was exceptionally lame. She also wants to let everyone know she is eating ice cream?
Ew.
No way. That sounds delicious. You can tell her that Dad is very jealous.
I think that just makes anyone here jealous.
Yeah. My 3-year-old wanted to make sure you all knew she was eating ice cream. And you aren't. Get sad. Get the big sad.
And biggest sadness.
Anyway, I think the dragon armor, whatever it's called, was an extremely lame fight.
It was a bit of a struggle for me at first, but then I realized how to dodge him.
I don't know if he even hit me. Like, I could have lucked out. Like, I'm pretty sure I lucked out against Pontiff Sullivan because I beat him so fast. But, like, Dragon Slayer armor...
You 100% got lucky if he didn't even hit you.
I don't think he hit me. All of a sudden, when, like, the rest of the environment, those giant, whatever those ghastly bat butterfly things were.
Yeah.
She's watching and she heard you say you were jealous. I wonder if she knows what jealous means.
I didn't like that part in his phase 2 where the butterflies started intervening.
Butterfly. Oh, okay. So I didn't have a name for those things, but yeah, that caught me off guard, and that's the only reason I think I got hit a lot from those, and it was kind of irritating.
Yeah.
Oh, Kim, while you're here, let me show you something. Kim, blah 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 blah. I'm gonna get your attention. So, I wanted these parts of the characters to bleed over into the other panel. I put it on another layer above the other inks, but I also stupidly, as you see, started drawing on that too. As long as they're both up there and you're drawing colors underneath, it should be okay, and you could draw, you know, them coming off of the panel a bit, but if you can't get it to work, just merge them. That's all. I apologize in advance. I know I already messed it up. What the? I'll get more pictures? Oh, somebody had to show us the ice cream.
I heard that, actually.
Ooh. She is eating out of a baseball cup hat, little helmet, and a video on the train. I see her waving. There's audio with this, but I can't hear it because I have headphones on. It's okay.
Whoa.
She'll be fine. Just remind me. All right. Anyway, Dragon Slayer armor, he dumb. Cause like it's not like a like he doesn't look cool. He doesn't make me ask questions about the world. It's just a dude. And like what's cool about that is the area. The perpetual solar eclipse, the giant freaky flying like skeletal butterfly bat things, abominations, all in like a castle at twilight. It's beautiful. And that fight is lousy.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I have to say about that.
The fight wouldn't be nearly as bad if we didn't have those pilgrim butterflies constantly spitting on us.
Shoot, I forgot this actually raises up here, because that goes over the front. Yeah, I remember those things being a pain. Like, I didn't even start getting hit until those things showed up. I was so mad.
It's even worse if you have summons, because now the Dragon Slayer armor has more HP. And I mean a lot more HP.
That's annoying.
So you're gonna be suffering that even more.
Bye-bye, Clover. Have fun.
Bye.
I'm glad she's having a good time. She has a lot of anxiety issues, and we're trying to help her with that. I mentioned that earlier. We just took her to specialists yesterday to try and figure out what we can do as parents to help her. Something that never would have ever occurred to my family. Anyway, what's our next battles to complain about in Dark Souls 3? Oh, now we're at Lorien and Lothric. These two actually killed me a few times.
Same here. I struggled pretty hard on them.
Yeah, once I got to the second phase, I was in the clear, I think. I don't really remember. Or I couldn't figure out what was going on. Like, they just kept healing themselves forever. And then, like, when I realized it was one of those, like, oh, I'm only supposed to be killing the guy in the back, and you only really get a clear shot on him after you knock down the other one. Like, that's what I thought I had to do. It's why it probably took me so long. But then, like, I saw people online, like, solely attacking Lothric. I was like, oh, you could do that? Like, oh, you can do that.
Yeah.
I made that fight way harder than it needed to be. So that's why I was like, oh, God.
Yeah,
that's what I get for playing these with no guides.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't want to ruin them for myself. It would make them easier.
In the back.
I'm sorry, what?
You can scoot around Lorien and hit Lothric in the back. That's basically what you were saying.
Yeah. I after I beat the game, I'm like, oh man, I want to see someone do a speed run of that. And then I watched it, I'm like, oh, I could have done that. Well, that changes the entire, like, whoops.
Yeah, I've even seen speedruns where they took advantage of this weird AI glitch, where, somehow if you meet all the conditions properly, Lorien will not move.
Oh yeah, I've seen some glitches in speedruns where people do
and if you just
wonky stuff with that one.
Lothric,
yeah.
As long as you just exclusively hit Lothric, he won't aggro Lorien.
Yeah, I've seen that.
If you accidentally clip Lorien, and he'll aggro.
Right. But anyway, I thought that was...
The hardest part was just dodging Lorien.
Yes, for sure. Also, if you're me, the hardest part was defeating Lorien over and over so you have a chance to hit Lothric.
Yeah.
Because that's what I honest to God thought I had to do. Because I'm an idiot. Or I thought that was the puzzle with the boss. Like, I was like, oh, finally, we have a boss that's difficult.
It kind of is, but then you realize you can still hit the other one. So it's like, you still benefit from taking Lorien down because you have a big window to hit Lothric.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it didn't occur to me when I was playing it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, Ancient Wyvern, Nameless King, now it's Oh no, hold on, we were here. Soul of Cinder, is that actually the last boss?
That's the final boss.
No, I mean like did I miss anybody? I feel like there was more. I guess, well...
There's not a lot of bosses in the main game.
I guess they learned their lesson from last time. But the thing is... I don't know. I mean, the bosses are better in this game, in 3, than they are in 2, but... They were too easy. Almost.
They're more action-packed is what they are. It's not like lessons to learn, or they're just like... They're more spectacle fights than anything, and they kind of kept it that way since Bloodborne.
Yeah. I don't know, Bloodborne's freaking hard. Maybe I just suck at Bloodborne. Probably do.
The way you play it is a little different, but it still keeps to the same schemes. Like, early game is where, like, if you choose the saw cleaver, it tends to make things a little easier. Because most enemies you fight in the early game are beasts, and the saw cleaver does serrated damage, and beasts are weak to serrated damage.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's important information that I wish they would have told me.
They're weak to serrated damage and fire. So if you have Molotov cocktails or fire paper, and you put that stuff on your saw cleaver, you suddenly make things easy mode. As long as they're beasts.
I have no idea what I ended up choosing. It's been too long. I was just not jiving with the way that the game was working, like the design, the writing, I don't know. I was so excited to play that game, and then I started,
I don't know if I can vouch for the story or the lore because it would give away too much. But
it's okay. Even just the telling, it's extremely pretentious.
It's very vague. It's like way more vague than the rest of the games. Like, if I had to choose like one of these Souls games that they've made that has the most vague lore, Bloodborne takes the cake for it.
Well, I still really want to enjoy it, but I also really want to play Demon Souls. But right now, the Blue Point remake is only on PS5. I don't know if you've played that, but Blue Point is who made the Shadow of the Colossus remake for PS4, and that is one of the worst things I've ever played in my life. So I don't know how much Blue Point is to blame for that, because it is a pretty lousy PS4 remake. I don't know if their Demon Souls...
the most that Blue Point did was just add like their own little like puzzle gimmick that they put in all their games. Other than that, it's still basically the main game, Shadow of the Colossus, which is basically how we've experienced it. Very empty, very repetitive in a sense.
Yeah.
And
bland
board controls and just a blah story.
Yeah.
I like the world though. I
Me
like
too.
the world
There's
design,
I wish something happened in it.
And I do kind of like the art statement that the empty world gives you. Kind of like how I just described it a few times already. It's kind of reminiscent of how Wonder's dead lover is like. Just even though we clearly know
or
she's
sister.
dead,
Who knows?
Or sister. Clearly she's dead.
Likely.
But it looks like she's peacefully sleeping. So the whole land just looks like it's asleep.
I'm pretty sure it's also an Ico either sequel or prequel. I don't remember, but like I
think it's a prequel to Eco.
I just wasn't like there's still nothing there, you know, like I don't know. It's just there's so that game.
The idea they had for the Colossi was still pretty good, but it got repetitive as you got into it.
Absolutely, it did. All right, we're at the checklist of everyone at this restaurant.
Oh.
I need to know who's on here. Actually, that line doesn't quite match up with what I wanted, so let's undo that and try winging it. Messed it up. My hand caught. There we go. Now you erase this, your brain's gonna connect those. Oh man, so many straight lines, and they're all at perspective angles. This is gonna be a pain. A trick we could do is to zoom out. Try and get them at the angle we want. It's easier to draw straight lines if they are shorter. Let's go this way. By the way, this restaurant, I think we did this last time. I decided to call Mario's. It has to be an Italian restaurant. There actually is an Italian restaurant at this real place, but I don't want to give them any extra business because I hate them. I hate them with a passion, as I discussed last time. When I order food, I wish to consume it. I don't know about you, but that's just the way that I think that a restaurant should be run.
Even the 5-star restaurants should kind of consider that. Or they even... I don't even think it is a 5-star restaurant, is it?
Did you look up where this place was?
I tried to, but I couldn't find it.
You're curious. So I think it's Italian. I don't remember. But the place in The Book Was Better is an Italian place. And I'm putting it at that location because it's just like a stone's throw from Fountain Square where I can draw the giant statue. Have more like stuff from this city there. That's really it. But maybe I should be referencing something before I just make up things about this clip. Anyway, I just put it there. Didn't really worry about what was one of the ramifications of like doing that, so I changed the name of the restaurant because they suck. Discussed why last time. Trying to remember how these clips work without actually, like, looking them up. That's obviously not right. You know what? Here, let's bow it like so. You know, it might look more correct. Alright, good enough. It's a clip. Keep spinning. Keep it going. We're not done yet. There we go. I, on the other panel, used a font for this, so to make sure it matches, we're gonna have to grab it from, looks like page 56. Open recent. 56. There we go. And that little icon I did of its mushroom, but I'm just gonna redraw that. Now, if I grab this in Photoshop,
yeah, it doesn't quite look like a mushroom in the in the sketch. I'm just gonna say. Like,
I don't know what you could think it looks like. It's just it's a mess, but
yeah.
Oh, right. I'm gonna leave this on the inks for now, for the sake of trying to. Oh shoot. Hold on. Let's get rid of that before that stays there.
What did you do? Oh yeah. Forgot that was there.
Yeah, I knew it was gonna happen eventually. I don't even know what that's supposed to say up there. Probably maybe the date or something. All right. Anyway, because I obviously don't want to like showcase all the dialogue. That'd be kind of dumb. No. Trying to sell a book and then you go and just show people everything. Granted, you would get the colored product and not this. Okay, just gonna try and copy that from memory. So it's
a lot more different in color.
It definitely does. Alright, good enough. So I don't know how much of this should actually be like text. Yeah, that doesn't look like text at all. Instead of just like scribbles. Because like I could I can do this with, here, let's think about this. I could do that with actual fonts and like type it out. Maybe I should do that. But it's gonna be it's gonna be handwritten. No, they would absolutely be handwriting that, so I need to handwrite it. No restaurant's gonna type out reservations.
Well, wouldn't the template be like printed?
Yes. So I'm gonna make like straight lines on the template, but oh, and the numbers. Yes. So you're right. So numbers, I need to make sure. Is this above? Yeah, this is above. Have a second page under here. Okay. So let's line this up vertically so I can do these. That's not right. There's a slight perspective to it. We're gonna have to wing it. Like that. Oh god. That's better. Need to rotate again. Oh, went too far, but that's the line we want. I'm gonna have to erase some of it. And then I gotta figure out whose Actually, let's just go to the edge. Why not? It likely wouldn't do that anyway. Like, printers just don't go that far, but... Yeah, let's not do this. Printers don't go there. This looks like 8.5, 11 ream paper anyway. Alright, Name, party, and time would also still be printed as well, so... Would they use the same font? Probably not. And that means I gotta change this to just some basic Arial. Yeah. 14? Get out of there. We're like 6. Alright. How do I rotate from here? So I think I can keep typing if I leave it like that. I'll line it up. Guess who's back? You left! He's back just in time to, oh shoot, it's center justified. We went left. He's back just in time to, add his name to Mario's list. By the way, I'm completely making this up. I have no idea what, places like this would actually do. I feel like this would tilt a little bit more, just slightly.
And
anybody working food service want to tell me? Come on now, I'm not dominating.
I have not.
Yeah.
I have worked in a labor job.
I've managed to avoid food service.
Yeah, food service is not very good.
No. I was assuming they would have times on the 30s and do 2 each. At least that was just what made sense to me.
Yeah.
Personally, don't believe in eating food. I photosynthesize when I can. What do you do when you can't? Which I would likely believe is all the time.
He wilts and or hibernates.
Alright, now let's how far should this go? Like, why would the paper suddenly run out there? That wouldn't make sense. Yeah, the numbers should just keep going even though they're not there yet. I should also be skewing this properly, but it's so small, I don't think it matters. Not the brush. Ooh. Typically there's extra room at the bottom of paper. They can't print very low. They can print closer to the sides than they can low, so I'm gonna assume that's where it's gonna cut off. Siphon energy from the Earth's core in that case. I've heard, the core, recently, I've heard that it has slowed its spinning enough that it is now officially going the opposite direction. Or rather, the Earth's spin is overtaking the spin of the core. It's really what that means. And,
Whoa.
I don't know what that means for us surface dwellers, but it makes me uncomfortable nonetheless, even though it probably means nothing.
I'm scared. I want off this ride.
Hey, you want to get scared about something subterranean that you honestly should be very, very scared of? So, have you heard of a supervolcano?
And I'm terrified.
Okay, hold on. Before we get into, remind me of that. Remind me in like 10 minutes about a supervolcano. Okay, we actually have to fill this thing out here. I have to write these. Now, let's see. This is the sketch layer. Okay, so, Cameron.
Yes.
Would you like the French party to show up on here? I'm letting you choose. What would you like? You can also pick your time and your party number, but don't pick one. I don't want to make like weird jokes on here. Okay, so I can cross Earth gets testicular torsion from the Doomsday checklist. I don't know, the friction down there, you might also want to get a bonus one on Earth gets gonorrhea / herpes. What are we doing in the last Atari Action Hour? We're like destroying super herpes or something?
Destroying super
oh
herpes.
god, Atari's good. Anyway, I'm thinking of like video game ones too. Some I don't want anything to be like too obvious, but I think anything is just gonna be obvious. Like, oh shoot. Oh, that's the sketch layer. I want this. Like Solaire Party of 5 or something like that.
Solaire Party of 5. Who would he bring with him?
I can't make them ones.
Yeah. Gotta be at least 2 or more.
Yeah. Anyway, Solaire, he's the kind of guy who would have friends. Also, he showed up on time.
He shows up on time.
He shows up on time. He was here. Let's see. I'm gonna give it another squad. I'm gonna let you in here too. Come on. I need your party name and number that you would have go with. Cameron, what would you want me to write for you? I made it.
Party of 3.
You what?
Party of 3.
You want to be a party of 3?
Yep.
Put you right after Solaire, okay?
Okay.
Should I? I don't know. Do you call ahead with first names or last names? What do you think?
Probably last name.
Whoops. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
well.
I think people do last names.
Yeah, they do last names.
All right. Am I remembering this correct? It is French. I don't know how many times I've said that. Just making absolutely sure. But whatever. Still.
You could just like replace Solaire with of Astora.
Of a store. Hold on. That looks like trench. How do you? I forget how you make a cursive capital F. It's been forever. I don't have to write Fs.
I don't write cursive anymore. I used to, but I forgot how to.
There. It looks like trench, but whatever. Do you show up?
On time, yes.
Okay, you're on time. I'm gonna have a couple blank ones here, and we're gonna go down to not the second 5. That wouldn't make sense. So the first 530. The first 530 we're gonna write as another. We already did a Mario reference. Let me think of. I'll tell you to write my surname, but I don't want to dox myself.
Hey, my last name's already out to the world in this.
So's
in this community.
mine. Yeah. Besides, are you worried somebody's gonna take a luxurious vacation to your home and be like, ah, yes, I came here to scold Squad Fam.
I came here to humid as hell Malta to impersonate the amazing Squad Fam. Help me, I'm burning alive!
There. It's just Jeremy. You happy? I caved. What party do you have? And do you show up? Let's see. Who else can we do here? Ooh. I gotta write Aaron somewhere. A-R-O-N. 2. Samus is on a date, and she shows up on time. Yeah, I'm pretty amazing, though.
Who's she on a date with, though?
Good question. The baby. God, I hate that so much. Oh, I definitely show up. I am the party. Okay,
I
well,
am the party.
I gotta give him a number then. So what's the number for his party? Like, what? 6?
6?
All right. Jeremy party is 6.
It would have been funny if you just typed yes.
Yes. I'm trying not to put jokes on this. Okay, so right here, I believe I can write some coming up, but like the time at the moment is 6 o'clock, so I'm not going below that. Jeremy now has a party of 7. All right. Well, lucky you is the last thing I did. The perfect number. Well, you have the perfect number of guests. We never learned Solid Snake's last name. We know that he is named David, but that's odd to do. So, we already did a Dark Souls. Let's try Zelda. Can we do like a Legend of Zelda, old school Legend of Zelda? There's not really like names in there, unless we just did like Zelda in general. Help! I'm trapped by. Well, somebody just showed up. Guess what?
I flew for hours and I can't move.
Trapped by a flu for hours.
When you're
Should
trapped
I
by
write?
the kitty.
Please send help. Should I write Iris for this one then?
Do you show up at this restaurant and with how many people?
Yep, she needs to tell me how many people are in her party. Look what I just roped you into. You're going to a restaurant. Also, Iris, since you're late, you do not show up. So they've been waiting on you for an hour and you're still not here. I'm gonna put a question mark at the end of it.
Question mark.
Alright, party of 2. You ditched everyone.
Yep.
Alright, this I can just leave blank. Nobody showed up for that one. I could have like a pre-done reservation for like 6:30. Let's write somebody down for 6:30. Maybe a couple. My favorite protagonist, John Monster Hunter.
John Monster Hunter. Mr. Hunter.
You know, trying to think of like canon names from stuff. There's a lot of games that I play where they just don't name them at all.
It's legit.
Alright. What kind of party would Zelda show up with?
That is a very good question.
Ooh, how many sages? 7. There's 7 sages, right?
7 sages, yeah.
So 8.
Also, it'd be a party of 8.
It's a little high. I need to lower this. All right. So she calls ahead. She plans. She's a responsible human being. I'm gonna say they probably would have maybe one more. Or like somebody calls it 7 and we'll just like start writing in here. Well, there's a dialogue thing right here, so I get to say like there's another 2 coming up, and they've got let's see. You can't really see it anyway, so I'm gonna write Aleph.
Yeah.
The most obscure of all of them.
Why would I break my kill streak now? Bruh.
I've not been on a date for 8 years, so how did I break my kill streak? Kill streak, she says. A clever choice of words. Oh yeah, Geralt of Rivia. Oh, well, so let me jump ahead a few pages and show you why I'm not going to do Geralt, okay? So, it's going to come out later that, this guy He's into cosplay. So I decided he's going to be making a Geralt of Rivia cosplay. And there's a bit later where he's imagining the two of them, like, doing a cosplay together. So immediately I was like, oh, well, shoot. Well, now it's got to be Geralt and Yen. So Witcher is already overly represented in this.
Yeah.
But anyway, you're going to get in an Air 5. If anybody can tell me... Oh, no, actually, this does go on top, doesn't it? If anyone can tell me where Aleph is from... You've almost certainly, I would put all the money I don't have on the fact that no one has actually played the game. Like, ain't a chance. I'm like the only person who would have sought this out, too.
Oh, the name is familiar.
Be strange if it's familiar. Considering, like I said, it's extremely unlikely. So yeah, Iris never showed up. That's good. Would you like me to change the name on there, or do you want it to actually just say Iris, by the way? I gave everyone else the choice. Like, whatever you would actually call under, but... Some people have, like, very unique names and would use, like, first names. Like, whenever I go out to a restaurant anymore, I'll tell them Clover. Because nobody's gonna have that. It's just a lot easier. What about his cousin, Gerald of Riverland? If he has a cousin, he's never met them. Boy. I actually just, a few days ago, finished reading all of the Witcher novels. Like, I'm actually caught up to speed on it. And it's crazy because the first Witcher game assumes you've read all of them up to that point. I mean, like, they write it in a way where it doesn't matter. Like, they find a way to give him amnesia and start over, even though there was supposed to be an ending where he doesn't continue. Now you can use those. Cool! Thank yous. You're now immortalized in my book.
Yay!
Yay! It's gonna be a pen cap.
Oh.
Why did you just get turned on by a pen cap? Do I need to know the story of this? Should I be concerned?
It's a long story, dude.
Oh boy, oh boy. The way she clicks that pen cap pisses me off.
The way she looks at me when she takes that pen cap off with her teeth.
What? God. Like, imagine people being like, we just doing people being turned on by the most obnoxious, horrible things. The way she takes that straw and slowly slides it in and out of her plastic cup lid.
Oh my god. I've actually seen someone describe that.
What, someone being aroused by that awful noise from a pen cap lid?
Just like turning it and you hear like that really obnoxious squeak.
Yeah, yeah.
The way,
oh my god, so...
The way she makes that Sharpie squeak.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that dry marker on whiteboard she does every day in class.
Oh, look at that faded black line on the whiteboard. I can't take it.
The music is definitely making it better.
What's playing right now?
I don't know, but it's too intense. Alright, I drew 4 markers, so we need to do one more. Or pens, or whatever the hell these are. I do that for my poor DoorDash drivers? Wait.
Oh, really?
Oh, your name, you mean. Not sensually penetrating the top of a plastic cup lid with a straw.
I'm gonna think that now.
I got it. You don't do that to your Uber drivers. They show up, they ring the doorbell, you open it and just...
She aggressively squeaks a Sharpie in their face.
Wearing lingerie.
Oh, Jesus.
Just to really get him to scream.
The way she sticks her fingers in the jar. Lick it. Oh, lady.
Oh, God.
I wish that faded black line. I wish I was that faded black line on the whiteboard.
Wait, I wish there
Not
was
the
a faded
straw
line on
you
the Not the straw, you weirdos. right, the pen clicking.
The pen clicking.
God. I feel like I screwed this up big time.
Oh,
yeah,
Jesus.
I messed it up, but it's fine. I think this is Soul of Cinder. Oh! If you couldn't tell. Oh, is it not? So I didn't hear the... Please remember Gwyn. Please think this game's good just like that game, please. We're so sad about Dark Souls 2, we're so sorry. That's how that whole game played. I didn't even play Dark Souls 2 at the time. I'm like, oh my god. They're desperate, please. Somebody tell them they don't have to do this for love. Their desperate cries for attention will only drive them into deeper despair.
Yeah.
This is indeed Soul of Cinder. Plin, plin, plon. He says he likes it so much, but he didn't even play the first game to realize why it's not great.
Exactly.
Well, he doesn't have the context of what it's ruining.
The way she praises the sun.
She praises the sun. If only I could be so grossly incandescent. Will you be grossly incandescent with me?
Doing this on the couplet, but it's a psycho theme. It's just like an empty cup.
Yeah. I
and
guess.
you're doing it in the rhythm of the psycho theme.
The way she chews her ice loudly in the middle of a quiet room. I love watching her chew with her mouth open.
You just hear that subtle crunch and you're like, I wish that were me.
Squad, it's not about the lore. Nothing to do with the lore. Everything to do with the fight that got ruined. Gwyn's fight is supposed to be anticlimactic and tragic.
It's supposed to be like, fighting Gwyn as the shadow of his former self.
Yeah, it's supposed to hit you. Like, the whole game, you've been fighting these crazy abominations, you expect the final boss is going to be insane, and you realize, yeah, look what has happened to this guy. It's depressing, the music's sad, you realize, like, oh god, what am I doing? What am I doing? And then after you beat him, you're provoked with, like, what do I do? Now at the end of the game, now what? And then Soul of Cinder just whoop, goes right over his head. He's like, what's nuance? Look at my big sword. I can now be a mage. I can be a dex wielder. I can be anything if I set my mind to it.
Like, before phase 2, you're fighting all the other lords who link the flame.
Right.
Then phase 2, you're fighting Gwyn.
Well, and you're fighting, yeah, like the player characters who link the flame. And I do think that's a cool idea, but Gwyn's going too far. For me.
Yeah.
Poisonally, I prefer the air.
Personally, I prefer the air.
I'm glad that made sense to you, because otherwise... I gotta stop referencing Super Smash Bros. Brawl. People just... It's just not relevant. My jokes will never be relevant, don't worry about it. Alright, let's start off the sketches, make sure this looks okay. We have any other takers? Anybody else showing up to the party here? Actually, now that I do this, it kind of looks like I should have drawn, horizontal lines. Like they should be there. Like a grid. Ugh. Crap! I don't want to do that. It's a pain. But let's try to, touch. Doot. Oh, they're gonna be jagged every time I do this. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that! Alright, I could cheat. There is just, like, a line tool, but... Hold on. How small is this? We don't need it. Yeah. Look at that. You don't freaking need it. You already can't read that Aleph is down there, and everyone forgot Aleph. And I'm not surprised everyone forgot Aleph. Got nothing against it. Because 0 people in this world have actually played. Ready for the big reveal? Shin Megami Tensei 2 for the Super Famicom only.
I knew that's where I heard that name from.
That literally no one has ever played before. Even the translation's so borked, and nobody ever came up to say, hey, this doesn't work, because no one played it other than me. But I liked it anyway. It's cool. The protagonist's name is Aleph. And, you kill God, and, he curses you, knowing that, he's effectively infinite, and since people still believe he exists, you can only kill his image, and he will still return as more people believe that he exists. And, he says, I will remember you, and for all of eternity, I will reincarnate you perpetually so that you will never know the grace of heaven. Your descendants will perpetually suffer, and you will know nothing but agony until the end of time. That's what happens to the main character at the end of Shin Megami Tensei 2. And you actually get to see that made good in SMT 3, which they say has no connection to the previous games. They are coyly lying to you. A certain character who should not have survived the conception does, and they don't know why. And you find out much later that he is, for some reason, on some sort of curse where he is being reincarnated perpetually because he did something that pissed off God. Like, you know, killing him. And,
what doesn't piss off God? That's the real question.
Yeah, well, in SMT world, God is Old Testament God, so...
Oh, so he's perpetually angry.
Oh, yes.
Got it.
This guy, yeah. He is evil. Yeah. Yeah, this guy is an absolute monster, and he's the final boss for a reason. Not because of how strong he is, because of how evil he is.
He's the one who started the kill God final objective meme.
Yeah. You know, it probably did start from Shin Megami Tensei, where the first time you, like, literally killed God. I can't think of anything earlier than that you actually, like... I know one of the early Dragon Quest games you do it, but I'm pretty sure Shin Megami Tensei 2 did it first. Zach would be the one to tell you that. I think it's games from like 93, 94? Not positive? I'm guessing 93 because SMT 1 came out in 92, and I mean, I love SMT 2 for a lot of reasons, but it's one of those games that, like, I love and I want to love from afar. Now that I've played it, I never have to do that ever again. Because it ain't finished. Like, if they actually, like, complete the game properly and make a non-buggy version of it, and, I don't know, release it in English, then I might have some other words to say about that. Could you have made a more stereotypical waiter at an obvious Italian restaurant? I was gonna make him Mario, like, literally with the Mario mustache. I thought I would get in trouble. Okay, so, yes, I could have. And he's not the waiter. He's actually the guy who's just, like, seating them. I do have the waitress. We don't use the word waiter anymore. That implies genders. You say server now. You uncultured swine. I was talking about something. Wasn't there something I said I was going to say, remind me of something in, like, 10 minutes after I'm done doing the words? What was that thing? Was it lesbian kangaroos? Remind me of lesbian kangaroos? Because I did want to talk to you guys about lesbian kangaroos today.
Yeah.
Anyway, this TV show on PBS Kids that Clover really likes, it's called Work It Out Wombats. She likes it, like, too much. I can't get her to stop watching it. I am, like, kind of proud of the show. They have, well, they're all animal people, as you can imagine. It's, you know, an animal show. And, like, there's all different family dynamics in it, which is good for kids to be like, you know, like, this is normal. This is fine. And what my favorite one is just this family of lesbian kangaroos.
Family of lesbian kangaroos.
It's like, it's totally normal when you're watching it. Like, oh, hey, they're married. I get that. Oh, that's cute. Okay. Oh my God, lesbian kangaroos. Like, I said it out loud and I was like, oh, I love that sentence. Like, you're lesbian kangaroos. But no, I totally said remind me of something. Because I had a story.
Yeah, no, some got me sidetracked.
Oh, damn it. Who was actually paying attention to what I said? Anybody listening to me for reals? Not calling anybody out. I don't listen to myself. I'm just needing help. My brain kind of still squish. It's not like there's healthcare in this country. I can't actually get help.
My brain is squishy.
Your nose actually does like a little bit of a that first. No, you little goofball. More like that. Noses ain't that big. Damn, what was I talking about? What about Dark Souls 3? Man, somebody gotta back up the stream. Like, right before I start putting the text onto, that last page, I need to know what I was saying.
Trying to remember.
Because it was big, like, whatever it was. I was like, I gotta hold this off. But I gotta tell you. And now I don't remember what I gotta tell you. And it's killing me. I'm stuck here in the present when my answers are in the past. Damn. Are you okay?
I'm trying to find that spot where you were talking about it.
I just heard.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was readjusting myself.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on over there? Did everything come out okay?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, good.
Nothing accidentally dropped.
I got a little concerned. I could say something about the guy's nose. I don't know if I can say it on YouTube. What? Oh, that it should maybe have looked a little different. Like, I don't know, a little longer? Should I make it a little longer? This might be a little longer. Is this
a little longer?
Just a little longer. That's all my the timing of my jokes are never gonna land with you, Cameron. You'll just like start busting out laughing in a moment.
It's an elephant nose.
Yeah, it's an elephant.
It's totally fine.
Actually, the shape of that mouth doesn't look right to me. We're gonna adjust this lower. Cameron is struggling. It's an unnecessary, little redundant comment, obviously. Aren't we all struggling every day? No one comes here because they're doing well. How are you doing today? I don't ask you that question because I know it's not good.
You peeked and cut out for me when you said that.
I'm obviously not feeling well. Look what I'm choosing to do with my life, you cur! Okay, that didn't look too weird. I was gonna say that mouth might be too wide, but we're gonna say he's good. Alright, so now we get to do a stupid, very silly face. Hopefully this doesn't look as bad as the sketch. Always gotta start with her hair. Biggest line first. Man, it is hot in here.
It really is. It's like it was insanely humid this morning. It's insanely humid now, and it's gonna stay insanely humid for God knows how long.
There's no air circulation in my room. I'm gonna open my door a few times. By a few, I meant like 20. To fan the room. Left it wide open this time. I have a fan running too. Not enough. Not enough.
Never is enough.
No. Need a dehumidifier too.
I got an AC unit in my kitchen that has a dehumidifier on it. It works.
That's nice.
Kind of need that for the rest of the house, though.
Yeah. Our house is kind of old, so there's no there's 2 rooms total that have ceiling lights, and they were clearly added later. Nowhere else, and there's no ceiling fans at all. I have a tower fan that I carried in here.
Just wondering, when you were in character creation, you put the slider all the way to Jewish.
What?
She's talking about his nose.
Oh, why? Where did that stereotype come from?
No idea, but it's been around forever.
There's a mustache. There we go. And the edge of the nose. On some days your nose gets a little runny too. So now let's not go that far. Suffer in the heat.
The only time when my nose is runny is when the allergies kick in.
My nose is runny year round. I was gonna draw the long nose runny. I decided to spare you. Don't encourage me. Make me feel like I made the right decision.
Like a runny long nose.
Man, I need to know what I was gonna tell you guys. I need someone to do it. Back up the stream to where I'm just about to start drawing the menu, or not the menu, the what do you call that actually? Reservation list, maybe?
The reservation list, yeah.
Should lower this a bit. Maybe that was messed up looking over here. I'm gonna try and get these eyes to not look so outrageous. I assume we're listening to the DLC bosses now of Dark Souls 3, of which I have not faced. I've seen them out of curiosity. I don't want to fight them.
Yeah.
Not looking forward to doing that particularly.
I'm still trying to find the timestamp. I can't really find it.
Oh shoot, can you not like scrub and see like the image change of where I'm working on getting to that panel? It's right when I'm doing the square lines for the paper. Man, if whatever I was talking about, we finally find it and I remember and we start talking about it and it's not funny, I swear to God you're gonna kill me. Now the pressure's on, I'm worried. What the heck was I trying to say? And it had better be a hoot. People say that, right? I'm not that old. It's quite bodacious. Gnarly even. Gonna need some more water. Alright, let's see. Funny face time! Try not to make it so big. Maybe... Oh my god, it's so hot. I'm suffering.
Yeah.
I think I just drew this one too big on the sketch. Let me get rid of the sketch now. Yeah, it's a little less extreme. Alright. Though, this is actually on this layer. Don't know what it is.
Can't find it. I'm like going back and forth on that same panel.
What? How? I was talking about something in 10 minutes. Remind me of blank. In 10 minutes, remind me of blank. It was funny. Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Where is it? I don't want to go too quiet.
Don't worry about it. I'll just monologue to myself about lesbian kangaroos. We live in a society where lesbian kangaroos are shown to our children on television, and that is a wonderful world, and I am so glad we are part of it. And I'm scared genuinely scared that they might have actually gotten threats for making lesbian kangaroos on TV. Remind you of lesbian kangaroos? You wish it was about lesbian kangaroos. No, really, like, I bet if you Google "work it out wombats lesbian kangaroos," you might actually find it. I'm not kidding. I don't know what other lesbian kangaroos are out there in the world, but I'm sure they exist.
They're out there somewhere.
Yeah. Most churches would like to hide the unfortunately correct information in that homosexuality is quite common in the animal kingdom. And it is not a weird, exclusive, heretical thing that the dirty heathen humans do. The most inconvenience of truths are the ones that they never tell you. Like, did you know that the Catholic Church had a banned book list up till like less than 100 years ago? And the book list is ridiculous of stuff they just didn't want you to know.
Yeah,
We want some more uncomfortable, inconvenient truths for the Catholic Church? Hey, I'm not playing a game. I can talk about whatever I feel like right now. I don't care if I'll offend you. If anything, I'd rather people rethink them.
Wait, so those allegations against the priest were true?
Man. I've mentioned it before. The priest at... I was... Unfortunately, I was brought up Catholic. I'm clearly not anymore. But, the priest at the church where I had to go twice a week because they made the kids all go to mass on Wednesdays in school. And then, of course, ropes all the parents into going on Sunday. Anyway, he was a pedophile. He was always, like, grabbing us in weird ways, keeping kids, like, extra time in the confessional booths of the ones he liked. Whatever you can get away with. Yep. But no, that's not an inconvenient truth. That's an obvious fact. Inconvenient truths. Would you like to know? Like, I actually worked this in. I don't know how I did this. I worked this into. I think it's the Parasite Eve episode of Playing With Myself. I try to avoid topics like this when it's like a nicer production thing I'm trying to show people, but for the sake of a gag, I cannot help myself. And that one was kind of about, like, inconvenient truths in the Catholic Church, because I'm arguing with Santa Claus in it. And, I am... When I write that show, unfortunately, the real me is much closer to Hamster. Where I'm just, like... a stick in the mud. No one wants to hang around me. Like, God, I hate this guy. That's actually me. And then, like, secretly in the back of my mind when I'm playing video games, I'm Bomb. So it's not the other way around where I'm, like, secretly complaining about games. No, it's the other way around. But, so, what was the... So, the inconvenient truth that I was, like, arguing with Santa about was, did you know that historians have found out that the man who we thought was the character of Jesus Christ in history was actually mistaken for another person?
Really?
And Jesus is not the right guy.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So, inconvenient truth. They'll never, like, the church pushed back so hard on this, as you can imagine. Like, we can't be wrong! But, like, I mean, historians and scientists, they don't care about what other people think. They worry about telling, like, good information. You know, they want to make sure that like what they research is correct and true. And if you see a bunch of people pushing back on it, look at who they are. Just saying. Like the like it's sad. Like the Wikipedia entry on the name of the actual guy who they should be like redacting the Bible and changing the name for. They like constantly change what it says, try and make it like it's this big contentious thing. Experts don't agree on it. You're not an expert, Mr. Pope. Like so. Anyway, the guy's name is actually Apollonius of Tyana. Throughout history, they found this, like, what they found was, there were strangely no records in the Roman history, and the Romans kept very good records of everything, including their criminals. The Romans kept great records, going like, okay, this guy was sentenced to crucifixion for this, X, Y, and Z. They'll tell you flat out exactly what it is, when it happened, where it happened, who was there, who did it, all of that. But for some reason, only thing this Jesus guy was crucified for was claiming to be a Messiah falsely. And that was it. But here's the thing, inconvenient truth that they will not tell you. Did you know that there were actually thousands of people claiming to be the Messiah? And I do mean thousands. There were so many, it was a profession. An actual profession, and I am not exaggerating. You would literally see new messiahs on every street corner. This is documented. Can you imagine that?
So, Christianity is a lie this whole freaking time.
Dude, I'm not even done. So, Monty Python is the true holy gospel.
Wait, you mean to tell me the true Messiah was Brian the whole time?
Life of Brian. That movie's weird. Like, I don't know how I feel about it. It's...
I knew it!
Mm-hmm. Anyway, so the church has this enormous cover-up of this Apollonius guy. Why? So they made a mistake. It's not like this Apollonius guy did something terrible. No. Get this. The Romans actually recorded that this Apollonius guy was supposedly one who did a bunch of miracles. What kinds, you say? Turning water into wine. Feeding the masses of thousands of people in some sort of miracle that they could not explain. And, oh god, there were more. Walking on water. You're like, oh, raising the dead. Like, oh, that's very odd. You know, those all sound very familiar, don't they? What did they record that this Jesus fellow did? Nothing but stand on a soapbox and tell people that he was God's son. So,
oh my god.
So, and here's another thing, an inconvenient truth that they will not tell you. I did lots of research for this, by the way. It's like, it's very difficult for a child to understand that the adults are telling them things that aren't substantiated. Like, children don't think that way. You have to tell them to be inquisitive and research things and make sure you find the truth in the matter of things. All of my religion teachers hated me because I would ask them questions and they would, instead of answering me, would say, you're not supposed to ask that, you're supposed to have faith. Like, but what? Give me faith. You don't just have that. Like, give me a reason, you gotta give something to stand on here.
All they do is preach and be hypocritical.
There's a lot of hypocrisy, but I'm not even there yet. I'm eating nuts. So, another inconvenient truth. Did you know that the Bible is not written by who we think it was? Or at least who the church tells you wrote it? Who wrote the Gospel of John? Easy question here.
I know this. Oh god.
Who wrote the... No, yeah, just any of the Gospels.
Gospel of John?
Just say John. Just humor me and say John.
It's literally just John the Apostle, I think.
That's what,
I don't know why I was
the church tells you.
that.
That's what the church tells you. Correct. That's wrong. Because we carbon dated it, the book, the actual book, like the Dead Sea Scrolls and the oldest versions we have of it, and it came hundreds of years after. He was dead. So, and this is where the Apollonius mix-up shows up. You have a problem when you're getting your information multiple generations down the line. And remember, people's lifespans were very short back then. Nothing like what we have today. They don't have that kind of healthcare. Or rather, knowledge and research in healthcare was another thing. So, meaning, it was very easy for a mix-up to happen. They say, oh, this Messiah, you would say, how on earth do you get the wrong Messiah? Because there were thousands, and I'm not exaggerating, there were actually thousands of them. And they got the wrong one. Because they were trying to do their research of, like, this ancient guy who supposedly did these things, who really was, and I'm not even going to get into Apollonius, he was, it's probably for the best they avoided him, because he was really the world's first magician. You can imagine you're trying to get people to believe that you're a different Messiah than all the other ones. What are you going to do? Have some friends in on doing basically the first street performance magician work. Right? That's logical.
Yeah.
That's what he did. And, because he was lying to people, that's what magicians are. I mean, it's the only time where people will pay good money to be lied to. And they still do today. Nothing against it. I think magicians do some amazing stuff. I saw a magician who normally performs in Las Vegas do the saw off the person's head, and that person was my brother. He saw it right. I don't know how he did it. It was amazing. Got his daughter like super contorting this thing. Magicians do amazing stuff. I love magicians. There's nothing to do with. I ain't being biased here. So will this comic series be digital only, or will there be physical copies? I am absolutely making physical, but at this point, since the Kickstarter didn't go through, the Kickstarter was so that I could afford to print each chapter as I was making it, but I can still do the digital sales of like chapter by chapter. And like I think it's on Amazon now. I'm not sure. The first one. You can check. But either way, I don't think I'm getting any money from Amazon.
To Amazon!
Yeah, you can go check. I know I have some of them on there. A couple of my comics are digital on there, but I've got tons of prints of those, and I gotta sell them. I spent way too much money printing them. So. What was I talking about? Gospel written by different people? Yep, because it was hundreds of years down the line, they got the wrong guy. You want to know another inconvenient truth?
What's that?
Now, I forget the name of, what they called this congregation of meetings, but the, Catholic Church, at one point, decided that there were too many books with conflicting information about what they wanted to, preach. So, they decided to all come together in the Vatican, like their higher-ups, all come together and determine, once and for all, what are the canon ones in our story, and which ones do we need to pretend don't exist and add to our banned books list that they began at that point. And yes, this is real. This actually happened. I don't remember when or what they called this. I used to have this kind of stuff memorized, but right now you're kind of all putting me on the spot here, going on a bit of a rant. But so, could you like what they tell you? Like, oh, this was a holy book written by God Himself, except it was written by actual human beings a long time ago, all with conflicting information, and then later edited into a separate work by a bunch of people who were deciding what they wanted to push on their subjugated groups. And usually to convince them to do diplomatic things and have certain favors for them. Like push the idea that the church should not be taxed. You know, the stuff that makes them money. Stuff that like is financially giving them a huge incentive. You know, because that's really all this is about. So, all these geezers get together. They decide what they want for the church. And they put together the book, the actual Bible, meaning there are edited or like actual written books supposedly about the same events. There's even other gospels. There's not just 4 that they decided didn't fit the narrative that they wanted to push. So they did like a smear campaign and pretended that it wasn't real. It's the same as like trying to cancel somebody. like, oh no, everything that person ever did was terrible.
Cancel culture?
Yep, the Catholic Church invented cancel culture.
Oh.
You know, I'm going on a rant so that you can find this thing and figure out what I was supposed to be talking about. Instead of complaining about the damn church.
I still can't find that damn timestamp.
Oh my god. I need somebody else.
I'm going back.
Somebody gotta save me. I swear, I'm gonna find it myself. Like, as soon as the stream's over, I'll just back it up and be like, it's right there! We have more inconvenient truths about the Earth. Did you just the church in general? You know, there is oh, what's the term for this? It's a term in science. I don't know if it's the God problem, but it's the God something. Where like basically whatever the current average collective intelligence of humanity understands and doesn't understand about how the universe works is all claimed to be a product of God's divine will, and anything that they don't understand yet says like, oh well, that's where God is. You know, like, oh, we look up into the sky and the church proclaimed God creates everything perfect, therefore everything in the heavens is pristine, perfect spheres, smooth as glass. Then this dude named Galileo looks at the moon with a telescope, makes detailed drawings of it, and the church went ballistic. How dare you? They took him to court over this and many other things. Like, how dare you imply that God would create something like this? This is a narrative. This is a problem with this, even if someone genuinely believes this kind of stuff. And this is what's dangerous about not substantiating claims. Even if someone genuinely like believes that kind of thing, they're going to start defending something even if they can easily be proven wrong. All Galileo needed to do was get a telescope in the courtroom, say, just look. Just look at it. Like, you can see, like, he would do multiple drawings and sketches looking through his telescope of the moon over and over and over again. And you put them all together in like a sequence, and you can actually see that there are craters that light up and that go away, as would something with cavities on it when you turn a light source around it. It's not smooth. He was just researching it. But the freaking church.
Yeah.
What they also had him in there for was this audacious thing that he also discovered, where he was watching Jupiter, very fascinated with Jupiter. And I mean, Jupiter's cool, but it wasn't just because he was playing favorites. It was because he saw some stars around Jupiter that were behaving very strangely. He monitored those stars, and he monitored exactly where they were on each night, and he would repeatedly watch Jupiter and see if things would change over time. And they did, in a very interesting way. What he discovered was those stars were actually vanishing at some points, and other times they would look like they were in the way. He charted them enough to eventually makes another series like an animation where you can actually go through all of them and see he is watching the moons of Jupiter orbit Jupiter. This, the church had extreme problems with, because the Earth is the center of the universe. God would never create anything that orbits anything other than this perfect place that he's created for us. How dare you? When all the man was guilty of was...
there.
Yeah, right. I believe Galileo was quoted, like, he had to sign something for the church, claiming that he, like, disavows everything that he ever did with it, but in a very snarky fashion, as would any scientist who is being denied their own discoveries. I don't know if he actually said this in court, because he might have actually lost his head if he did, but legend has it that he is quoted as saying, "And yet it moves," as he signed his admission form. And yet it moves.
I wonder what it means.
Well, obviously.
I wonder if the church was smart enough to know what that meant.
Oh, I'm sure they knew exactly what it was, but I doubt that they would have let him live if they heard that. So, likely that didn't happen, but I'd like to believe it did, because we need more people who are brave enough to stand up against tyranny. Unfortunately, the people in charge of the world, that's why church and state, you learn in school sometimes, like, it tends to be a bad thing. They wanted to avoid church and state. This is why it's a problem. Because the church can go into a courtroom and determine whether you die because you researched something. And guess what?
Yeah.
The church isn't. It's designed to govern people. You go back far enough in history, even the concept of God. I don't remember which of the first Aboriginal, or like, clans were doing this, but they did so to control their masses. It was like some of the first civilizations that people were building cities with each other. Not architectural buildings, but like, you seen excavations of those like buried like towns where lots of people had like lots of rooms like underground. Well, it's underground now, but who knows what it was before. Those old kind of mountain excavation sites. Well, they found out information like what these people were doing and worshiping. They weren't like being kept under control with like lies or anything. It wasn't that bad. What their concept was they were really just trying to make sure that everyone was kind of on the same page. You know, they believed the same things that they couldn't explain, and they wouldn't be able to explain for thousands of years. I can't fault them for that. That's perfectly fine. You know, you look up and wonder what all those little dots are. It just makes you wonder. It doesn't make you like, you have no way to actually like conduct an actual scientific study to figure out what you're even looking at.
Yeah.
So they create their own answers. Somewhere along the line, these answers that people have come up with, a very wise ruler, forget their name, decided or / realized, I can weaponize this. All I need to do is say, God spoke to me. He told me that we need to do this. And then all of a sudden, people feel inclined to do something they normally wouldn't do. Or the church demands that you go kill these people because they are heathens. Now you can choose whenever you want to just wrongly go to war with someone. Or why, like, early Roman empires that started going towards Christianity, Catholicism. It was a weapon.
Yeah.
Early religion was also a weapon. Used to effectively like try to ensure that you are always in control of what people do. You rob them of their individuality.
Human history, everybody.
No, it's messy. I definitely wanted to talk about something and I don't remember what it was.
I don't remember anymore.
That makes me sad. It's gonna bother me for the remainder of the stream. I'd love to get signed physical copies. Do you think that would be possible? Of the rest of my stuff, which I don't physically have on hand. Let me think. I have, actually, yeah, that was supposed to be one of the rewards for, the Kickstarter that, we couldn't finish. It got so close.
Yeah, I remember donating to that Kickstarter too.
Well, trying to. Luckily, it won't take your money if it can't make it, so.
Yeah.
It didn't, you didn't actually get charged. That'd be a real shame.
Thankfully.
Yeah, I need some water. Now, there are many. Skeletor can return more with some inconvenient truths about the Catholic Church.
And he just up and runs away.
Yeah. Did we finally hit the end of DS3? Nope! Oh, these are all unused tracks. Man, we got so much more to listen to. You know, I desperately need some water. It's way too hot in here, and I have nuts in my mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they're the salted peanuts, I would explain it.
Oh no, they're unsalted almonds. I try to at least pay a little attention to my body. Remember, I'm dying. My liver is killing itself, and no doctor is willing to help me on that. I can't figure it out. Not showing up on a scan. Didn't figure anything out with my $1,000 blood test they made me do. That's that. I'm gonna go get some water. I'm gonna be right back. In the meantime, rewind it back. You need to figure out what I was talking about. I need to know.
Okay. I've looked over this 1,000 times.
Ooh, I remembered. Let me put these back on. I just remembered. Not what I wanted to talk about, but the theory is called God of the Gaps. And the way it goes, God of the Gaps. G-A-P-S. And what the theory basically is that whatever you don't understand, or like any, not just you in particular, whenever any like civilization doesn't understand, that's what they think God is. So, and every single time, what's funny about this theory, every single time people in history discover, oh, well, I guess that wasn't true, then they just move on to the next thing, like, oh, well, God must be this. So right now, like, God used to be the entirety of the heavens and moved absolutely everything. Oh, shoot. Never mind. It's all very structured up there. We know exactly what that is. We have telescopes. We can figure out what that is. Okay, never mind. Then they back off, and eventually you get to today. They backed off so many times that they'll say, oh, well, God must be dark matter. Because you don't know what that is. Obviously, that's where God is, and he's pulling the strings of the universe. I'm like, hold on. You can't just...
Hold on,
Yeah, you
we
can't
know what
just-
dark matter is.
Yeah, you don't even know what it is. You can't just say that. So that's the thing. The whole theory is like, just because you don't know what something is, that doesn't mean that you get to just believe that it's some other thing you don't understand. While I stood up, squad, I probably should have grabbed some of my physical stuff so I could, like, show you guys. Because I can't make videos. It's not like I could show you. Actually, hold on. I think I have some old videos on my comics. Anyway.
Whoa.
They're very old, though. They're still correct, though. It's not like I did anything with them. I couldn't afford to keep going to conventions. A ton of work to make them, and never made anything back. Though I've been kind of going all in on this one. I really want this one to succeed. Also, I think this is like the best written one that I have. I haven't like told you much of anything about the plot because I kind of would spoil a lot of it. There is a big plot twist in this that I haven't really seen anybody do. I would tell people that this whole book was inspired by a dream that I had. That's half true. It was a nightmare.
Oh.
But I wouldn't be drawing something as mundane as people going into a restaurant unless there was some sinister overtones that are going to be tackled later.
Oh boy. Okay.
So after all that time, you still can't figure out what was,
No, I still can't find it.
I know exactly where I was drawing, too.
Right before you started drawing the paper.
Well, I was finishing the lines of the paper. I was about to start putting the text on it. Because that's when I was like, oh, never mind, I have to focus on this. Remind me what I was going to talk about in just a minute.
Okay, let me see this.
Ah, a huge cystic acne on my forehead!
Ugh.
I hate it. Ow. Yeah, that don't feel good. Doesn't quite look like it lines up, so... Just because there's going to be a balloon there, I'm still going to draw through it. Just using this as a guide to, like, generally tell where everything's supposed to be. Alright. Good enough for now. And it's fine.
Yeah.
Alright, now time for a stink face. Oh god, my nose. Don't do this, nose. There's like 300 pages in this book, and I'm only on page 58. Okay, there's not quite 300, but... Well, I don't know, actually. I just, It used to be like 250 something, but I just added a lot towards the end of it, trying to change up how one of the twists works. I didn't like what I had to do. It's kind of violent. And someone literally gets stabbed in the dick in chapter 2, so it's worse than that. Was I inking that with you guys? I could not have been. There's no way. Was I streaming, drawing someone getting stabbed in the dick? There's no way. I wouldn't have done that. It's possible. But I don't know. Lost to the annals of history. As was Apollonius of Tiana. That's just hilarious, though. Like, oh god. Literally.
I thought I found it. Dang it.
Yeah, just keep listening. You'll find it. I was going on my rant anyway, just because I was trying to give you some time not to listen to me. Mute me for a minute so you can focus. You'll be the hero of the stream.
I will return.
What? A little bit of... I wonder how much I should make this cheek stick out. Yeah, it's probably not any more than that. It's really hard, like, when you're digitally drawing, not zooming in forever and trying to get lost in all the little details, because, like, you only instinctively want to do that. But it is not a good thing to do. It's like, you're not going to see it. You don't realize how small this drawing is. But, like, when you're physically drawing something, you always can see how small it is. It's not like you can just, like, enhance, 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 and just start drawing something, so... Whenever you're doing it digitally, it's a little tough. Okay, that's probably going to be the edge of the... Hiya. Kim actually came up with these outfits for me. I knew I could not consistently do them myself, so needed some help. I don't even know what that thing is. But there it hangs. This, sash thing. Yeah, I wouldn't have come up with any of that. I would have, like, I had a... She kicked me off at doing, outfits when I just... No kidding. Just looked on TV to what, like, the most recent person was wearing, and I just started drawing my characters wearing that. Let me think, they had, like, Seinfeld on or something, I don't remember. But I think I remember, like, Ashlyn's first outfit was something that Elena was wearing, just at the time, because I didn't care. I was like, I don't know, what do females dress like? Sure, okay. Just quickly whipped it together. Kim found out and she was like, no, I forbid you from doing outfits ever again. She, demanded she design them. I actually have the book that she drew all her character outfits in which I actually still need more. And, said I have to go with those, so. So I want to make sure I dress people. I get bothered in books where characters, like, day-to-day wear the same things. I feel like that's why there's so many books where the protagonists are in school. So it's, well, one, they're trying to be relatable to their target audience. But also, it's like you get to draw the exact same clothes every day. Every time. They're always wearing that. So the clothes are the real thing that you're drawing over and over and over again. Lesbian kangaroos. Ain't nothing hotter than lesbian kangaroos. Alright, so I clearly drew this really quick, so that's not where the thumb would be. She has two left hands here right now, so... if this thumb's coming out that away... would go like that. Meaning... that's what you would truly see. If it's foreshortened and facing us. Probably should darken that, but kind of like that. I feel like you would still see a little bit of the knuckle of the next one, but like that. And now we just erase. Yeah, good enough. See, like sometimes you'll get lines that are way too thin, and it will not print. Something doesn't seem right about this. I try not to spend too long on these kind of things, but I'm sure it's clearly going that way. Something looks really weird about this. Better, whatever. Alright, give me the rest of this sash thing. Okay, looks like it's not long enough to completely cover her back. I remember it's shorter at one point. Like it gets shorter in the back and it's long on the sides. Females wearing strange things. Ah, yes, females. They tend to look for a male counterpart who can run after them quickly on all fours. They find this very attractive. I advise all of you try it. Works every time. Especially if you bark while doing so. And yell at the top of your lungs. Oh, maybe I should draw the face. Oh, and there's that thing that I didn't even sketch. Kim probably would have told me later, but I don't know when she's even gonna color these. Nervous about it. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. I am trying to... I think she told me to stop inking the lip, too. I'm not sure if she said that or not. Oh, God, did I draw that small? Yikes. There, that's what we're going for. Yikes. Eyes are hard.
I found it!
Jesus! Oh my god! Okay.
You said remind you in 10 minutes about a super volcano.
Oh my god, yes! Okay, so, you wanted to get scared? You want to get real scared? Like,
Yes.
like an actual apocalyptic thing that is likely gonna happen in our lifetimes and wipe out untold numbers of people? Okay. Let me learn you about a super volcano. So,
Okay.
think like first what a volcano is. Okay, so I assume we all understand. We got the crust of the earth, kind of coasting on top of the mantle of the earth that goes down into the core, right? Basically just tons of intense pressure, which is melting the rock and turning it all into a fluid magma.
Yep.
Now, we obviously know there are points in the earth where this opens up, high pressures. Sometimes you can even see, like, you know, earthquakes where these plates are smacking into each other. That's where mountains come from. These two plates smash into each other, boom, and start pushing up, and what's under them is magma. So if one of them gets especially, like, just knocked in the right way, it's going to create a volcano, where underneath, you got this channel that was previously flowing underneath, but now the pressure can start building up underneath it, kind of like a big zit, till eventually it gets so much built up, it can erupt. Volcano.
Mm-hmm.
A super volcano, well, it's not the same. So instead of it being like actual plates running into each other and the volcano being the size of a mountain, a super volcano is like the size of Texas. Okay? And it's instead of it being like plates hitting each other, it has nothing to do with plates. This has everything to do with underneath the earth. The crust does go down pretty darn far. Like, it's still far enough that you really shouldn't be worried about the magma just spilling out from underneath you randomly. Like, you know, like the sewer cap lid in your neighborhood blowing up, and there you go. Now magma everywhere. No, don't worry about that. Genuinely, like, seriously, don't let me scare you for something as nonsensical as that. However, you should still be very scared of super volcanoes. I am going to invite you all right now to open up a browser tab and Google, I believe it is in Yellowstone National Park, super volcano. So underneath the crust of the earth, okay? So imagine like the thickness of my hands right now is the thickness of the crust of the earth, okay? Now, there's some parts of this that have just like tunneled down, straight down into the mantle for some reason, meaning that it has blown in the past, okay? And we can track this, that we know that it has blown in the past, because there are points that we can see. Here's the scary thing. Okay, this is what's going to terrify you. So yes, there's giant channels about the size of Texas burrowed deep under the mantle, and one of them rests about in Yellowstone Park. I think it's Yellowstone. You can confirm this by looking up pictures. But,
oh my god.
It's going to get worse. Get ready for it to get worse. Even if you see it, you think it's scary, I'm going to make it so much scarier. So, that giant burrowing hole that goes straight into the mantle, the thing you really should be worried about is when does that blow, right? Because it has blown in the past. How do we know that? If you look at a topographical map of the United States, okay, you will see, because, you know, as we mentioned, the crust is slowly skating over the mantle over time, right? Now,
Yeah.
this is happening independent of what is below it. What is below it is this super volcano, this giant tunneling hole that goes straight down into this molten high pressure magma segment of the earth, okay? Now, with this underneath it, that means this is charging up so much energy, and eventually it can't take it, and like a regular volcano, it explodes, it erupts. You look at a topographical map of the United States, you can actually see giant craters about the size of, like, Colorado, every, like, a consistent amount of, like, miles, one after another, like a pattern, moving to the southwest of around Yellowstone. If I'm thinking of this in the right spot, it might be, like, Yosemite Park, I don't remember which one it is, but I think it's Yellowstone. And if you see those craters, and you ask any expert who knows what they're looking at, they will say, well, you can easily look at that and say, now we can predict when the next time it's going to blow, because it is very, very regularly exploding and reforming over and over again. And guess what?
God.
Look where the hole's not. It's coming soon. So now that we know that it's coming soon, and we all have this new thing to dread over, like, you think people are going to be scared of, like, 2020? Imagine, like, 2026. That thing explodes. You want to know what happens? The entire world is blanketed in ash, okay? The entire world is blanketed in ash. If you live anywhere west of the Mississippi River in the United States, you are dead on impact. Dead. You are covered in not only like insane amounts of ash, actual spilling magma falling from the sky. Like, it's so big, it's actually going to launch magma likely into orbit, which then means, this was actually what killed the dinosaurs, by the way. It's not this super volcano, but like magma in orbit. When the asteroid hit that killed the dinosaurs, it started orbiting that magma, which then cooled in the Earth's atmosphere and proceeded to fall down, and by falling back down picked up its speed again that it had from rising up, and was falling all around the entire Earth at the same time, which was causing the Earth to become an oven. Because imagine, like, you know, you see some shooting stars falling into the sky, that's generating heat. Imagine the entire sky was that for months. The Earth turns into an oven, everything dies. Everything dies. Well, not everything. Almost everything dies. If you can't burrow, you can't escape it, you're dead. So, supervolcano, that sucker blows. You probably won't be able to see the sun for, like, a week. The Earth is going to be on, like, a bit of a hiatus for a while.
A bit of a hiatus?
A bit of a hiatus for a while. Might, probably won't be able to fly a plane, for example. You're likely not going to be able to have food for a long time. It's not like you can grow anything when, you know, the Earth is... like, you can't grow anything in that. So, like, non-perishable foods are... like, I don't want to be some doomsday prophesizing guy. I don't have any freaking, like... storehouse room I'm ready to bunker up in. Y'all ready for the apocalypse? No, I promise I'm not like that. I'm just I love science, okay? So I was interested in like learning about volcanoes, and all of a sudden I caught wind of this thing, and I was like, whoa! Why are we not scared of this? Because there's also nothing we could do. You know, like, it's not like, you know, say you have a regular volcano, you can evacuate the area, you know, like, we can prepare for that. Get people to leave the area. You can't evacuate the United States. You can't.
We can try, damn it.
Good luck. Where are you going? This is one of those things where, like, you kind of do need to be an interplanetary species in order to survive something like that. Because the planet is so much bigger than we are. It's just going to do its thing. And if it decides it's time for us to go, we're going. We're going with it. We're not prepared. And I don't know about you, but like, I secretly kind of want to live to see it erupt. But I don't. Just because I'm so curious. Like, I gotta learn these things. Like I'm so glad that I live in an age where I am old enough that I got to see the James Webb Space Telescope and like learn about some of the stuff that it is helping us learn. I think it's amazing and fascinating, and I love that. But at the same time, like, it's that morbid curiosity. I just gotta learn. I gotta know. I gotta know what happens. How does the world come back from that? Does like all of a sudden, like, every war stop and there's this solidarity among like all human beings around the world desperately trying to survive? Or does it become a war zone where everyone's fighting over resources and it's this terrible zombie apocalypse scenario, but on a global scale, and there's no zombies, instead it's living people trying to steal and murder each other so that there's less competition for the few resources that are left on the planet? This is really gonna happen. This is actually gonna happen. Like, look at those craters. It's not like, oh, well, it's never gonna do it again. It's doing it. It's
done it before. It's not like it's gonna do it again.
Oh yes, it's done it before. The scariest part is looking at those craters, and like, I'll do this like every few months or something like that. I'll just like take a look at like the topographical map. Have you found that actually where the craters are? Hopefully that's something you can see.
I couldn't find the map of the craters, but I did find a map of, like, the whole blast zone.
Yeah, so the blast zone is one thing. Yeah, that's just, like, the dead on impact area. And then everything else is, like, you're under ash forever. But, like, we can't even really predict it because we haven't had any living, like, history telling us about it. No one could warn us about this. Like, human history is so short on the grand scheme of things. Like, we actually do not go back that far to know. There could have been a civilization just as advanced as ours that was wiped out by this thing. We don't know. Fossil records would show, but still, it's fun. It's fun to imagine how we're all gonna die. You have to find. I'm telling you, you have to find the image of the craters. That's the only, like, guarantee this is coming, discernible information that we have on this, and it's frightening. All right, we're gonna do this window first because I don't want to have to do that after I've already drawn the characters. You might see that. Alright, so let's continue that. Right here. So yeah, I'm an evidence guy, first and foremost. You tell me there's a super volcano that's gonna blow up the entirety of North America, I raise the biggest eyebrow. But show me the actual evidence in the sand. Like, I don't know why I would be so confident to say that, oh, for sure, there was an asteroid that took out the dinosaurs. We actually know for sure that's what happened, because we can actually find not only the impact site, but more importantly, I don't know if you know this, everywhere on the planet, anywhere, your backyard, if you start digging, assuming there's dirt there, if you start digging, you will eventually find this layer of gray soot. And that, if you carbon date it and you test it, it all can be traced back to one place. And it's a very particular depth in the ground everywhere on Earth. That's the ash and the molten rock that I just told you about before that was blown into the atmosphere when this asteroid hit. Fun thing about that. I'm gonna... Ooh, can we talk about the Kennedy assassination really quick? Really quick? I'm not gonna get into it being a conspiracy, I promise.
How does that fit into this?
Give me a moment. Here, calm down. Here we go. So, what a lot of people, unfortunately, don't seem to understand about how physics works. If you shoot somebody in the head, and I'm gonna use this as an example, pretty much everybody has seen this footage. It's a man getting shot in the head. It's sad, but I don't want to dwell on this much. But also try not to keep it too morbid. However, I am going to bring this back to this meteorite blowing up the world. So, when someone is shot in the head, you don't have a reflex, okay? What's happening is just going to be physics from there on, because it's happening immediately. And the first thing that happens, same thing as happens if you shoot like a watermelon, okay? You shoot something with a hard crust on the outside and liquid on the inside from one side of it. You would think from experience of, say, like hitting a baseball, you would think the baseball's going to go forward. However, in the Kennedy assassination footage, his head cocks backwards. Why is that?
Yeah.
Because people don't know their footage. They're like, oh, there was a hidden bullet. There was a second guy. No, man, that's actually, like, that's what happens. That happens because your head's full of liquid. So if there's suddenly a quick cavity immediately bored into it with high pressure, it's going to start spraying the other direction, right? So bullet comes in, bam, bam, enters that way. Now there's a ton of force funneling liquid out of one tiny hole. What happens when you blow up a balloon but you don't tie it and you let go? It's gonna start shooting the air in the opposite direction. That's exactly what happens when this poor guy's head got blown off. Now, I'm sorry I had to talk about it like a dude's head literally blowing up, to get this analogy right, but that same set of physics is happening when you get a meteorite the size of, let's just say, I don't know, Texas. I'm picking on Texas today. And this thing is coming in so hot that it actually, oh, this is my favorite part. It comes in so fast that it actually bores a hole in the atmosphere. And if you were a dinosaur at this moment and you were looking up at the sky in broad daylight, you would see the clearest night sky you've ever seen. You would see every single star that could possibly be seen in a hole in the sky. Imagine that for a moment. It is broad daylight, and there is a hole in the sky, and you can see straight through to all of the stars. You see the entire Milky Way, everything.
The sky is falling, Chicken Little.
I mean, that'd be like the most beautiful way to die. Because after that, it would start turning into a hellscape. After that point, just like Mr. Kennedy's head, this thing's coming in so hot, it bores straight through the earth. It doesn't, like, boom, make a crater and, like, you know, make a shockwave or anything like that. It hits so fast, and it is so hot from hitting our atmosphere, it tunnels through the crust. And that's why we can't find it. Well, we know where the hole is, but we can't, like, physically, like, grab a meteorite, like, oh, this is the one. It tunneled into the magma core. Well, not the core, but, like, the mantle. It tunnels down into the mantle of the earth. Then suddenly, what happens? Well, just as we used our lovely president as an example, you now just created a high pressure gaping hole that is going to be flash filled, and tons of molten core of the earth are spewing out of a hole, and it launches this stuff straight into the atmosphere and high enough to go into orbit. So much so that it will start to block out the sun. Is my phone going off? Nope, I'm feeling things. So the sun starts to be blocked out first. All of a sudden it's supposed to be daytime, and now it's black. Now you can't see any stars, and it's dark. This is like pretty much anywhere on Earth. You don't have to, obviously if you're under the meteorite, you're dead instantly, but like in nearby, in the vicinity, splash zone, but like that's not what you should be worried about. This is mostly shooting straight up. The sound would probably have blown you away and killed you by itself, but let's say you're like, this thing lands in the Gulf of Mexico. Let's just say you were somewhere in Africa at the time, or what was Africa at that point. So you're over in our lovely land of Africa. As far as you can tell, it just started getting dark for no reason. You probably wouldn't notice anything for, I don't know if it would be hours or days, but eventually the sky's gonna start lighting up again, answering your prayers, finally. But it's gonna be in a very, very bad way. As Ed mentioned, all of those individual, basically little splash chunks of magma that have blasted into the atmosphere and have orbited the entire planet all at the same time, because they were all shot at the same time with the same force.
Yep.
They are all going to start to fall at the same time. So you'll start to get your sun back. They'll get out of the way, but instead you will get fire everywhere.
Whole rain of fire.
Yes. To where we think that mammals were actually able to survive, because many of the mammals at the time were burrowers. They're like hiding inside of trees underground. It was just a skill they had, whereas large reptiles like dinosaurs just had no protection for that, and they were also cold-blooded. Kind of screws you over in that situation.
Yeah.
Where you now have fire raining down for days, and the atmosphere, it's basically like all of a sudden you have to live on Venus for a week. Oxygen's basically gone. You can't breathe. It's like 600 degrees and climbing, assuming you were undercover and not being pelted by raining fire. And stone. There would still be some stone in there, large enough pieces. But mostly fire. It's not a good way to go. So that's why when I'm talking about a super volcano, this is the closest thing that I have to compare it to, because this is something we can document and we know for sure that it happened, because you can go, like I said, anywhere on the planet, your backyard, start digging, and if you know what you're looking for, you can, like, if you managed to, like, Minecraft dig straight down in, like, a giant cube, you could excavate and see a gray line anywhere on the planet. That's a great inconvenient truth if you're going to a creation museum. Yeah. Boy. No. What an oxymoron. Creation museum.
Oof.
If you don't know, it's an entire claimed museum that is trying to push a false narrative that the Earth is like only 4,000 years old. Dinosaurs are fake. It's such crap.
Yeah, no, I stopped listening to those people's insane rambling years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if all this doomsday talk kind of chased away some viewers.
I wonder if what? Oh, I don't even see. Hey, I'm just happy I have somebody to talk to while I'm trying to draw this.
Yeah.
Never mind, I think I'm gonna put that back where it was. Yeah, it's frightening. But at the same time, I am so morbidly curious and kind of jealous of the future generation that is lucky enough to see it happen.
Lucky enough.
Well, lucky if you're like 90 years old and ready to go. You know, like I'm out. I want to see this. Like, hold my beer. I can't die yet.
Let me go out in a blaze of glory.
I'm taking all of you with me. They'll like run around in the streets. I told you.
Walter.
Man, like, I wouldn't even be safe in Cincinnati. It's the thing. I'd be able to see it. Since we don't have any records, I want, like, details. Like, I want to know, like, what was it like on the opposite side of the world at that time? Did they feel the earth shake? Like, is it that severe? Because it's giant. Like, you have to zoom out so freaking far to even see it. Like, when you're looking at the maps, you're like, wait a minute, but I need some context. What am I looking... Oh, those are the state lines. That's the ocean. Like, oh no.
It reaches that far?
Yeah.
Oh no.
You know the really scary thing? We have like, I don't know what they're called, like seismometers or something like that, where you can like photo image and like get a simulation of the terrain information beneath you. They have done this for the supervolcano, and like, this might be even more horrifying than the pattern of craters that show it's obviously coming soon. But like, soon could be like 1,000 years. We don't really know. You know, we just know that it could be tomorrow. It could be like in 1,000 years. But it could be tomorrow. But anyway, you look at this thing, and it'll show, like, for scale, like, the Statue of Liberty, the tallest buildings, you know, monuments that you might recognize, all at the top, and you have to zoom way in to see these tiny little specks. And then it'll show this giant glowing bubble, and then it just, like, bores straight down into the earth, and it is so wide. Oh, God.
Don't need to zoom in on this one.
Oof. I kind of want to find better images for you for the sake of it. Maybe on Discord. Oh. But yeah, I'm glad we looked that up. It wasn't something funny. It was something that you didn't know you had to be afraid of. In which case, I'm glad that I contributed to more in your fear in your life. Every single night when you lie down to sleep, I hope you think of the super volcano and cringe. Hi, Squirt.
I hope you think of the super volcano and shudder.
What is that? Oh, you ate out of that? Was your ice cream in there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it good? Yeah. She ran in and showed me the baseball cap that you get your ice cream in.
Oh, they let her keep that?
Oh yeah. It's a kid's thing. They don't get that in your area? It's gotta be a thing. That's huge.
I don't remember having something like that when I was that young.
I do.
Oh, help.
Hi, Squirt. What's that? Oh, her hair. Look what happened to her hair.
I brushed it.
You brushed it and you got butterflies in it too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put butterfly clips in it.
Uh-huh. I tried to light her up, but it's not working. She showed me her Barbie. You want to show everybody else your Barbie at home? Clover brushed her hair. She's a mermaid too.
And
She goes swimming in the pool and in the bathtub. Here you go.
And bow.
Yeah. I was drawing something else here. Shoot, what the heck was it? Well, it's gonna be an ear now. I swear there's something else that has to be here. Drew that going the wrong direction. In the sketch. Dark Souls 3 is still going. What's up with that?
So many unused tracks.
I don't think they're all unused. I think we're back at the DLC stuff now. Demon Prince.
Oh yeah, Demon Prince.
Yep. Yep. Oh, I remember what I was supposed to draw. There was a strand that's supposed to come out over this. Like that. But now I gotta erase this through it. Clover, are you still talking? No, nobody's here. Okay.
Over here.
Nobody's here. Losing my mind. Because apparently there's a super volcano that's gonna kill everybody.
Just like step outside into your front yard and just see this massive freaking fiery cloud of death.
It wouldn't even look like it would be more like here, depending on where you live. So like here in North Carolina, right?
South
Carolina. Oh, right, yeah. Charleston's in South. Yeah, I've been to Charleston. Expensive city, but it was pretty. So from there, if anything, what you should be afraid of is the fact that, well, me too. You know which direction the Earth rotates? The safest place to be would be like Hawaii or maybe Japan, but it doesn't matter. It's gonna throw off. Like that's just for the immediate ash being wrapped around the entire planet, kind of thing. It's still going to be extremely hard to see, hard to breathe, likely. I've seen people try to, like, experts try to, like, give a good estimate on what this is, but they're all afraid to say anything because we don't have anything documented to, you know, and you don't want to, you know, just make stuff up like I will sometimes, just like, because obviously, like, I want to know.
Yeah, what you're describing is just straight doomsday.
Yeah, but look at the damn craters. And also, the scarier thing, on top of the craters, you have to go online and find, I don't remember the name of what type of, like, seismology or whatever it is to, like, now seismology is a measure of the, there is some photographic imaging that we can do where we can actually, like, see subterranean activity. You need to see that of the supervolcano. Nothing will chill you to the bone more than that. And I need to get this. There we go.
Looking for all the craters.
Yeah, I mean the. Oh, have you still not even seen the craters?
I keep looking. I keep like typing different things. Remember, my Google search algorithm is really funky. So every time I type craters, it does not give me what I think it's supposed to give me.
Hey, you search too much porn, and it's like, oh, I know what you want, and you're like, no, I want.
It's not even porn. It's just weird stuff.
Not even. That's not exactly the denial that is encouraging. Not only that.
Weird stuff.
You're like, not only that.
You want to know? You want to know what I get when I type craters?
I don't know if I want to know what you get when you type craters.
Trust me, it's bad.
Okay, I need to know that.
It's nothing related to like genitalia or anything like that.
Gross, skin, like damage and zits.
You could say that.
Ooh, okay. Are you not gonna tell me?
It's pretty detailed.
Okay.
Like, you know how you get scabs, right?
Yes.
And you pick them off, and they
Yeah, I got craters all over my arms. That's exactly what I was thinking they were going for.
Think of that, but bigger and more grotesque.
Bigger?
I don't know how. I don't know how this can happen to somebody.
Might be a
But
condition.
apparently they can get skin growths or something like that. That they can get surgically removed.
Yay! I'm happy for those people that can now get their ailment surgically removed. Wait, you can remove? Well, I know you can transplant skin tissue.
Think of it like conjoined twins. That's kind of how it looks like.
Oh! Yay!
I searched up conjoined twins that were just separated before they like cauterized the stuff.
Why? Those poor people.
I don't know. But it is grody.
Yeah. Man, you gotta feel for people that are having it a lot worse than we are.
Yeah.
Gotta feel for them.
Or not even like live conjoined twins. It's like obvious people who had a twin but they absorbed them, but didn't absorb them all the way.
Oh yeah.
So they just have like malformed limbs growing out of their bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I searched those up too.
Why? Why?
There are wires in my brain that are connected in weird places, Alex.
Oh.
So now my Google search algorithm does not like me anymore.
It just assumes that you're in it for the worst.
It assumes that I'm looking at just like body horror images or something like that.
It sounds like you are, though.
Yeah, because I am.
Oh, jeez. Just morbid curiosity.
Yeah, that's probably why I don't flinch to body horror anymore.
Yikes. Yikes.
Okay, hang on, let me see if I can find a topographical map of the craters. I gotta make sure I type in super volcano, that way it knows what I'm talking about.
It is Yellowstone, right?
Yeah, Yellowstone.
Okay. No, I was asking more to confirm that that was the location. Because, like I said,
I think so. I think
Been a
so
while.
because it does give me a lot of maps of like the blast zone.
Okay, yeah, that must be it.
Oh,
What'd you find?
I found the craters. I can't copy the image for some reason, but
Yeah, you need to post that on Discord. General,
I
man.
can't copy the image.
Why?
It won't let me.
All right, so you're gonna do this amazing thing called screen cap.
Oh yeah.
This is not where this should be. I gotta zoom back so I can get some concept of anatomy here. Yeah, it'd be down here somewhere, sir. I ain't drawing no crotch.
It's all covering the west coast.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, look at where it's starting from. Well, you want to see what it's gonna... See, my curiosity is like, I gotta know what it's doing to the rest of the world. Because something like that doesn't just happen. And there's, like, no plan for this, too. They don't have, like, any grand ideas of how people are gonna survive, where we're gonna go, what we're gonna do. Nope.
Nope.
Like, we're all gonna die.
Absolutely dead.
But how will we die? That's the question.
That is for us to decide.
How will you kill yourself in the apocalypse? Let us know on Discord. We are reaching out to find out how
How
you
would you like to die in the apocalypse? Let us know. Let us know by calling this number appearing on your screen now.
What's your ideal suicide method? Let us know.
Oh, jeez.
When it's clear that there's a giant swarm of volcanic ash and molten debris raining down hellfire on your home, do you stand there and take it like a man? Or, what easy way out would you take first? Let us know.
Jeez.
So if you found the
fine.
craters, if you could like screenshot for some reason, I don't know why it's not letting you copy. If you found it on Google, you can steal anything on Google.
Yeah, I think like the website's preventing me from doing it. Like the website it's on.
I'm forgetting how this outfit works. Okay, yeah, it was
Trying to
supposed
find
to open from there.
Trying to find a better image. So it
There
can,
are many
like-
good ones. Well, I mean, they're bleak. That's not what I meant. There are many high-quality ones, as this is a researched thing by the few scientists who are being permitted to do it. I think they just think it's so doomsday that they don't want to touch it. What are you doing, Squirt? Hold on.
I am watching. I'm watching Star. I'm watching Star Wars.
You want to watch Star Wars?
Star Wars 1.
Star Wars 1?
Yoda and the Force. Is that one or is it?
Wait, Star Wars 1?
Okay, we had this discussion. Not the pod racers, not Anakin. She
Star
wants
Wars-
to see Luke with Yoda.
That would be 4.
That's 4, right? That's
Mhm.
New Hope. Okay.
That's
The one
5.
that's on your shirt, right? You're wearing a shirt for Star Wars, the original movie.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's 4 and not
4.
5.
Do you want the one with Yoda, or do you want the one with Luke and Darth Vader? And C-3PO? There's a lot of R2-D2, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Han Solo. I think you want to watch that one.
Specifically asking for Yoda.
You can show her the covers. What did that get you?
I didn't look yet.
Wait, she's asking for Yoda in particular?
Yes.
She wants Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Okay.
I was like, okay, so that's 5 then.
Yeah, that's 5.
That's what I thought. I didn't think it was 4.
Just show her the cover and let her. Just tell her 5. If we get the numbers, we'll be better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Daddy,
Oh, Daddy's still drawing in his book right now.
I'm gonna work on dinner.
Oh, good. Thank you. I should have told her I had a Star Wars expert right here. I'm back, by the way. We couldn't figure out which one she wanted to watch.
What do you want me to... What do you want me to post these images?
Just general. Terrify us there. I want to make sure I can confirm what I'm looking at.
It's an elevation map right there that I found.
Okay, so that's actually looking too close.
Yeah,
so
that looked way too close.
You need to see the entire continent. Because if you see the entire continent, so you see that big black, yes, okay, so, no, that's obviously not showing, it's not showing you the craters. But,
yeah,
if you know,
I can't find it anywhere.
Okay, that sinks. I could try and find it for you. I did find it for somebody when they said, oh yeah, we take a trip to Yellowstone every year. And I was like, oh, you're gonna go soon? I'm like, yeah. Do you know about the super volcano? The what? And then she never wanted to go there ever again after I told her about it. It's like, I got the images. But anyway, you can kind of see some of it here with that black, the super huge crater. It's always the same size. And it is like, the crater itself is about the size of, I'm gonna say like, a little smaller than West Virginia. I'm looking at the rest of the United States, like trying to get you a size of what you're looking for. It's, the first one that we can see is somewhere like, I think south of the southwest corner of Montana. And then they like kind of scatter towards like San Francisco in that direction. Obviously, it never blew in San Francisco. Like I said, it's like, it's always in Yellowstone, but the Earth crust is moving that way.
Oh.
Yeah. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for, like, the breadcrumb trail of big booms that came from underneath. Not above, underneath. But you can see, like, the black craters that you're looking at there. They're higher on the edges. That means it came from below, not above. Otherwise, that image would be, like, inverted.
Yeah, I don't think Google will let me be that specific.
I'm not sure how I found them then. I know I did. I feel like I should just keep these images on hand. I need it like every few years to tell people who don't believe me. Like, nah, we're all gonna die. Giant super volcano, Yellowstone. I'm telling you, it's gonna be big.
It's gonna be big. Yeah, it's not gonna take it.
What do you mean?
It's giving me a bunch of like it's just giving me stock volcano photos.
Try to go to Wikipedia and get like a specific name of the volcano. Because it has a name. If you could get that, I feel like you might have better luck. Also, you'll get better artwork, too.
Super volcano.
I know it has a name. I just remember it as the super volcano because it doesn't matter because it's not like there's another to be confused by.
What's the name of the super volcano? The Yellowstone caldera.
Yellowstone what?
The Yellowstone caldera.
Caldera. Is that just the name of,
That's the name of the super volcano.
Okay, so a super volcano's official name is a caldera. Is that correct?
I guess that's just the name they're using it for.
Oh, okay. Like of this one.
Of this one in Yellowstone.
Got it. It's probably just like the name that they're gonna go with then, of like what the class is, because it's not a volcano. It like like looking at what it is, like it's technically a volcano, but it's on such a giant scale. I guess technically it isn't a volcano, because like a volcano requires the crust of the earth to be pushed up against itself, you know, and to create a mountain, which then can spill its own guts. It's scary. I'll find it if I have to, but I was kind of hoping that you'd be able to find it by yourself. It's a shame that like something this dire is so hard to like learn about. So I feel like if there was more common knowledge, people, I don't know, would at least be trying to prepare for something like that, because like that's just an inevitability.
Yeah, it's just giving me maps of the state, not the entire country.
Damn, I didn't realize I should have saved the images of what I saw. Like, is there some conspiracy people don't want us to know about the super volcano?
I think it's like people purposefully trying to cover it up, or my Google is just being really weird.
I could imagine that like anybody in that like blast zone would want nobody to know that. It's like you would never move there, you would never build a home, you wouldn't want your kids to go there. You know, like you never know what the damn thing's gonna blow. Like why? Yeah, like I hope that's not true. But humans have absolutely covered dangerous stuff up. They do it every year. They do it all the time.
I can believe that's what they're doing right now. Like, they want us to move over to that spot where there's a really obvious super volcano that's got a bit of a rumbly in the tumbly.
And I wish that you could actually see the scary images. It's like that's what you're missing here. It's man, I wonder what to type in to see like just an so this is just an elevation map that you sent of this one?
The first image is an elevation map, yeah.
Yeah, see the problem, or the second one, but this problem with the second one that you sent, naturally mountains start to cover those things up. You need like an expert to actually like help you sketch, like they'll draw like, okay, here's this one, here's this one, here's this one. They'll like work your way down. If they don't point it out, you're not gonna see it, just like on a regular topographical map.
Yeah, I can't read topographic maps very well. Like, I learned a little bit how to in geography class, but they didn't cover it very well.
Yeah. Kind of similar to like just looking at like NORAD weather satellite. You know, it's the same. You want me to ruin another thing for you today?
What?
So, did you know that every single weather group on the planet is all getting their information from one place?
What?
Yeah.
All from one place?
While you're looking up body horror images, I'm learning about disturbing truths about our world. So, look up NORAD. It is a satellite that we specifically put up into the atmosphere in order to read weather predictions. It is just a weather tracker. It's very detailed. you will immediately recognize while looking at it where the color, like I was just saying with a topographical map, where the color comes from that you see in any other weather prediction places. And it's like red, you got like a big storm. Green, it's gonna lightly rain. Everything in between, it's just kind of either nothing or more severity of a thunderstorm. All of that is just what NORAD looks like.
Yeah.
Or is it NOAA? Nomad? NORAD? No, NOAD? No. What did I say the first time? NORAD. I think it's NORAD.
You said NORAD, which stands for North American Aerospace Defense Command.
No, so it's NOAA. NOAA?
Yeah.
Or something like that?
NOAA.
I think.
National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
That's not it. Nope. So, for weather, I don't look at any local weather prediction apps or anything like that. I just look at the direct actual feed from this satellite, which you can do too. You can just cut those losers out and just actually see what's happening. Where's the frickin' name of this? There's only one. If you just look it up, you can like fact check and tell me what it is right now. But I know it starts with an N.
I think it is NOAA because it's charged with forecasting weather.
Yep, that's it.
Monitoring oceanic and atmospheric conditions.
Yeah,
charting the seas, conducting deep sea exploration, managing fishing, protection of marine mammals.
It does
and
a lot.
Endangered species.
It does a lot.
Yep.
Now, you have access to this, as do I. And the only thing that a meteorologist does is pulls up NOAA's feed, runs it through an algorithm that their particular company made to try and simulate what it thinks those clouds are going to do. And then they tell you a guess of what they think is going to happen in the future based on the algorithm looking at what it thinks NORAD is trying to say. When you could just look at NOAA. Sorry, not NORAD. NOAA.
NOAA.
Mixing up my aerospace stuff. So yeah, don't bother with the prediction stuff. I mean, like, it can sometimes be reliable, but it usually isn't. At least where I live, it's not at all. Mainly because, like, clouds that form rain can, like, just appear out of thin air. They can vanish into thin air. It's just not something that you can predict very well. It's best to just, like, actually see what's going on. Like, say, if you're in, like, a tornado warning or something like that, tornado watch, I don't know what your guys' areas are all like, but we get tornadoes around here. Clover's now scared of them because we had to hide in the basement one night, and now she's worried every thunderstorm has a tornado.
Yeah.
But,
we get hurricane warnings out here.
yeah, hurricanes, it's gonna be a good year for that. But,
so far we've had diddly.
oh, they're cooking. There's an enormous one right now. Hasn't hit ground yet, but, like, they're tracking it, and it is horrifying how big it is. Like, I will probably see this hurricane here. We've had hurricanes here in Cincinnati, Ohio, as well. But anyway, damn, what was I saying? The weather. Oh, yeah, so say you have some severe weather on top of you right then and there, and you want to track it. Don't look at the forecast stuff. Like, that tells you nothing at that point. What you want to know is, like, what are the clouds actually doing over my head? Where are they going? Where do they come from? I can see what's going to happen. You know, like, just don't be an idiot.
Yeah.
If you just look at it, you're like, oh, well, obviously it's going, like, right now the storm's coming from southeast to northeast. there's a bunch of large ones to our southeast right now. Obviously, we're about to get hit by that. Or, like, okay, we should shelter for a bit, or it looks like it's going to rain. Like, you could see these things.
Like, you have the capability of going outside and looking up.
Well, there's that, but I have my smartphone. Why would I do that? Also, I'm going to ruin another thing for you. When a weather forecaster says you have a 30% chance of rain, that's not what they mean. I don't even think they know what they mean.
No.
What they're actually saying is 30% of the area that I am responsible for telling you about is going to have rain. Therefore, 30% of the people watching this, it will rain. Another 30%, it will not. That doesn't mean that there's like, you know, all right, everybody, here comes the clouds. Roll for initiative. Let's see if we actually have rain or not. There's a cloud. It's gonna rain. Like, yes.
Roll for investigation.
Chance.
Roll for perception.
Yeah. Oh. Man.
Oh crap! I rolled that one. There's nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah. Well, a tornado came up out of nowhere.
Oh, how come I didn't see that coming? Oh yeah, nat one.
How's the gameplay of Baldur's Gate 3 actually, like, incorporate any of that stuff? Like, is it all action now, or do they still have, like, strategy to it?
There's strategy to it. Like, you can go in, like, straightforward and to the point, but, it actually has a fair amount of difficulty to where, like, a straightforward approach isn't always the best option.
So, I mean, like what type of gameplay style is it?
It's an RPG.
Okay, so turn-based.
It's like yeah, your turn-based tabletop D&D RPG.
Okay,
like
that's what I wanted to know. I thought so. That's good. I would hope that they wouldn't lose that kind of thing. That's so integral to the game.
Yeah. So like, whenever you enter combat, all characters have an initiative roll.
Right.
Depending on their dexterity stat.
I played the double Ds.
Yeah.
Which is what we call it, what all the cool kids are calling it these days.
The double D.
That is not true. Don't call it the double Ds. Would not recommend playing the double Ds. That's how you get in double danger. Oh shoot, I erased too much of...
I kind of almost want to come back with, like, saying, well, wait, I didn't play double Ds, but I played Ks. Does that mean anything?
Man, I'm bummed you can't find this photo. I want you to be terrified.
Seriously.
I mean, not really. I don't want to spread fear, but, like... It's more like awareness.
Yeah.
To, like, because... Nobody knows about this damn volcano.
Yeah, I'm like, I typed literally anything I could without Google, like, being weird on me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it shows me nothing. All it shows me is just, like, the blast zone.
I do remember, when I learned about this a few years ago, it was not hard to get information for it. Like, I found all sorts of, like, good imagery for it. And then, like you're saying, I remember, just sometime last year, I was trying to show somebody at work. Like, oh yeah, you're on there? By the way, say hi to the super volcano for me. You don't know what it is? Oh, here, let me show you. And, it wasn't too hard to find it. There might be something else going on here. I smell fish.
I'm pretty sure there's censorships going around.
That's pretty scary if it is.
I don't really need this to be hidden, you know?
I wonder, what percentage of the population is going to die from that? I mean, not to be too, gross with it, but I cannot help but wonder. You know?
It depends if, like, it depends if the governments actually choose to reveal that this is about to happen.
Well, see, like, it might not be their lifetime, so I'm sure that if they know, they're like, we can't be fearmongers, or like, just, we can't let anybody know about this. Because, like, leave that for the next person who has to deal with it. My lifetime, it probably won't happen. Or, like, let's just bank on it not happening. And then if it does, whoa, a surprise! Whoa!
How come nobody told us that this was gonna happen?
Wow! Man, that's scary! I mean, like,
Yeah,
it's one thing to be
Best
worried about
geographers
doomsday events
still.
that are likely not going to actually affect you. Like, someone worried about, like, a meteorite strike in their house, so they pay a ton of insurance in order to insure from meteor strikes, which actually is the thing, by the way. Don't look at me like I'm nuts.
I've seen it. It's weird, but it's a thing.
I used to work at an insurance company. I was supposed to make their videos explaining this kind of stuff, and one of the first ones they had me work on was like insurance for meteorite strikes. I was like, what absolute buffoon are you writing this for? And I had to like write up a scenario based on what my boss was saying, what he thought in his mind would happen if he got hit by a meteorite strike. And it was the dumbest thing, too. Like, completely wrong. Like, this guy was an uneducated bonehead. One of those nitwits, too, who, like, self-taught themselves how to, like, write. He didn't know how to type, and he thought he was, like, the greatest author ever. I'm serious. Because he had this text-to-speech thing on his phone. Let's grab that logo again. He actually typed with text-to-speech. Or, no, speech-to-text. Sorry, got it backwards. That's actually how this man typed. It was maddening working next to him. Mother. Anyway. And I got more nuts in my throat. Ugh, gotta stop eating that. Anyway. So, like, he'll write by, like, saying part of a sentence and then, like, backspace, backspace, delete, delete, and then says it again, backspace, backspace. Like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's like, just use your fingers. God.
Are your fingers broken? Were you born without fingers?
I was so annoyed by that guy. He was genuinely the worst human being I think I've ever met in my entire life, too. Like, it had nothing to do with that. This guy, he had an autistic son, and he treated him like the scum of the earth. He thought, and he would constantly call his son, say he was retarded. He couldn't do anything right. And, he didn't want him to have anything to do with anybody working in here. This was a family business, by the way. And, when I'd finally had a chance to actually, like, talk to his son, there's nothing wrong with him. Well, as in, like, he's not on the spectrum where, like, he can't put his clothes on or speak or anything like that. He's on the spectrum like I am, where, like, he's high functioning.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my god, how do you live like this? And he doesn't know any better because his dad sheltered him and treats him like he's crap, so he thinks he's crap.
Wow, sounds like my dad.
Yeah, he's also
Sounds like it sounds like every teacher I've had ever since I was a kid.
Yeah, what a sicko too. Like, and he did a lot of stuff that, like, was just appalling. Anyway, but as I was talking about him writing, it's like the kind of bonehead who thinks he's supposed to write, like, two spaces at the end of every sentence. or something like that. Like,
What
no.
the? Oh my god, no.
They're like, no, you don't put 2 spaces. He's like, oh, but you have to. I'm like, no, you don't. Like, well, that's what I was taught. Well, he's also a Jehovah's Witness priest. Or brother, whatever the hell he called himself. So, yeah, like, you thought you couldn't hate this guy enough?
Oh my god.
Yeah. If I ever go to jail for murdering somebody, I sought him out, and I decided that enough was enough. I don't even have anything to do with this guy anymore, but he needs to go. I'm doing the world a service. Oh, I've never met anybody more infuriating than that man. He actually fired me because I would like just try to. I had to go behind him all the time. My job was basically to correct what he was doing, and he got mad because I was basically editing and to the extent showing how bad of a writer he was, and he didn't want that revealed. He wanted a bad writer to be his editor, or like a yes man. And like I'm like. But all the science that you're talking about is just wrong. Like, don't tell somebody that they're gonna get struck by a meteorite and their truck's gonna flip over and that's it, and they're gonna walk out of it okay. Like, no.
That's not how it works.
Hey, not even close to how it works. Like, one of 2 things is gonna happen if a meteorite actually makes contact with, say, your semi-truck that you're driving. 1, you don't feel anything. This thing's moving at like miles per second. It's the acceleration that's going to deal damage to your truck. And anything moving miles per second isn't gonna knock it over. It's gonna send it hurtling into the sky. If it's big enough. Like, you're dead immediately, and the sound alone will like send you black. Sound is dangerous, man. I feel like I should draw something on the cover here.
It's going to make an impact so great that it's going to knock everything around its immediate vicinity into the atmosphere.
Assuming it's like a large one, because like it's even if it's something like the size of a pebble, which is more likely, because like by the time it's up in the atmosphere, like people would have talked about it coming if it was big enough to actually make like a legit crater. So what? I'm assuming any of those like fear-mongering things, like all that insurance is to begin with is just fear-mongering. It's you betting against yourself. Like, I bet grandma's gonna die in a couple years, and if she does, we'll win big money, so we'll pay this person. Insurance is sick. Anyway, that's another thing. I'm gonna try breadsticks. That sounds easier to draw, even though they don't get breadsticks here. Whatever.
Wouldn't a pebble-sized meteor just like knock you off your feet and damage your hearing?
You see, I had to write that kind of stuff in. Like, he wasn't taking any of that into account. Like, okay, so I'm assuming this is a pebble-sized meteor, and like this guy. He would actually like write in here like, oh, and then he would write his fan fiction stories that he would claim everyone like excitedly comes to read on his website. Like, no, they don't. Idiot.
Oh my god.
He was an SEO scummer, and this was like the junk he needed to come up with in order to, you know, scam with SEO. That's really all he was doing. But yeah, he would write all sorts of stuff like, oh, he picked up the meteorite and he looked it over in his hand. I'm like, hold on. Like, so if it's big enough for him to pick up with his hand, he would have died being like within 100 yards of this thing landing. He'd have been like, you realize like a meteor that ends up being the size of a golf ball leaves a crater the size of a football field. So you tell me he's picking this thing up like a baseball and he just got his truck knocked over? How can he hear? How can he stand? How are his bones not all shattered?
How is he not catching on fire?
The sound alone, yes. Actually, the first thing that sound will do will light you on fire. Yes. You know that the largest rockets we ever used, I forget the names of them. Start with an S. You're really putting me on trivia day today. But the largest rockets we've ever used, Saturn V's.
I think it was Saturn V.
I think they're the Saturn V's. Saturn V's. Oh, you can actually go to the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida, and they have one basically dissected above you, and you can walk under every single segment of it. The reason they retired these things wasn't because they weren't, like, good at what they did. They were so big, they were too loud. And the sound was setting the grass on fire and melting the beams nearby. That's why they pour tons of cold water on rockets when they're taking off. The sound is melting the pieces that hold them in place. But the Saturn V's were, I think, on record, the loudest man-made sound ever. The loudest, Earth-made sound was way louder than that. It was Pompeii.
That was Pompeii?
Pompeii. Look up how loud Pompeii was. You'd have died just from being near it. Well, I mean, like, granted, because we can't register how loud was the meteorite that struck the Earth when, you know, the dinosaurs went extinct. But loudest that, like, humans survived this. Like, there's people who, there's somewhere online you'll find like an actual decibel count of how loud Pompeii would have been.
It sounds so loud that it circled the Earth 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
172 decibels?
Can you imagine hearing something that echoes 4 times and you aren't even on the right side of the planet of where that thing was?
What the hell? When did this happen?
What do you mean, when did this happen? That's just a regular volcano, my friend. That is a normal volcano.
Oh.
Like, I want to see the super volcano. Pompeii, that is small beans. That is nothing. Look at the size of Pompeii versus the Yellowstone craters.
That's loud.
Yes, that's loud, and that's just the sound. Yes.
Oh my god. Everybody on Earth is gonna go deaf when Yellowstone erupts.
Maybe. I don't know. It's like, we don't have any recorded history of people before that point of last time it did go boom. So, I don't know. I'm expecting it to be scary. Oh, looks like we got a little vase.
Oh my god.
I hope I've scared you. That's what I long for.
I'm just like... Good lord.
Pompeii is just a volcano. That's the thing. Put it in perspective.
Just a volcano.
That's just a volcano. Now, it's not just a volcano. It's huge, but still.
I mean, it was loud enough for the whole damn world to hear.
Yep. And also, you probably would have lost your hearing, even on the other side of the Earth. Because if it's rapping 4 times, the first time, it probably, if assuming we were in modern age, if it did that again, it's blowing out your windows, and it's probably blowing out your ears. And you probably don't even hear the other 3. You've already got too much ear damage.
Like, you'll probably feel the sonic booms, but that's about it.
Well, I mean, that's really what the sound was. It's just like an enormous snap. You know, a fun fact about sonic booms? I like science. That's what happens if you sit down and talk to me for too long. So, fun fact about sonic booms. When you are slapping somebody with a wet towel and you miss and you hear that crack, that's a sonic boom. It's just on a much smaller scale. What that crack is the towel, because you retract it, and it's heavy when it's wet. You retract it faster than the speed of sound can keep up with, and so it makes that snap, that little snap. It's not a loud snap, but it's a snap. That's a sonic boom. It's just the most underwhelming sonic boom you'll ever hear in your life.
Oh, so like you'll hear the snap when something outspeeds the speed of sound.
Yes, you're hearing sound catch up with itself. That's why it's like suddenly louder before it's like quiet and it's loud.
Yeah.
So if you saw a jet flying over your house and it's going Mach 1, well, for one, it'd be loud as hell, but like you wouldn't hear anything until it passes you, and then you'd be like, it wouldn't sound like a, I mean, well, if it's really big, it's gonna be a boom, but it's more of a snap than a boom. But sonic snap kind of sounds weird, man, so we ain't part of that. Actually, sonic snap sounds kind of cool. Sounds like a crappy, edgy Sonic the Hedgehog mobile game. Hey, everybody, ready for Sonic Snap? Sonic the Hedgehog, ready here for Sonic Snap. Whoa! Mario, you better watch out.
That's the sequel to Shadow the Hedgehog, Sonic the Hedgehog.
Snap! Or Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog. Why have I never heard that before? That just like came off the tip of my tongue. It's like that's just too perfect.
I've always made this joke. You can't spell Shadow the Hedgehog without Ow the Edge.
God. That's good.
Because it makes sense.
Yeah.
Man,
Are we finally out of music? Nope.
They made Sonic pretty edgy.
Yeah, they did. Like, they were trying really hard. And I feel like that never worked well with any of the other stuff. Like, look what happened to frickin' Bubsy.
Bubsy Seagull.
Huh?
Did you say Bubsy Seagull?
No, see what happened to Bubsy. Bubsy is in the other Sonic-like, but quite terrible Super Nintendo era platforming
Bubsy.
character. That Bubsy.
Yeah, poor Bubsy.
I don't know about poor Bubsy. I don't know. Bubsy.
It just went into obscurity really fast.
Yeah, but he sucks. Like, it was never good. Had like way too much freaking attitude. Like, just getting mad at you immediately for putting the controller down. Just,
one of the cool kids.
Controllers. The controls are just bad. Everything is just bad about those games, man. They're just bad. Alright, so I'm doing something that they probably should never do in a restaurant, but I'm doing it anyway. I'm putting a candle right next to a plant.
Oh! Gotta make sure the plant is leaning away from the flame.
It is, but also the real problem, I mean, a plant doesn't just catch fire. Plants are mostly water, too. The problem is that it's next to a vase filled with water. Actually, I just need to redo this. It's next to a vase filled with water. You start heating glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with something that's going to expand at a different speed on the inside of the glass. It's going to shatter.
Yeah.
But it could be a fake candle. Who the heck knows? Alright. Here's my little candle. I did draw a little something back there. Normally, restaurants have some extra crap that they have sitting on these things, like a little thing of papers for you to look at a little more. I'm not drawing it. I'm sorry. That's enough stuff. I'm not drawing anymore. We're establishing the scene for crying out loud. Actually, I probably should, because I don't think I draw it again.
I never understood why they put, like, these things full of paper.
Damn it, I'm gonna draw it. I really shouldn't, but I'm gonna draw it. Yeah, I know. Like, like teas and things like that, sweeteners. And I'm like, all right. I'll put it there. Wonder if Skeletor has any other uncomfortable facts. There's not many people I can scare away anymore. I don't see the chat doing anything. So if you're lurking out there just listening to uncomfortable facts, sitting in a fetal position at home, wondering when it's all going to go wrong, the church is a lie. Like, there's a super volcano in Yellowstone that's going to blow up the world.
all the weather stations are a lie.
Yeah, weather is all a lie. Forgot about that one.
Meteorites are more dangerous
than the insurance company. Yeah, the insurance company is really just there to exploit your fears. I'm gonna say this thing is a color, and we're not transparent seeing through it because that's way too small, and it would be a pain in the butt. It might really just draw on Bo's face, and we're done. Ooh, no, this is the edge of the seat. Ooh, I did that perfectly. Wow. Go me, self 5. I didn't have to erase anything. Kim is probably gonna finish up dinner soon, so I should likely finish when I am done with this panel here. I'm thinking that I'm gonna make a new thumbnail for the drawing art streams once I am done with that one panel where Ashlyn is painting with her foot. And just like make it that instead.
That was a very strange image.
Yeah, I wrote in my script like Ashlyn is happily painting. I'm like, that'll giving me enough to work on past me. Like, you know,
so he's just gonna have to draw with her foot.
Yeah. It made sense to me at the time. Like at the time that I wrote it, I hadn't obviously like written the rest of the book yet. Like I knew what was gonna happen, but like I didn't have all that time to really get familiar with the character, and that's totally something she would do. So it's just what a drew. And then it became weird because like the dialogue in that section no longer matched the outrageously weird thing that she's doing. So I had to try to tweak it a bit.
That's what made it funnier.
Well, it was funny at first, and then I was like, I shouldn't go through with that. I gotta change something. This sounds like the end credits. Oh yeah, you don't hear that anymore because you're listening to epilogue alternative edit. We have like 1 more minute left of it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know, I'm gonna hit save. I don't think I've hit save in a long time.
On it.
Alright. What?
All these disturbing facts about the world. It's either I have to laugh or cry.
Honestly, the religion ones make me laugh until I think about all the people who died in meaningless inquisitions and wars. The weather one just makes me sad that more people aren't informed about how just public information. That satellite was made for public information for the entire world. and yet it's
exploit fear.
Yeah, even though it's hidden, like people still argue over like which weather site's the accurate one. Like, oh, shut up. It doesn't matter.
None of them are.
None of them are, because they're all looking forward. The only accurate one is the one that's actually like looking at real live data over your head.
Exactly.
And now we're in silence until I finish.
If you need more proof, just go outside, look up.
Well, when you're trying to...
Do you see clouds? No? Okay, go back in and go back out later. Now do you see clouds? Yep, it's about to rain.
It is still helpful, like, knowing in advance, like, okay, like the other, a couple days ago, 4th of July, we decided to take Clover out to watch a fireworks show. I'm like, all right, so forecast says it's going to rain. I keep looking at my phone, and then, because there are thousands of people who show up, nobody's internet works. And because that was knocked out, I'm like, well, we're at the mercy of the clouds today. And it starts raining.
People are all looking at it at the same time.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's exactly what happens. Too many people get in one place and start looking at the internet all at the same time. Yeah, it'll conk it out. And what's especially stupid, I was telling Kim this, and she got mad about this too. I'm like, okay, so you know how your phone... Well, I have nothing else to do with all this disturbing information other than like, offload it onto your brain right now. But the next one is, you know how phones used to be 3G, and then they were 4G, and now they're 5G? Well, since they're all using basically the same bandwidth, they're knocking each other out. If you had the option on your phone to knock down to 3G after things got, you know, like there's too many people around, I would have suddenly had internet again. But that's not how it works. It's everybody basically using the same channel and like on a radio or something, like you crowded it and now it's not going to function. But you have like tiers below it that'll still do the same thing, but you can't access that anymore because they took it off your phone. That eyebrow is not where it's supposed to be.
Oh my god.
Oh man, you know the worst part of that trip? Like I said, like I'm never doing this again. The fireworks were nice; they were fine. It's a company who does a lot of huge fireworks around the country. They're pretty famous. But problem was everybody was trying to leave all at the same time. Obviously, I didn't expect this to be a problem. Normally, you get that with fireworks shows. You can't drive home afterward. Well, you know, we had a 3-year-old trying to make sure that we can actually, like, try and get out at a reasonable time. Unfortunately, we left pretty early, too. Didn't matter. Traffic, I don't understand what happened. My only guess is it never occurred to this place, and like I said, there were thousands of people here. This was a huge show. It never occurred to them that maybe they should get security to direct traffic after it's over. Maybe. I don't know. Might be a good idea. So that obviously didn't happen. And I don't know what actually happened, but for an hour, and I do not exaggerate, an hour, we cannot get out of our parking space. We cannot even back the car up. Deadlock stopped.
Right.
I'm going to try and rotate again so I can get some better lines that actually go in the direction of my hand.
I remember we, my family and I were going to a fair because it was in town. No joke. Like, these roads here are so narrow, like, it can only allow for 2 lanes of traffic. One going this way, one going the other way. And a lot of people are trying to get into this fair.
Yeah.
And we're like, if we leave early, we can try to get there before the traffic gets bad. Everyone else had the same idea.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So, from the main street, all the way down through this little trailer park neighborhood, I think it was, backed up for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 miles. It was nothing but slow, almost deadlocked traffic. And we were stuck in that for a good 2.5 hours.
Yeah, this fireworks show ended at 10:30, and it's not that far away from our home. Like, it was probably like a 15-minute drive. We didn't actually get home till after midnight. And I am still exhausted. I'm still so tired.
Yeah.
Kim had to go to work early in the morning after that, too. Yuck. You put like a little dash of dark there for someone's eye. I don't think he would say it's probably just the sketch of where the bench would be, but he's kind of sitting down right now, so you don't see that. And I think we're done with that panel. All right, so let me see what I've done today. So, that's most of that page. Those two panels don't look so hard. This one, yeah, this was actually this was the tough one today. Getting, yeah, the birds, that was a little much, but I'm happy I did it. I think it looks good. Let's see, after 58, we got 59. Let's zoom back out of here, because I had to pull that up for somebody who was asking about the painting with the foot thing. This is the next page after that. Great, I'm gonna have to draw this menu again.
Oh my god.
Oh shoot, 59, 58, ooh, great. So it's on the same spread. So if you're looking at a page number in a comic, the odd number page is always on the right side, the even number's on the left. So if you actually wanted to try to write for something like this, you want to write it so that your surprises and stuff happen on your even number pages, because you want somebody to be encouraged to turn the page and keep reading it, right? It's just how it works. So, like, you would write it a little bit differently as a comic than you would write it as, like, you know, a sitcom or something like that, or, like, anything made for TV. You're doing, like, a video game. It's just, you just do it differently. So, I guess now that I'm saying that out loud, this image is what is encouraging people to turn the page. They're like, I need context. And then 60.
Just seeing, like, she's painting with her foot. Why is she doing that?
Why the hell? And the next one doesn't really have too much like that, out of context, but I already have that one done. Control 0. This one I still need to illustrate the characters, and I didn't quite finish that panel yet, but I got pretty far here. I did a chandelier, doing another one of those difficult panels for no reason, and I do not need this one anymore. I don't know why we pulled that up, actually. Oh, for the logo for the the restaurant. Okay, so page and a half. Pretty good. So how long have I been doing this today? I don't know. YouTube even gonna tell me? 7.5 hours. I can't keep doing this that long. Last time I did that, I almost died. Alright, so let's save. We're saving that, and we're done. Music ran out just on time, too. Well, good old concurrent viewers 0. That's exactly what I strive for in my life. Thanks YouTube for hiding my content from absolutely everybody. That is cool.
Most viewers I get on Twitch nowadays are just a bunch of bots trying to scam me.
Yeah, at least I don't have that anymore. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not like I have 22,000 subscribers or anything who don't have any idea that I'm even doing anything. You know, I don't know, just random thought.
Curse you, YouTube.
Yeah. Anyway, I gotta get going. It's almost certainly food time, but at least I got a lot done in here. That is encouraging. I'm glad to finally get some progress in Chapter 3 of this. Squad was asking about trying to get some of this stuff like actually purchased, and it would help out. So maybe I should try and get like a... Oh, you know what I could do? Well, it'd be kind of weird, but like I could post it on our Etsy shop. The thing is, Etsy like actually takes funds directly from that, and like Etsy didn't make those damn books, I did. You know? And I would be the one directing people there, so... I feel like I might even have to make, like, a video trying to, like, showcase it, but... I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, but I will try and make, like, digital versions of this stuff, because the first chapter is completely finished color and everything, and, that's sellable right now. Like, I'm sitting on it. Have so for years, but... we'll see. We'll see. I wonder if I should just crop their heads off. If that just looks weird. It might. Yeah, I might have to just remove that. Well, since I was an idiot and I did it there too, but like... Nowhere else in the book did they do that. It just looks kind of strange. Let's keep it. I'll try and encourage myself to do it more later. Anyways... I gotta get going. Thank you, Cameron, for hanging out, and I'm glad you're now immortalized in my weird, registered character. Who else was in there? I gotta stop stalling. I've gotta stop stalling. Anyway, I'll catch you next time. Enjoy thinking about a super volcano.
You too, I guess. Alright.